Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese. Oh dear.
Nice.
Greaseline.
Welcome back to hell.
Randy and Footnum.
Hey.
Full disclosure to anybody who is new here, the episode titles are usually out of context things from the show we were watching for the Watch Club. This extended period of this year is Attack on Titan Junior High. It is a coincidence that this is being used. Just heads up. All right. I want to do a cold opening today because I want to get us right into this. That was interesting. So let me go ahead and grab my notes and put them somewhere where I'll be able to read them. How is everybody doing tonight? I have been better. And also I'm going to eat this banana.
Yeah, I've also, doing pretty good, but right now can't lie to you, I'm kind of scared.
Oh, about how long this podcast is about?
Yeah, how long is this podcast go for?
In that case, let's get right into it, huh?
Long, man.
So I'd like to start out this podcast. I have a whole presentation planned for you all. I want to start out this podcast by talking about something called the primacy effect. So it's the primacy effect is something that psychologists use to explain that the very first thing that you hear about a subject tends to stick in your mind the strongest, right? Your brain latches onto it, and even if it ends up being wrong, everything that comes after gets filtered through that first impression. This is why news outlets will fight so hard to be first over being correct. Because whoever frames the story first is usually going to win in the battle for how people perceive it, right? Now, this works through something called anchoring. Once you're given a reference point, the first headline, the first, mugshot or the first whatever in the story, that's going to stick with you, and your perception is going to get locked onto that anchor. Now, have you guys seen this video?
No, I don't think I have.
I don't believe so either.
So I would show it to you, but they have this stuff about licensing. Oh, yeah, fuck that. I'll put it in the doc later. The doc is not anywhere close to up to date right now, but I will get it in there later for you guys. Basically, just to kind of bring you up to speed on it, it's a video of two kids, the girl here and this little boy, are having an argument as to whether or not it is raining or sprinkling. And it's like a toddler argument where they're like, my mom says it's raining. No, my mom said it's sprinkling. Right? You've never seen this?
Nope.
All right. Well, both kids are parroting what their parents said, right? So subjectively, they're actually saying essentially the same thing, but they hold a righteous indignation that their perception of the situation is accurate because they've been anchored to what the adult they trust has told them. So much so that it actually escalates into a bit of a fight between them, as far as toddlers can actually fight, at least. So this is why in media, being first is more valuable than being accurate. Because the outlet is going to spin the narrative to suit their worldview. And if you already trust the outlet or their worldview aligns with your own, then you're even more likely to stick with it. With that said, I just want to point out here that there is evidence surrounding the Charile Kirk assassination. There's so much of it that it could support literally anybody's pet idea as to exactly what happened to him, right? So, for example, there are videos going back years of Charile Kirk advocating for the state of Israel, right? So on the one hand, people will think that there's no way Israel could be involved, right? But there are also clips surfacing that people are suggesting happened more recently, where he is coming out against Israel, right? So therefore, you've got ammunition in both camps for whether or not Israel's involved. In addition, the suspect has been revealed to come from a Manga family. So people on the left are jumping on the fact that he's not one of them, right? But at the same time, he also is apparently gay and was in a relationship with a transgender male to female, right? So the right is also saying, ain't no fucking way he's one of ours, right? Now, people are seeking the comfort of their tribe to justify their position on the matter, and even trying to look at things objectively, as we will look at in a few minutes here. The video quality that we have of the shooter is so shit that you could convince yourself that he both is and is not carrying a rifle, depending on the frame you're looking at. And so some people are looking at the amount of blood that is spewing out of Charlie and have determined that it must be an exit wound, supporting the theory that there was actually a second shooter. Other people are looking at the amount of blood and have deemed it to be too Hollywood, and therefore Charlie is actually alive and he faked his own death using a blood squib and shit like that. The world has gone insane, right, on this topic. It's quite... I'm at a loss for words, right? I really don't even know. I've seen, over the last couple decades, some crazy shit. I've seen a lot of narratives fall apart and the establishment hang on to them. And yet this one honestly takes the cake, just simply because so much of the official narrative actually seems to be largely accurate, but we've been so primed to trust nothing that the government says, which is a good, rule of thumb, don't get me wrong, that now we're looking under every single rock for the boogeyman and the real truth. And I just I think we've sort of lost the plot, right? So I'll also say that anybody high profile enough to warrant getting assassinated like this is going to probably have enough weird connections and circumstances like these where you could point fingers in any direction and say, this is weird, or that group's involved, or whatever. So I want to start by looking at this. We're going to do things a little bit out of order. On the very day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the Senate voted 51-49 to block the release of the Epstein files. I've also seen this. Finding out the Senate quietly voted to block the release of the Epstein files 3 hours after the Charlie Kirk incident. So people are saying that he was killed in order to distract from the Epstein list. Now, it's important to acknowledge that multiple things can be true simultaneously. We talked about this, I think, even just last podcast about Rahm Emanuel. I'll play this for you. This is from 2008, around the time of the 2008 financial collapse.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before.
So this has largely been the statement pointed to every single time a tragedy occurs. And it's accurate. Don't get me wrong. It is 100% accurate that people should be skeptical of the response. But let's look at a little bit more here. So let me pull this in. Here's an example, actually. This is a good place to start. Breaking. CEOs of Discord, Twitch, Reddit, and Steam are being called to testify on the rise of radicalization and online calls for violence. This follows reports that Charlie Kirk's killer communicated with radicals on Discord, and that Twitch has not taken action against Hassan Piker for calling to kill conservatives in the street. Here, let me play that for you. Oh, wait, where did that go? Here it is.
Your DM
Kill
box.
them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Oh, nice guy, huh? Now, I've talked for years on this channel about Internet ID. that there's a deliberate effort to end online anonymity, that the UK is arresting people for Facebook posts, right? The response to this shooting is very alarming. Not only does the response push us closer to Internet ID, but the administration through Pam Bondi is even talking about enacting or going after people over hate speech. So Attorney General Pam Bondi, there's free speech and then there's hate speech. You know, actually, let's hear her say it.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
Yep. This is a tweet from... Good.
Hold on. She did like recant that the day after.
Yes. Yeah. I still think it's important to point out the insanity, right?
Yeah.
So this is a tweet from Charile Kirk last year where he said, hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. I am inclined to agree. Charile Kirk's entire platform was built on the First Amendment and freedom of speech. It is disgusting that anyone would suggest that we should do away with that in order to
in his way
honor him. That's fucking ridiculous, right? So, regardless of what happened and who was behind it, the more important thing to focus on is whatever they're trying to gain from it. There are some tremendously misleading things going around that I find very difficult to parse. But I want to point out that Charlie himself was advocating for the release of the Epstein client list. I want to play this for you guys. Actually, I got to do this as a...
Administration that's on Team Rational.
You guys can hear this, yeah?
It's not a fake scandal like the left tries to create for President Trump every other day. It's one of the right's own making, and it's not going well. And it has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
Everybody cares.
A lot. I said a lot. Every hand.
Here's what I think is happening. I don't think President Trump...
Okay. So this was uploaded to C-SPAN, a user clip, Charile Kirk Epstein, on July 11th, 2025. So this would have to have come on that date or earlier, right? Now, let me see what I got right here in my notes. So it's important to note that there are a lot of clips going around about Charlie talking about Epstein. Without knowing specifically when the clip was recorded, it becomes easy for the water to get muddied with narratives. If you're convinced this is why Charlie was murdered, then you'll believe every clip of him talking about it supports that claim, no matter when he said it. So let me pull this over here. Have you guys seen this before? Oh, hold on. It didn't. Hold on. Share this tab instead. How about that? Have you guys seen this before?
Yeah, when they released it.
Yeah.
No.
So people are suggesting that Trump intentionally had Charlie assassinated. Let's take a look at this. The murder was set up to unite the right after Trump's mishandling of the Epstein files almost divided them. I saw numerous takes showing this as well. They claim, and this is what I find amazing about this, is how short-sighted people are. This letter, it had only, more recently been presented, But they'd been talking about this for months. Months this thing has been out there verbatim. People talking about. I saw Tim talking about it on Timcast months ago. I swear. And the idea is that this is a damning letter that implicates Donald Trump because it was part of Epstein's 50th birthday notebook of all the birthday cards he got. And it says, and this is even weirder than the text messages we're going to look at later. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I. I don't know what that word says. Something I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do. Come to think of it, Donald. Oh my God, I can't read it. Something never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the moment I saw you, the first time I saw you, like, what the? It ends with a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. Something, something every day be another wonderful something. Donald Trump signed it, right? And it's like, the idea is that, first of all, that's fucking weird. Second of all, they're like, okay, and so Donald Trump is like the pubes, like his signature, right? Wow. Where'd you come up with that? White House would support expert review of Trump's alleged signature on the card to Epstein, right? So people are convinced that because the actual card only got released recently, oh shit, Trump's killing people just to hide from it, right? I'll say again my stance on this. If there was anything damning in the files, we would have heard about it in the 4 years that Biden was president.
Yeah, there's no way they won't smear him with that.
They tried to assassinate Trump multiple times. They impeached him over and over. They tried to get him on mortgage fraud and like literally destroyed the value of the market in Florida by saying that Mar-a-Lago was worth less than like townhomes on the same street and bullshit like that. They've practically destroyed the realty market, right? Or whatever, the mortgage market for people, because like they claimed Trump did something illegal and had to pay. And yet it's literally how everybody handles their loans from the bank and whatnot. Totally. They went after him at every attack vector they could. They were in power for 4 years. If there was anything to come out against Trump in the Epstein files, we absolutely would have seen it. And this is fucking bullshit. What the fuck? Like, what is this stupid letter? So I will say, though, that there are other reasons why Trump may not want Epstein stuff to come out. And more specifically, if Epstein is related to Israeli intelligence, Israel might be creating the pressure, right? Now, I want to show this.
I do want to say that that says at the top of it like transcript or something, doesn't it?
I'll go back to it in a minute. Hold on.
It's like, it seems like it's a written transcript.
Where do you see transcript?
Didn't it? Maybe it doesn't. At the very top. I'd have to look at it. I have a better version of it.
Do you want me to link it to you?
Card. No, I can just Google it. Anyway, my point is it definitely reads like a transcript, right? With the whole like Trump.
Donald Jeffrey, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Oh, it says voiceover. Sorry, that's what it says at the top of it. So it implies.
What's up?
He literally said that when you started reading it.
I know. I'm not saying he didn't. Anyway, so it implies that like they were just having a conversation, and this is like a recording, and it's a printout of the voiceover, right? So it might not be an actual thing that he sent Epstein, and I could see whether or not this is a real conversation or a made-up conversation. Who the fuck knows? Like it could just be like, hey, I had a dream last night that we had this conversation. But then also there was that thing, I don't remember exactly what it was, but didn't someone give Donald Trump something and then he just signed it as a joke, and like put his autograph on it, and it was like, I don't remember what it was, but and then he held it up as like I signed this, here you go, have it. I think it was.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, possibly. The point I would make about this is that the actual like text on here, none of it is damning. None of it is anything at all. Anyway,
I think one or two of the words that you weren't able to read, it's talking about like secrets or something, and then at the end it's like, oh, our whatever. Well,
I should have pulled it out. I wasn't planning on actually reading it beforehand, but I've
anyway,
already gone off script.
The worst case scenario could be implying that he is aware of some sort of bad, horrible Epstein secret, and he's like, I don't know, complicit or something. But then again, it's also vague that it's like you can't really like definitively say what it is.
Right. And coming back.
My whole point was people are arguing whether or not that's his signature. There's some evidence that it looks like it is. There's some evidence that it isn't. But either way,
in this video, she says that they've already had like 4 different signature experts confirm that it looks dubious or whatever. I don't know. I'm not saying one way or another. That's not what this episode is about. I want to get off this so we can get back
to be fair, Trump's claim was he does not write pictures. And I don't think any human writes pictures.
I just my main point was just that like he'll sign random shit. Like he doesn't give a crap. He's like, oh, you want to autograph the like charging document for me because I went to jail. Like here you go. Here's the autograph. There you go. Have fun. Like he doesn't give a shit. So the fact that he signed it, it doesn't mean that he endorses it, even if it was real. He could have been
approached by someone who's working for Epstein or whatever. It's like, oh, here's his birthday thing. You want to sign it? Yeah, sure.
Again, setting all of that aside to get back to Charile Kirk. I don't know if I jumped to this when I was showing it earlier. This was the murderous setup to unite the right. Now there's this tweet from Thomas Massey came out on September 11th, the day after Charile Kirk was murdered. We have 217 of the 218 signatures required. We just need one more congressman to sign the discharge petition in order to force a vote in the House on a bill to release the Epstein files. Victims deserve justice and Americans demand transparency. To which this individual replied, Charile Kirk was just assassinated and you're posting about Epstein? Thomas Massey a few days later said this again. We have 217 signatures on the discharge petition to force a vote on legislation to release the Epstein files. We need 218. Will the 218th final signature be a Republican or a Democrat? It's time for every congressman to support transparency and justice for the victims. For which this person replied, respectfully, read the room. Epstein files and victims are important, and you're fighting hard there. But the fight we're in against the left, the media, and the Marxist radicals responsible for murdering Charlie are the focus. You can get in this fight or move aside. Focus, right? So I'm not saying there's no evidence that the Epstein stuff is being swept under the rug. But what I am saying is that multiple things can be true simultaneously. Now, that video that we watched earlier, right here, this one, I've confirmed it is from the Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, which took place in Tampa Bay, Florida on July 11th to 13th. Okay, so the upload date, which might actually have been backdated to the appropriate date that it was recorded, I don't know, but that appears to have been the correct date, July 11th, because that's the event that was recorded at. Now, I want to share this with you with audio. Can you guys see when I mouse over this? Yes, this was uploaded July 15th, 2 days after the event in Florida. Presumably, it's even a day after the thing we're going to look at was recorded, meaning that the day after, or perhaps even during the event, Charlie Kirk got a call. Let's play this.
About that, but it comes as some high-profile Trump loyalists who voiced concerns over the lack of transparency regarding the Epstein files are now apparently heeding the president's orders and moving on. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, who voiced his concern over the Epstein files a mere 48 hours ago at the Student Action Summit in Florida, now says he's, quote, done with the matter.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend.
So he went from the American people deserve to have it. The DOJ should just release everything, which Megyn Kelly said, everything except for the child sexual abuse materials, right? A couple days later, like literally the moment that event is over, it's, I'm going to trust the administration. 100% he got a call, right? 100%. There was a phone call with perhaps a threat. I don't know. Who can say? But this is just going to show again, whatever your pet perception is on what happened, who was behind it and everything, there is evidence to support your theory, right? Now, let's see what I have after this. So people are starting to share some other content. Let me switch back to the other type of screen share again. So let's look at this one.
We as the American people deserve to have every Epstein file released with no redactions whatsoever, period.
Correct.
They got to make it right. And we, the American people, ran on transparency. We deserve to see the entire client list.
Yeah.
Every document the government has regarding the Epstein files, we, the American people, should have on an easy-to-access website immediately in a very, very quick fashion. I'm pushing for that both privately and publicly, just so you know.
All right, I'm pushing for that both privately and publicly. Now, to be fair, this post does not actually outright state that he changed his tune recently and started going hard on Epstein, and that's why he got murdered. But I have seen dozens of posts like that, such as the next one. Let me play this for you.
I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah. Everything. Everything except child sexual assault material.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files. Let the American people decide.
Put them out there, because if there's nothing in there, then we can see there's nothing in there. Now,
all right, I guess I misspoke earlier and I was talking about the other clip. Let me read to you what this says. A few days ago, Kirk said the DOJ should release all the Epstein files. Oh my God. He posted this right after the death on September 11th. A few days ago, Charlie Kirk publicly called for the Department of Justice, DOJ, to release all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, echoing a surge of bipartisan demands for full transparency in the Epstein case. Recently, there has been major political momentum around the Epstein investigation. Congressional committees have already released over 33,000 pages of documents from the DOJ archives on Epstein, including flight logs, jail, surveillance videos, and a birthday book featuring names of prominent figures. However, lawmakers from both parties and voices like Kirk insist many files remain undisclosed or heavily redacted, fueling speculation and public pressure for a total unredacted release. There's just one problem. That's from the same event from July. A few days ago, Kirk said, right? So here's the entire thing. Let me play this with audio. This is going to be a switch in and out of screen share all night kind of podcast. You just heard this.
I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York.
yeah.
Everything.
And
Everything except
I
child
think
sexual assault material.
I think every
You just heard that, right? Guess what? At the very beginning, literally the first thing they fucking say.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
Everybody cares. I think
A lot. I said a lot. Every hand.
here's what I think is happening.
Yeah. It's the same event from July 11th. Okay? Now, forgive me, but I am quite irritated at the fact that no matter how well-intentioned people are, they're exploiting this tragedy to further their own pet projects, right? Naturally, obviously, as things go. Oh God, yes. I forgot I do this. Okay, let me hold off before you get here. So, ultimately, what I'd like to do tonight is debunk some of the insane conspiracy theories that I've seen come out in this last week, or at the very least, provide some additional context that will make people question these theories a little bit more than they currently are. With this in mind, let's take a look at how the information came out, how it anchored perception, and how people researched it, or people responded to it, I should say. So, on September 10th, Charile Kirk was shot and killed in Orem, Utah. Now, we covered Shinzo Abe's assassination on the podcast. We covered the attempt on Trump's life on the podcast. I don't know if I can show this video, to be honest. It is so fucking gruesome that, quite frankly, I don't even want to see it again. So I'll just tell you guys, I'm going to show you a censored version of it. I'm probably going to stop playing it shortly, before it even ends, because it's important for you to hear what was said. But if you have not yet seen the video and have managed to go throughout your life living under a rock and not having seen it, I'm going to invite you to not watch it, to leave now, because nobody needs to see this shit. It's fucking horrifying. In the immortal words, let me oh, damn it. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. This is the worst fucking thing ever. Shocking video. Charile Kirk's murder circulates social media, traumatizing many viewers.
Marley Hughes says he can't get the video out of his head.
Unfortunately, I did see the video like a lot of other Americans did, and it's just so horrible.
Sarah Peck says she was lucky enough to...
It's just so horrible. All right, so I'm going to show you guys the video, and I'm going to try to pull it off before it gets too far into it. It is graphic. I invite you guys to look away.
Yes, is that fair to say? All right, great. So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
All right. Immediately after that, he gets shot in the neck. Immediately after that. And it pours out of the wound. Like,
that's what arterial spray looks like.
I'll just say that I had the gross misfortune of being sent a text from my boss containing the video unsolicited at work. And when I first saw it, my perspective, and that is literally the only thing I had seen. My perspective was that I was looking at an exit wound. Okay, that was the first thing that jumped in my mind. So I understand some of the conspiracy theories, right? Some things are very strange. If we have time, I'm going to pull in the fucking surgeon's statement. Like, God damn, is it fucking weird? But let me start by getting a little bit more relevant stuff kind of out of the way here. Oh my God. Share screen. There it is. Okay. So That was like the first thing I saw. It was actually not that. I cut that together using better footage from 4chan. It was actually Ian Miles Chong's tweet about it, which features a screen recording of a phone. I'm not sure why it's so hard for people to just post good quality video. The one that I have on the website currently is way higher resolution, like much cleaner, less artifacting. There's a lot of stuff we're going to look at that people are convinced that they're seeing all sorts of crazy bullshit. And the truth of the matter is that when you see it with proper resolution, a lot of the conspiracy theories evaporate, just completely disappear. Now, I saw this, and then the very next thing I saw was this post from Libs of TikTok. This was posted yesterday, September 9th. Charile Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. Right? Now, somebody Googled this individual, their account had been privated at this point, right? As soon as Libs of TikTok started tweeting about it, right? Somebody Googled the name, this username, and I guess it was cached or something. I'm not sure, but I'll remind you that the question Charlie was asked was about transgender shooters, right? So it seems when you're anchoring is that you saw the video, which most of us did. That's how it kind of rolled out. And then you see stuff like this that bolsters and emboldens your perception, right? Like that's kind of how anchoring works, right?
Confirmation bias.
Yeah. So let me catch up on my notes here.
I take it it's safe to look now?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Is it?
Now, I just want to say, like, anchoring is really powerful in how it shapes your perception. But realistically, it's entirely possible that it's just a coincidence. Because at any event, Charile Kirk is almost guaranteed to get a question about racism, transgenderism, gun violence, and abortion. So it was going to be one of them, right? Like that's obviously something that happens at all of his events, is that he gets challenged on these specific issues, right? Now, had he been questioned about something else when he got shot, it would have anchored a different narrative than the one we have, right? But it was a question about transgender shooters, and that anchor fueled the tremendous amount of conspiracy theories that we're going to look at. Let's see. All right, let me showcase something real quick here. You guys are familiar with this image, I assume?
No.
You never seen it? I mean, I think you can derive quickly from looking at it what it's depicting, yes?
Yeah.
The media is showing what looks like a guy getting attacked with a knife. And then the actual depiction here is a guy running away, and the guy that is being presented as the person getting attacked is actually the one doing the attacking. I feel like that's a perfect encapsulation of the Daniel Penny stuff, right? All the stuff we've seen over the last couple of years. This is 100% what the media does. But even more so, like, you know, this is presented as though the media is literally directing the action in order to skew the narrative, right? Like they're shooting it specifically, or at the very least editing the footage in order to spin a certain narrative and control people's thoughts, right? This is absolutely true. Everybody, this is plain as day. Everybody fucking knows this happens, right? But on top of this, any source of footage, including the stuff that I showed you of Charlie getting shot and everything, all of that is also affected by this same idea, which is to say that due to the limited nature of perspective on any given singular angle, you're going to perceive things a certain way. Now, I want to start by sharing this. It'll be the last thing before we jump into things. This is a re-upload of a video that I really liked when it first came out. The channel that originally uploaded it to YouTube, I believe, got purged in 2020. It talks about the 5 stages of awakening. And the 5 stages of awakening are, they mirror exactly the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of death, right? 5 stages of grief, which realistically was formulated around the idea that you're grieving over the fact that you're dying, right? Or that somebody you know is dying. And so the idea behind it, what they talk about in this video, is that the reason it mirrors the 5 stages of death is because awakening is a death and rebirth. Once you see the world for what it really is, or break the narrative and see through the conditioning, you can't go back to the person you were beforehand. It's like waking up from the Matrix, right? And so the 5 stages in the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, right? And obviously what happens is when you're confronted with something that doesn't conform to your worldview, you are, let me put it this way. The first thing that happens when you hear something that completely shatters your entire worldview is that you are met with your cognitive dissonance, right? You have to deny it. It can't possibly be true, right? It can't possibly be true that the U.S. government perpetrated, or at bare minimum, stood down and allowed 9/11 to happen, right? You're left unable to believe something so radically could possibly be true, and you push back on it in denial, seeking to disprove the claim. But in doing so, you learn that the narrative only unravels further as you start trying to cling to your previous bias in perception, right? And so once you realize that you've been duped, you get fucking angry, right? And this is the stage that they like having you at, because anger is where you're most susceptible to control and manipulation. During your journey through the 5 steps, you'll often backslide either to depression or anger, as it is very difficult to come out the other side and be okay with it. Like, nobody wants to accept that you're out of control and that there's nothing you can actually do with global forces advocating for your destruction, right? And so I've observed personally that there's a dangerous path, a diverting path that occurs when people start to wake up. Basically, once you experience something that shatters your worldview, it completely decimates your orientation in the world, which is to say that you no longer know which way is up. Your anchor, the thing that your perception of reality is based on, ends up snapping and leaving you untethered to reality, right? If you've been lied to about X, then A through Z are also on the table, right? That's kind of the idea. When you don't know what's true anymore, everything effectively becomes a lie. This leaves people susceptible to falling into unproductive rabbit holes, chasing conspiracy theories that ultimately go nowhere, simply because the human mind is capable of deriving patterns and meaning out of just about anything. So even if there is nothing in there to be mined, you will find a way to derive it as significant. Now, in 1981, the CIA director, William J. Casey, said, and I quote, this is a direct quote from him, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." Now, I think that this quote powerfully ensures that, because as you awaken, the quote encourages a belief that everything is a lie and always has been, but more nefariously, it also positions you in such a way to believe that the actual truth is also just another lie. For example, if you can demonstrably prove that NASA is lying about one thing, which is honestly not hard to do, then it becomes easy to spiral into something like flat Earth, right? Leaving you chasing something that will have absolutely zero meaningful impact on your life in the grand scheme of things, but you'll burn out your energy focusing on things that don't matter. And I bring this up because, again, we're going to look at a couple of conspiracy theories related to Charile Kirk's assassination that I would consider to be worthless rabbit holes, right? Now, without a cohesive, unifying, shared perception of reality, a civilization can't orient itself in a direction that drives humanity forward. So with that in mind, let's get into it. In 2016, Charile Kirk tweeted, "You can tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies." Can Erica Kirk be next? Then the two children can be placed with foster parents who will have them properly educated and growing up hating their parents. Lives a TikTok tweeted out this one. Let me find it. Here it is.
Hey, so Charile Kirk just got shot. Maybe there are good guys with guns out there.
Update, Charile Kirk is officially looking up at us, and I'm about to head to the grocery store because I'm making ribs tonight. Oh, but he was a man with a wife and kids. Yeah, and now they're safe from him.
Ooh, what a powerful statement. Let me give you a couple more of these. Libs of TikTok also tweeted this one.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charile Kirk just got shot.
Well, breaking fucking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fantafast's favorite 5-mile wide mouthpieces, Charles Chucklefuck Kirk.
Anyway, I'm not going to go through all of them. I will show you this.
These people are insane. Like,
you don't say.
Did you guys see that activist in Charlie Kirk? He got shot. Did you see that? That guy loves gun violence. He got shot. Did you see that? Oh man, Charlie Kirk. You know, to the Charlie Kirk family. Did you smell that blood that came out of his body? To every Zionist, every Christian Zionist, may you be just like that shop, the target. All his followers, just like the shop, the target. I am not saying that violence isn't the way, so don't misconstrue my words, okay? Did you see all that blood? That dude's dead. There is a fucking gun.
Holy, that guy's on something else.
don't misconstrue my words, but also, like, dude, we don't need to. You're doing that all on your own. Congrats for proving how crazy. Like, people are, from what I've heard, people are just leaving their side of the argument, like the left. They're just like, okay, fuck, man. Like,
yeah. Here's the amazing atheist T.J. Kirk celebrating Charlie's death with a skull in hand. I'm going to put all these in the doc if you guys want to watch them. This is an actual video you can watch. Charile Kirk, 6 foot under, probably screaming Chojin boo jigaboo. Please wrap this debate up. Charile Kirk tweeted on February 9th, "This music is not my style." This person said, "Should have listened, bitch. Wu-Tang Clan, protect your neck." This person posted this thing. So was it worth it, Charlie? All the kids who have been killed by gun violence, and now Charlie's dead too. And then this person underneath responds, "My only problem with this is it implies Charlie might not be in hell." Yep. Attention, anyone in New Orleans. The Courtyard Brewery is celebrating Charlie's death. They also say they piss in their customers' cups. Yeah. This guy talked nothing but egregious shit his entire career, and you think groups of people he worked to strip the rights from and fucked their lives up, grace his death. Yep. It's amazing how the only people who somehow never actually saw any of Charile Kirk's content are the people celebrating his death, right? Because they clearly have absolutely no fucking idea what he stood for, what he actually said.
Yeah.
This person said Charlie Kirk got shot. But honestly, this is one of the first things I saw. But honestly, Denji been through so much more. The hardship he's faced aren't even comparable to getting shot dead. Until Charlie has done what Denji has done, I don't feel sympathy. Yes, Denji from Chainsaw Man.
You know what? That's a good point. Like, Charlie Kirk isn't even close to what Guts has been through.
I was gonna say, like, when you survive the eclipse, then we'll talk, Charlie. Yeah. So Chibi quote tweeted this. I don't know why it doesn't show anymore. I'm guessing they blocked Chibi or something. You're a fucking psychopath to compare an actual death of a human to a fictional character. Willing to bet it's the same group of people that buzzword everyone about fictional content. Crunchyroll tweeted, "Is this allowed?" And it's two characters staring at each other on September 11th, to which Chibi said, "You know what is allowed apparently? Sean Chiplock celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. You actively work with this person. Does Crunchyroll accept violence, or are you going to fire him? I hope they receive all the same care the average American citizen will get in the same situation." Now, the more important thing here is that he's retweeting. Oops, sorry. Reposted by Sean Chiplock. "You are under no obligation to mourn the death of people who would have celebrated yours." Retweeted by Sean Chiplock. Elizabeth Warren on people who say Dems need to tone down their rhetoric. "Oh, please, why don't you start with the President of the United States and every ugly meme he's posted and every ugly word?" Personally, I don't think Sean Chiplock's statements are as egregious as Chibi is making them out to be. But I do think Chibi did say he was seeing more. This is all I saw specifically from him, and I did not actually go looking for all of this stuff. Literally everything I'm showing you. Let me just be clear about this. I have 1,200 tabs open about this topic. We aren't looking at all of them, right? But all of the stuff that I've seen, like, was mostly just me saving shit as I saw it every step of the way. And to be honest, there's a shit ton more, because there's a bunch of shit that I saved but didn't have a chance to archive, and it was deleted by the time I got to it. Okay, so there's a fuck ton of this shit. Now, this person said threat of Blizzard employees and contracted employees for Blizzard stories celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Ghost of Yote dev fired for Charlie Kirk joke after right-wing pressure campaign. Ghost of Yote now facing boycott from right and left. We'll look at that in a second. After Drew Harrison, Charlie Kirk controversy. This is what they tweeted. "I hope the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro got his back." And then I guess we have this here. Blue Sky is losing it. People now want to boycott Ghost of Yote because Sucker Punch fired Drew Harrison for her vile Charlie Kirk post. I fucking love karma. I goddamn love it. Like, the right was already going to boycott this because it looked like fucking bullshit. And now the left is also boycotting it. You cannot fucking win. Right? At the end of the day, this is just such bullshit. Everybody's losing their mind over nothing. But yeah, on Blue Sky, they're all talking about how they're going to boycott because they fired the individual, or they punished the individual. Same thing happened with Jimmy Fallon. We'll look at that in a bit. Bethesda tweets and deletes video appearing to mock Charlie Kirk tragedy. Quote, "You don't care much about these fascists, do you?" Okay, so the tweet has been deleted. I have an archive of it. But let me screenshot this with audio so you can see what they posted specifically. Keep in mind, this is during a time when all of the people working for them are celebrating the death.
Nice place. You don't care much about these fascists, do you?
So they tweeted, "Good kitty," with that clip. Mark Kern says, "You don't care much about these fascists, do you? Bethesda, after all your complaints about how some of their devs mocked or celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, have given you their official answer right on their official Twitter account. Instead of addressing millions of concerned gamers, they just decided to tell you exactly who they are and what they think of you. They will they will continue to call you a fascist until more and more people are shot. They will continue to tell you to your face that they don't care. It's time to throw away their games and never support them again. Again, with every tragedy, everybody's going to use it to perpetuate their own pet project and their own ideas. Everything that they already advocated for is able to be amplified by it. I'm not saying that Mark Kern's motives aren't pure or whatever, but I'm just pointing out that everybody has their own little pet project that they're pushing here. It's time to throw away their games and never support them again. This is another Microsoft dev studio, and this clip is from their Indiana Jones game they released last year. They clipped it and posted this yesterday. This was on September 15th, so the post was from September 14th. Cruelty Squad creator shares fan-made map that allows reenactment of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Wow. So, in response to these game devs being... Oh, fuck. You should have let me know. Yep. I'm going to fuck up the screen shares here quite a bit. Let me... I need the host to pay attention.
Just par for the course.
Yeah. I apologize. Okay, this is the tweet. Good Kitty from Bethesda. This is the one from Mark Kern. Cruelty Squad creator shares fan-made map that allows reenactment of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Right? In response to the tremendous amount of people in the games industry who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, they started a Steam curator list. Charlie tweets detected. Basically, if you know, similar to the Sweet Baby Ink detected list. If you said horrible, egregious things, your games are going to go on the list, right? Now this one blew my fucking mind. Glorifying Charlie Kirk's death will not be tolerated. It will all be removed and bans will go around on r/Lord of the Rings. To which this person said, isn't this sub about Lord of the Rings? Like, where the fuck are we, right? Now, I think it's possible that this got posted there originally. I saw it on r/comics. Frodo, no! Sauron was a family man. Political violence is never acceptable. Our thoughts and prayers are with Sauron's family during this difficult time, right? Which obviously is to straw man the people supporting the idea that we should not celebrate the murder of a person, right?
I saw another, what's it called? I think I saw a post or two where they do the cringe thing where they take a fictional character and say, this character wouldn't advocate for what, kind of like how it was like Mario would support the gays or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, God. Can't make this shit up. From r/Pop Culture Now, a post from Occupy Democrats. My observation from the last few hours of monitoring U.S. social media is that Democrats are universally denouncing political violence and calling for calm, while MAGA are escalating rhetoric and lusting for retribution against broad categories of people they identify as their enemies. Oh, is that so? Okay, let me go on to the next thing here. Urgent, FYI, after Charlie Kirk on the Sky app, Blue Sky, there are people asking for who the next person to be targeted should be. These include J.K. Rowling, Matt Walsh, Trump, Ben Shapiro, Libs of TikTok, Elon Musk, and Andy No. Trump next, please. Elon next, please. Go get Trump next. Yeah, let's look at this real quick. Yeah, remember, the left, they have been angels. They've denounced everything and they've had no crimes, nothing egregious at all.
That I speak the truth and I speak facts, but I literally have never said anything to invoke violence. And I challenge somebody to go and find a clip of a Democrat invoking violence.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and bring her up?
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men
most of them radicalized right, to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
Honestly, I could think of like a half dozen more that they didn't include. To be honest, like fuck.
Half a dozen?
Bandai Namco condemns mock-ups of gunpla models of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Bandai Namco just posted a statement about their brand being appropriated for this horrific mock-up of a toy figure depicting Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yep. Oh yeah, protect your neck. Yep, that's classy. Oh, debate this. Wonderful. Good job, guys. Are the left evil? Yeah, gee, I don't know. Twisted T-shirt pays tribute to Minneapolis church killer Robin Westman. Protect trans kids. Yep. But that's not it. Raise funds to stop the injustice against DeCarlos Brown Jr. You know, the guy who stabbed the Ukrainian refugee in the neck in North Carolina?
The one released 14 times?
Yeah, I love that too. I love that too. The judge kept sending him to a facility, a rehabilitation facility that they were like part owner of, which number one is obviously a conflict of interest. Number two proves that your rehabilitation program does not fucking work. Disgusted ex-Democrats registering Republican after Charlie Kirk murder. Evil is walking among us. I want to share this with you.
You're welcome. I think the assassination of Charlie Kirk, everything that happened here is fucking horrible. I think it is horrific. Awful. I think it is terrible. And I'm aware that some people have been celebrating this. I find that to be fucking disgusting.
Conservatives welcome the culture war. Go ahead.
They welcomed every single fucking person like this. And then they're realizing, oh, we should have kept the crazies out of our fucking politics.
Yeah, I want to share, honestly, I didn't expect this, but the video that punched me the hardest was Shoe on Heads. I want to share this clip with you guys.
Your friend wouldn't celebrate you being murdered, of course. But if they would celebrate an exact clone of you that wasn't you, that had all the same opinions, or some of the opinions that you have, if they would celebrate that clone being murdered, they're not your friend.
Fuck.
Like, the only person I can think of to celebrate their death is maybe Adolf Hitler. And a couple of, like, how in the world would you, like, how can you celebrate somebody's death? Like, seriously.
For those who don't understand the problem, ABC News, 87% of Democrats view Trump as a fascist. NPR, 47% of Democrats say the rise of fascism is their top political concern. Rutgers, 55% of Americans on the left believe assassinating Trump would be at least somewhat justified. 55%. 55% of the left believes that it would be acceptable to murder the president.
Well, we already got our first taste when they tried to assassinate Trump.
Yeah,
right?
and I think honestly, I think that the biggest wake-up call for the left right now has been the fact that when Trump was almost murdered, which, by the way, I just want to make this abundantly clear. What happened to Charlie, with blood gushing from his neck, You were meant to experience that with President Trump. As we discussed in podcast, I think it was 264, the photographer who came up right up to where Trump was. And remember, this is the only rally he did to be streamed live on CNN. The photographer came up close using a special lens designed to shoot high-speed photos.
Wow.
Specifically so that he could capture an exploding head of the president. And that is the reason why there is one photo for which you can see the bullet zipping past his head. In reality, with a regular camera, there is absolutely no way you would ever be able to get it on camera, even if you're filming a video. You would not be able to recognize it as anything more than a disturbance of some pixels, right? And it's like a blur, even on the high quality, high speed photo. Just a reminder, though, that they intended for you to experience what you're experiencing about Charlie Kirk, about your president. That was the plot. And I think it's a huge wake-up call to the left that when Trump was nearly killed, they claimed he faked it. They claimed he bladed his ear. They claimed that he should have been shot. They said, aim to the right next time or whatever. Like, they had all sorts of statements, right? Like basically supporting and advocating for his murder. And nothing happened to them. Nothing. Right now, we're going to look at some consequences that they're experiencing regarding the Charlie Kirk stuff. And I just want to point out, I have like a whole fucking window of stuff I'm not including here just because it's too repetitive. Now, before we get into that, let's look at this real quick. They knew what they were doing. They're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. Right? Joe Biden, there's no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. Wait a minute. What did he say before? Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are a threat to the very soul of this country. Donald Trump is the greatest threat to our democracy. Donald Trump is the genuine threat to this nation. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat to everything America stands for. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, right? Poses threats. We lose everything. Charlie Kirk was a MAGA Republican. And now he's dead because of statements like this perpetuated all day, every day, in unison, repeatedly, forever. Am I inciting violence by using dehumanizing terms like Nazi and Hitler? No, it is the gun that is guilty. Teacher allegedly showed Charlie Kirk assassination video to 10 and 11-year-olds, told students he deserved to be killed. They are so evil that they will show one of the most gruesome murders ever caught on camera to children. Because why? Gotta start them when they're young. He deserved to die. Fascists deserve to die. Nazis deserve to die. Kill them.
Sorry.
Just like Hassan earlier.
There's even
That's
more
why they
Hassan
do
clips.
this. Oh, a ton more, yeah. So this guy was actually in Canada, by the way.
Rip Bozo, rip us.
But this teacher was from South Carolina, I will say. Yeah, South Carolina. Teacher no longer employed for saying America became greater after Charlie Kirk shooting. Scott Pressler said the sheer amount of teachers celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination should make every parent in America consider homeschooling their children. Millie Weaver said The same people blaming the guns are the ones celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. They don't really care about the sanctity of life. It's about control and taking your ability to defend yourself from them, enacting their violent fantasies on you. Tim Pool said, Charlie won the debate, and that's why these people took his life, because they had no response to someone who so thoroughly won the debate. Now, Jordan Peterson had a very poignant quote where he said, what's so funny?
Nothing. Never.
Where he said, God gave us mouths so that your ideas could die in place of yourself. Meaning that when we debate our ideas, the function, the ability to speak was an evolutionary advancement in order to prolong life by allowing us to argue instead of going straight to fighting for whatever we wanted or believed in, right?
Sorry, I was just thinking of this Jordan Peterson clip or quote.
Thanks, Reese.
Oh, sorry.
I got to do this one. I have to do this one a very particular way so I don't get copyright claimed. Okay, sharing with audio.
He is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing.
All right, anyway. She says his death will mean nothing. This is in Korea. We are Charlie Kirk. I think this is in Germany or France. I'm not sure where this one was. Italy.
I love how horrifically wrong she was. Just absolutely wrong on so many levels.
Yeah. It's Australia. I just want to point out, like, the left did not know anything. They knew absolutely nothing about Charlie Kirk. People like this woman.
Clearly.
Their entire belief system surrounding Charlie Kirk was lies told to them by their own side. And the perception that they should have about him was framed and anchored through being told what his ideas were and what his statements were, rather than actually listening to them.
I never really followed any of his stuff.
Mhm.
And I kind of already explained this to you, but just for everyone else. When he, obviously I knew who he was, and so when I heard that he had died, like, I saw people celebrating or being flippant and saying like, well, he kind of deserved it and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, I don't understand why you have this feeling towards him. Like, explain to me what his worst aspect is, because I don't see that. Like, I've only seen a few at the time. I had only seen a few clips of him, just him debating random people and him not making like crazy arguments, just normal like conservative arguments.
Mhm.
And
but he was
the
very
person
effective at it, yeah.
Well, sure, but I never even really paid attention to those arguments. It's just like, okay, some guy making arguments, right?
I'm in the same boat. Just to back up what you're saying, I never watched his show. And I saw clips of it every once in a while show up places. I never actually went out of my way to watch his stuff. I certainly wasn't subscribed to his channels. I wasn't going to Turning Point's website and watching the show live.
I saw a couple shorts and I was like,
shorts, exactly. I saw shorts.
Yeah.
I saw shorts. But here's the problem. He was transforming the landscape of America in schools. His organization was called Turning Point USA. He started it when he was 18 years old, just before Donald Trump was elected. He died at 31. and he's been advocating for conservatism and traditional values his entire life, and he was winning people over across the board, and that's why he was a threat, and that's why people hated him so severely. I'm not saying that they knew. I'm not saying that they celebrated and plotted his death because of this. I'm saying that because he was so effective, he was demonized by the leadership on the left, and therefore everybody who heard about him was only being given the filtered version of what happened. They didn't look it up for themselves. They never watched his content. They never challenged their own belief systems based on the arguments he actually made, right? He was a master debater, right? He was a Christian. He wasn't a masturbator, right? So anyway, continuing from here. I thought this was hilarious. McDonald's flag at half-mast today. Oh, shit.
We're still looking at the...
I'm sorry. God damn it. The stop screen share button is right next to the one that switches it.
Just to finish what I was saying earlier,
Yeah,
the person I was talking to and who was saying that they were happy that he died, or at least they didn't care, and the world would be better now that he is dead, is the kind of comments they were making. I asked, well, what is the worst thing that you've heard him say, to make you hate him so much? And I told them straight up, I don't want to have a debate. I just want to know, see it from your point of view, right? And the biggest thing they said was that he believed gay people should be stoned to death. And then so I went and looked up that quote and the context around that quote, and it's obviously mischaracterized.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a problem with gay people. He wanted them in the conservative movement.
Mm-hmm.
It was a technical debate on whether or not the Bible specifically supports the idea of you being gay and whether or not it's a sin. And Christians, if you follow the Bible, different Christians have different beliefs on what parts of the Bible they want to believe in, so whatever. But he believes in the part of the Bible that says that being gay is a sin. And clearly it doesn't affect his judgment of gay people. He's still happy to work with gay people. It's just he was debating Miss Rachel, who was saying that the Bible supported people being gay.
Mm-hmm.
And so on that technical argument, he brought up the one quote that's very clearly against people having gay sex, and that goes on to say that the punishment should be being stoned to death. So he wasn't suggesting that should be a punishment. He was just bringing up that's the kind of stuff when it's in the Bible, that's when the discussion of homosexuality comes up in the Bible, that's the quote that's in there.
Right.
And so it's
we'll look at actually that exact statement came up. That's what got Stephen King in a lot of hot water, and we'll look at that in a moment.
And so my whole point is that the one thing, I just give me the worst thing. It's already we're in bad water, because that one isn't once you look up the context, it's not as bad as okay, now I hate you so much that I'm going to kill you, right? It's a normal conservative Christian conservative take on.
There are people who have
thing.
brought up more mild things like that. That's kind of oh, he was hateful or whatever, and then it's okay, so I guess it's fine that he was killed because of that. Is that what you're saying? He deserved to die because he had an opinion? Jeez.
And you go down the list of all the things, there's a number, he was against the civil rights laws or whatever, and it's okay, well, there's a bunch of context that explains that, and it's every time you go and look at any of these complaints,
so one of the claims I had actually seen him make and knew that it was accurate, that people were bringing it up, except that their characterization of it was inaccurate, was the claim where he said that black people were better off under slavery than they are currently in America.
I already know where this is going. It was probably how come they were so much more successful with their family unit and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's what he goes in to explain, that from that perspective on Black families and lineage and support groups amongst themselves. That was the point he was making, right? That like we have done such a disservice that we've convinced you that you're better off today. But and obviously the way that they're framing it is that he's saying Black people should be slaves again. And what he's actually pointing out is that how far have things gone that you are actually worse off today. Like, not to say we should return you to slavery, but to say that we have a serious problem in the Black community that we're going to need to start addressing and tackle. Otherwise, things will only continue to get worse, right? Now, I'd like to address some of the comments here now that we're an hour and 20 minutes in. Cool to T, you said, I need the podcast after how my day went. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. If it's anything like how my wife's day went, it was filled with tears because you watched Charile Kirk's like vigil thing on Turning Point USA. Ronan Jaw says, R.I.P. Charile Kirk. We'll come back to that. These two, okay. I don't know about this. Is this a tragedy? I don't know what that is in reference to, but yes. I'm still haunted by the clip, right? I mean, I don't want to see it again, personally. Cool Tutti says it was planned and people were cheering it. I do think it was planned. JT Vega says, I saw it. Cool Tutti says, don't show it. The clip broke me in a way I haven't felt before. Yeah, it was not fun to see. There are clips of the bodyguards. They all smile. I don't know quite how to like parse it personally. We'll look at it in a bit. Oh, you also saw it at work. I actually left work early. Oh, that's nice. That's an OSHA violation. When my boss sent it to me, can I get him in trouble and get paid for the rest of my life to not work? Perception. We need to return of 360 cameras. Can't go back to the Shire. Yeah. It seems trans or queer psychosis is a problem. The bitter 9/11 clingers. How dare this man wear a DBZ shirt? Yeah. Kaiser Neko did too, and I don't know if I can fully enjoy DBZ. I mean, fuck, man. I mean, you're a bit late on that game, right? This guy looks like he belongs in Arkham Asylum. That's the demonic guy. Like, did you see all the blood? That fucking weirdo. This is getting extreme. I like Sean as a voice actor, but how he acted has made me never want to interact with him as a person. Sean Chiplock. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I wasn't going to buy Ghost of Yote anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Is the game a celebration, a troll, or are you reenacting? Does it make a difference? I don't think it matters. I think that how quickly it came out is in bad taste, right? Trump was millimeters from Charlie. What do you mean by that?
In his assassination.
I don't know. They live in a bubble, absolutely. You've seen clips that been cut. Charlie said that, but he backed it up with a Bible verse. Lefties obviously use media. People that living in lies saying Charlie is hateful is just because he's telling the truth. Yep.
Something I think I really appreciate, like, so I'm in the same boat as you guys where I never like actually properly watch them. You just see the odd clip here or there.
Yeah.
When this happened, like it was devastating even to me, and I didn't even like freaking watch this dude.
And again, I mean, I'm just gonna point out again. Oh, he's not martyr material. He touched the lives of people all over the world. I have a clip. I'm not gonna be able to find it like rapidly here, but I have a clip of a guy. He filmed like a TikTok saying like, I tried going to my normal church today and there's no parking. Like I am walking to church from 3 blocks away because church is actually like exploded in attendance after Charlie's death. Right. And he's just basically like praising, God and, I guess, looking at the situation in a positive light, that even in death, Charlie is saving people, kind of thing, right? It's kind of the idea.
So
Anyway,
the thing I was originally going to say though was there's that one clip where the one girl who looks very what do you call it? What's the word for the ones that have colorful hair and everything?
Insane.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. So she looks like she's gonna be insane, and she's the one who basically just says like, I don't actually know anything about you, so I just want to clarify, is like your pro-life stance because of like the Bible or whatever? And he said, while I'm like, you know, religious and everything, I can, all my points are defensible from a
secular point of view. Yeah.
A non-religious perspective. And I really appreciate that about him. Like, I don't know if he does do that necessarily in all of his.
Well, I think I would argue that he does, in the sense that perhaps more towards the end of his life.
I'm just saying simply because I haven't watched him.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I'm just saying that I think he does, because the default position most Christians would make that would be biblically influenced would be like the absolute head in the sand, complete unending, unconditional support of Israel, right? And as we'll see, you know, like Charlie did advocate for Israel and whatnot for much of his life, but then right at the end there, he started to pump the brakes on it, right? And I think that is evidence of him wrestling with the fact that, you know, what he believed needed to be backed up by reason rather than just blind adherence, which is where you might think that most of your positions are default positions given to you by the Bible, so to speak, right?
So what I'm basically saying is, under the premise that that's true, that like all of his positions he would use that perspective, like that's the way to do it, because you can't talk to someone who doesn't believe and expect something like because God, because the Bible to be a compelling argument. You're not going to get
because
people
the Bible
to your
says
side.
so isn't a proper argument when you're trying to be realistic.
Well, if you're trying to win over people who don't believe in the biblical teachings of Christ,
that's not going to hold the power.
Yeah,
that
that's
it does
not
to you.
going, like telling somebody that's, you know, not Christ-like, like I don't fucking care, right? Anyway, so McDonald's flag at half-mast today. I thought this was fucking hysterical. My guess, I'm pretty sure this was actually on 9/11, so that's, you know, a little different, obviously, but my guess is that when they lowered the American flag and took a step back and looked, they said, it feels bad. It feels not right to have the McDonald's flag flying higher. So let's lower that too, right? That's my guess of what happened. Cleveland fire chief removed from duty over incendiary Charlie Kirk social media post. Secret Service employee who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination put on immediate leave. Office Depot fires insensitive staffer after refusing to print Charlie Kirk vigil poster. This lady, they look exactly as you expect, right? DC's Red Hood series canceled after writer Gretchen Felker Martin mocked Charlie Kirk's shooting, claimed police weren't people. Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch. Not sure why you had to censor the word Nazi, but not the word bitch. And though you then don't censor the word Nazi and do censor the word bitch here. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk. Kept seeing people trigger warning Red Hood #1 for suicide. And for the life of me, I could not figure out why. Until I remembered it opens with a bunch of cops shooting themselves. I just don't really consider them people. Wow. MSNBC fires Matthew Dowd after comments on Charlie Kirk's shooting spark outrage.
With the context of the hope the bullet's okay comment, on the same day, I also seen a bunch of people saying that, I don't know if it's true. I didn't see anything that actually corroborated it, but they were saying that J.K. Rowling had cancer. And they were saying
that was
like
fake.
That was fake.
I
do have that as well.
But
I don't have it in the lineup, but
the people were making the joke like, oh, it's operable, and you know, maybe we can save the cancer. You know, and like,
Oh, right.
It's like just dumb comments. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. So here's what Matthew said.
But following up what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this.
Can you turn it up a bit?
Who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
So that's what he said about Charlie. And then,
you know, it's true. Then you get fired.
So he says this about Charlie. MSNBC Public Relations tweeted out statements from MSNBC President Rebecca Cutler. During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. To which Greg, of all people, said, post this on your main account, not a PR account that no one even knows exists.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Stephen King forced to delete lie about Charlie Kirk and getting skewered by everyone. I was wrong and I apologize. I'd say Stephen King should be ashamed of himself, but what's the point? So this person said Charlie Kirk was not a controversial or polarizing man. Charlie was a patriot. This is a turning point, and we all need to turn in the right direction. Rest in peace, my friend. To which Stephen King said he advocated stoning gays to death. Just saying. Now, somebody included this actual tweet from Charlie as well to add even more context about his position on this. I believe marriage is one man, one woman. Also, gay people should be welcome in the conservative movement. As Christians, we are called to love everyone. I will always stand against people who wish to establish their own personal values as a reason to kick others out of our movement. So Stephen King said, I was wrong and I apologize. I have also deleted the post.
Too late.
Bookstore removes Stephen King books from its website after his Charlie Kirk smear.
I think this is stupid.
I totally agree. I don't agree with any of this shit. Like the cancel culture. Why the fuck are we doing this?
Well, I'm sure we could talk about the cancel culture like going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's much worse examples, but like this one specifically, he saw it was wrong, apologized, and took down the tweet. What else do you want him to do?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we all admit that the left has skewed the picture on Charlie and his opinions by clipping short segments and making fucking, hey, what do you call it? Hey, what do you call it? The saying where you make a lot out of a little thing, right? Whatever that saying is.
Mountain out of a molehill?
There you go. Sure. Whatever. And based off of a skewed molehill, right? And so he fell for it. He didn't look into it. He saw this opinion. Then he informed himself and realized he was wrong and apologized for it. Like, what else do you want for someone? And then people are saying they're canceling him and they want his books taken out of bookstore. Like, fuck off.
So Stephen King movie The Long Walk has flopped at the box office after author caught spreading Charlie Kirk misinformation. Breaking, Jimmy Kimmel pulled off ABC by Disney after spreading misinformation.
I don't think that was related to his Charlie Kirk comments.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems weird to say.
It was like a 50-year-old novella. It's like if it wasn't made a movie between when it was written and now, it probably wasn't very good in the first place.
Yeah, so Jimmy Kimmel was pulled off of ABC by Disney after spreading misinformation about alleged Charlie Kirk killer. Let me play this with audio.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize
this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
Now, while I don't think it's very funny, I also don't think it is that ridiculous of a statement to have been made. Do we know what night, like when did he say this? Was this on Friday or is this on like... Because, you know, like the closeness to the actual...
It was on Monday from memory.
Yeah. It definitely belittles Charlie Kirk, but I don't think anything was so over the line that, you know, it's out of bounds. I think it's absurd that we're treating everything the way that we currently are. Or I guess
I feel like they probably used this as an excuse to get rid of him because Colbert was yeeted, right?
Yes. So that was actually my next point. I don't think this was over the line. What I do think is that ABC needed an excuse because the ratings have been so awful on the late night shows going on for years now that they needed a reason to be able to ban or like to end his series, to cancel it.
Not to mention Colbert was the #1 in their block or whatever.
And Kimmel
so
was
they
number
canceled
2. They already
him.
canceled the #1. Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if you have it in your list of articles, but I'm not positive on the timing. So the FCC guy, something Carr or something his name is, did kind of come out and put pressure and say something about like, well, maybe we have to do something to like make these broadcasters take action. And I kind of don't agree with that. I think as the FCC guy, you should probably avoid implying that you're going to infringe on First Amendment right.
I think this is an egregious overstep of oversight.
But there are some caveats. One, ABC is run on the broadcast standard of like over the air. It's not cable, so it's more tightly regulated because there's only so many broadcast bands, like frequencies, because it operates over the air. It's literally like radio. Yeah. And so because there's only so many frequencies, they are like they treat it as a public easement essentially that they license out to companies, and so they want those bands used for specific purposes. And my understanding is that they've licensed it out so that Jimmy Kimmel's time slot is meant to be not news. It's meant to be like entertainment. And so if you're not appeasing the public, like there could be an argument. I don't know. That seems like a slippery slope and a weak argument to me. But
I am 100% not behind the firings and canceling. I mean, there are some of them that I can understand. And just a reminder, right, that going back ages now, people on the right have been fired or sued for not doing business with people they didn't agree with, right? We had the bakers who didn't want to make the cake for the gay wedding, and the people who sued them over it. Yeah, the people who sued them over it literally went to numerous bakeries looking for one that would refuse them. We had that lady who refused to sign the marriage certificate after the judicial activism. I totally agree with her getting sacked, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to make a statement, fucking quit. It is not your position, especially as a fucking government employee, to go against the established law in the country. Now, granted, again, it was judicial activism by the Supreme Court. It was not actually codified in a law. There is a better way this should have gone down. I totally agree with that. But again, the statement you make is to resign from your position over it and be done with it. Not pretend like you hold the power and can withhold, abilities for people to get married. It's I don't adhere one way or the other to the what would be the word? Like I'm not jumping full bore on one bandwagon or the other, right?
The other thing about the whole week is that with all these I guess cancellations popping up, I get this weird feeling. I'm just like I don't know if this is what you want to advocate for, guys. Like, because I think there's three camps. There's the people who have outright changed their mind, their stance, so they're for cancel culture now. There's the people who are against cancel culture, but they're hypocrites and they're not seeing it. And then there's the people who are against cancel culture, but they're just so fed up with the left that they're like, retaliation, bitch. This is what you get. Get a taste of your own medicine. And maybe you'll think like, maybe cancel culture is not so good anymore. Which to an extent, I feel like that might actually be kind of working, because you see people now pushing, freedom of speech. It's like,
but they're only going to push that until they get the ability to use it again, right? Like,
absolutely.
Absolutely. That's the problem, though.
I do agree with you. Like, there are a bunch of people on the left that have been so retarded that they've pushed people to the right, and those people on the left have now brought their like cancel culture like habits and to the left, and now we're like, we're going to cancel you.
People are using the exact same language, like even channels that are on the right, how they're talking about like, this isn't canceling, this is accountability. And it's like, that's the exact thing.
That's exactly
what they said.
Like, freedom of speech doesn't equal freedom of consequences, but all that kind of shit. Yeah, like this
it's
is
the only difference is that this is a cause that I believe in.
Exactly.
So it's not. But who says what you believe in? Like who sets that?
I do agree that, like, basically, if you're going to be in an ideological battle with the left wing on principled stances, and one of your stances is, well, we don't do cancel culture, and then every time they get the ability to do something where they go and can cancel someone, they take advantage of it, and then but you don't. You never do it. It's like, it's almost like you're handicapping yourself against them, right? So I do kind of see how some people are saying like, listen, we've had 15 years of these fuckers canceling people for wearing anime shirts. The NASA guy, right? He had an anime shirt. They canceled him for that. He lost his fucking job at NASA because he wore a stupid anime shirt.
I don't think it was an anime shirt, but it had it was a shirt. No, I think it was like a Hula Girls or something.
What? Okay, fair enough.
I think it was a Hawaiian shirt with like
it was some
Hula Girls or something. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the cancel culture, and I've said this 100 times on the podcast before. People are addicted to the perception of power that they have. That something that they do. There was a moment in history on 4chan where they set up a webcam. That was, or they were able to hack into and see a traffic camera, and in that view, they could see a traffic cone. And so the board got obsessed with figuring out how, from their computer, from their keyboard, they could interact with the real world. So they called and had a pizza delivery guy go to those coordinates, and they watched him as he arrived and realized that there were no houses nearby. And he called to the person who called in the pizza saying like, hey man, I'm here. Where are you? Like, what's going on? And they said, hey, do you see that traffic cone? Yeah. Kick it over. Now, eventually the guy got freaked out and he left without touching the traffic cone. But the idea that they had managed to get real world change to occur before their eyes, sitting in front of their computer, was intoxicating. And that is exactly the same, power trip that people experience when they take part in cancel culture. When they, from their computer, are able to negatively or positively affect the lives of other people, it is simply intoxicating. And they are addicted to that power because, quite frankly, it's some of the only power that most of these people actually have, right? Now, again, Jimmy Kimmel was pulled off ABC, right? Continuing.
Okay, so going back to Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know if you saw, but like he was taken off by ABC, yes, and the FCC guy did come out and say something about implying that they were going to do something, but what's not being as widely circulated, which maybe this article would go into, I'm not sure, is Sinclair, which is the local affiliate for the ABC, wanted to take Kimmel off without the FCC and actually asked the FCC for help because ABC has it in their rules that they are in charge of the programming, and so Sinclair has to show the programming that ABC is giving, and they wanted the FCC to step in and say, actually, Sinclair doesn't have to listen to ABC and they can play whatever the hell they want because they think that their audience members in their area won't want to see Jimmy Kimmel. And along with the fact that their demo for like 18 to 40-year-olds or something is like 100,000 people. Like it's so small that they're not making any money off of it. So in an area that would support something like a tribute to Charlie Kirk at that time, they would be able to make a lot more money on. The fact that the ABC is forcing them to play something that not only is they're going to get low ratings, but they'll probably also get complaints about Jimmy Kimmel. This is a situation where like they were canceling him on their own, you know?
Yeah, no, 100%. And listen to this headline. Jimmy Kimmel Live replaced with Charlie Kirk tribute on Sinclair's ABC stations. Company demands Kimmel apologize and donate to Kirk's family and Turning Point USA. What the fuck? Like, we're going to actually, not only are we going to take your show, but now you have to give penance. You have to donate to Charlie Kirk's family and to his organization in order to grovel back to us and get us to maybe give you your show back.
And this is where the left is going to adopt the don't apologize thing that we've been talking about for years now, right?
I don't know if I have an issue with Sinclair saying we're not going to just like broadcast Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm fine with it. I just think it's crazy that they're also taking a step further as demanding an apology and more specifically demanding the donation.
Well,
this is one of those things. If this were the left, let's just say, and I don't know Sinclair's bullshit, whatever, but if this were a situation exactly like this, but on the left, no amount of money would be an appropriate amount for the donation. The scrutiny would go on forever. It was like, oh, you only give $1 million, you're worth $100 million. You know what I mean? Like,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is this is kind of like the Dankula Nazi pug thing, where it's like he made an offensive thing, and it's like, oh, now you're fined.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's not being fined. They're asking for a donation.
Yeah.
I know, but if they're coercing that out of you, that might as well be like we're essentially requesting
this already did happen though with George Floyd, right? When the George Floyd thing happened, how many people donated millions of dollars to Black Lives Matter? Even if they had nothing to do with it. Pokemon put out a statement and saying that we're donating $100K to Black Lives Matter just because George Floyd died. Like, what did Pokemon have to do with it? You know?
Right.
So I do understand that, like, yeah, if some like left-leaning local affiliate tried to cancel like Tucker Tucker Carlson and said, "Oh, well, we want Tucker Carlson to donate because he said that January 6th was good." Yeah, I do kind of see how you don't really want that happening. But
I think based on what you were saying, something like how, oh, it's supposed to be entertainment and not news. That's the only reason why this is like, I guess, not a bigger deal, because because otherwise, like, I guess their point they're trying to make is that this is like misinformation type deal, and obviously everyone hates misinformation, and you'd especially want some sort of like accountability if your news.
No, but that's like, you don't want that, because who determines what's misinformation, right?
Right.
When
That's the slippery slope, because
for the January 6th thing, right? It's like, oh well, if you say that Black Bloc Antifa were in charge of the people that actually broke into the Capitol, or the Boogaloo Boys or whatever the fuck, and it's not actually like the idea to overthrow the government, it was like a very small fringe group, oh, that's misinformation because we're the people in charge of the airways and we want to make a political hay out of this. You don't want to go down that road. So the misinformation thing, while I do agree, I do think that Kimmel was wrong in the fact that he's trying to imply that the shooter was from Manga.
You can't really do anything about it unless you basically make a ministry of truth.
Yeah, and Joe Biden tried that, right? And he got laughed out of, like, everyone laughed at him, and then he's like, okay, never mind. But it's kind of hard because as the owner, like ABC, right? My understanding is that Bob Iger asked him to apologize, and he refused to apologize. And that's really that was the linchpin of like, okay, fine, you're done. So like at a certain point, because you are representing the brand, you kind of are accountable, and it's their decision whether or not they want to hold you out. Ideally, you don't want to get taken down for what would be classed as misinformation, but also there's a time and place, and like maybe the day after the shooting, don't go on about how he's like.
A big issue with this is the fact...
It wasn't technically just the day after, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, but a big issue with this... Oh, fuck. What did you just say? I just totally lost my train of thought.
Maybe the day after, you don't want to go on about it. At a certain point, I could understand why the company would want to take it down because he's representing the brand.
Oh, yeah. A big issue of this is Obama repealed the Smith-Mundt Act, which is the legal protection that prevented news organizations from being able to propagandize American citizens, right? And so, on one hand, it's like the Nazi stuff is going to, like, you want to avoid publishing that shit, right? Especially now after it got somebody killed, right? But what he actually said specifically, personally, I thought it was pretty tame considering the rest of the shit I saw on the internet that I played most of, right?
Yeah.
Now, granted, I want to address here, continuing, She-Hulk star Tatiana Maslany turns urges, good job, fans to cancel Disney Plus subscription over Jimmy Kimmel firing.
So the left and right are canceling Disney.
Fucking, you hate to see it, don't you? Right? Pedro Pascal.
I don't know who it was. It was some actor. It was in the news. I should have recorded it, but or like I should have saved the link. It was some guy signed up for a year's worth of Disney Plus just to cancel it. Like he put out a thing that said like, yeah, guys, I'm on your side. I canceled Disney Plus, and it's because the way it works with streaming services, it doesn't cancel based on when you cancel. It cancels based on the end of the period, right?
So he literally, in order to virtue signal, bought a year's worth.
Yes, and so the message says, just so you're aware, it's not going to
Effective,
cancel
like,
today.
It'll end in September of next
September
year.
18th, 2026 is when it's your subscription will end September 18th, 2026. So like he literally just bought it to cancel it.
So this one says Pedro Pascal defends Jimmy Kimmel over ABC suspension, but stopped short of calling for a Disney boycott. Never spoke up for Gina Carano. In addition, Roseanne Barr alleges that Barack and Michelle Obama directly pressured Disney and Bob Iger to fire her as free speech cancel culture arguments raged.
And Jimmy Kimmel was happy that she got fired.
And same when it came to Tucker. I've got that somewhere. Should I pull that up?
And he also joked about Trump getting banned off Twitter. Like, these people don't give a shit unless it's affecting them personally, right?
There was a clip of one dude who was like on college campuses or whatever, and he was asking them about like, how do you feel about the Charlie Kirk thing? It's like, well, you see, he said some hateful things or whatever, and no one should be canceled for their whatever saying something. And then Jimmy can't, or I can't remember what it was. The point is that it looks so bad when it's like, oh well, Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't be fired because that's his free speech. It was like contradicted completely.
Yeah. So here's Jimmy Kimmel celebrating Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox
News has severed bow ties with Tucker Carlson. After all these years, they are parting ways, which means he was fired. I mean, that's really what parting ways means. Tucker couldn't be reached for comment. He's already on a plane to Moscow to meet with his manager. But what a shock. I mean, what a
Nazi, right? Am I right? Like, fuck these
This
people.
is why it's hard to feel sympathy for their position of like, oh, now I'm canceled.
And that's kind of why I have a hard time with the cancel culture thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there are definitely levels of these things. Like, if you're making your opinion at the workplace, you know, that could be, if like, depending on how bad your opinion is, because there's also levels to how bad your opinion is, right?
Of course.
If you're going around and saying he deserved to die, that's one thing. If you're going around and saying I don't really care that he died, like I'm indifferent to it, that's kind of like, okay, like it's still maybe not the best thing to go around saying that right after he died, but like, whatever. The people that are celebrating it are the ones that are like, you definitely need to rethink your thought process for saying that. And then also, like, if they're attached to the brand, right? If you're like the Ghost of Yote people, where they're like literally in the bio, like, I work for Sucker Punch or whatever that company's called, and you're making those tweets or Blue Sky posts, you know, kind of, it's tied directly to the workplace. As the company, you're gonna tank our fucking business if people are pissed off about this. So, okay, maybe we do fire you. But then there was and there was a situation where a doctor was saying it in the hospital. It's like, do I have to worry about what political leanings my doctor is before I go to have a surgery? Because
I think that one particularly.
Yes, you fucking do.
Yeah, it's like I shouldn't have to. Like, that's insane that we live in that world.
I just want to reiterate again that for brevity's sake, I had massively condensed how much of the firings and the shit that we're covering. I've condensed it dramatically compared to what I've got over on this other window here that we could be going over, right? It is insane the level that people have gone to and the numerous, like the quantity of people who have advocated for horrible things and the people who've also gotten fired over it. Now,
but then there was also one where it was like, it was a teacher and he was saying that he made a post on his own Facebook account saying like, it wasn't celebrating. It was basically like, well, like, what do you expect kind of thing. And it wasn't like the worst comment you could make, but it wasn't a great comment.
Yeah, I just don't know where this this almost feels like, this feels weird. I don't know who's whispering in the ears of all these people that, you know, like, oh, this is stepped over the line. I don't even agree with the majority of it. Like, even, I mean, I saw somebody had taken, do I have it right here? Well, let me think.
Well, my point with him was that was on his personal Facebook account. It's like he's not really advertising that he works for a school, and it's like I don't know why you need to, that one. It's like it's separated enough from the school that I don't think he should really be fired, even if it was maybe even a kind of bad statement. Like people need to be able to have. I was thinking about this the other day. Like when you grew up in the 90s or 80s, whatever, and you had a bad idea, you had an idea that people shouldn't have, you would say your dumb idea to your like couple friends, and they would all say you're a retard, right? And then you'd be like, oh, I realize my idea is retarded, and I'm not going to say that again. Now you say your idea online, everyone has a screenshot of it recorded forever, and now if you take back your idea, it looks like you're walking back your idea, and it's like a shameful thing almost.
You're flip-flopping.
Yeah, people entrench themselves into their like comments, right? So now it's like, oh, well, I'm not just going to take it back and say, oh, yeah, I made a mistake, because also people weaponize you taking it down or you going back on it as well. So I mean, I don't really blame people for entrenching, but they literally do. And so it's like I don't know why we're so. Well, beyond the fact that they do it, and it's well, if they do it, like we should do it too. But like, society should not be in the game of let's punish everyone for their dumb idea that they tweeted at like 3 a.m. on the shitter, right? Like,
well, and we've looked at numerous times throughout the course of the podcast instances where people will make a joke that is a inside joke surrounding their specific niche like audience, and they'll get canceled over it when in their audience it has a completely different meaning, right? Like we have a ton of fucking inside jokes on the podcast.
I was going to say, I think of a particular podcast that we're kind of on right now.
That definitely also happens for sure.
So I want to point out, like I've seen a couple of memes or whatever come out of this. Hollow Point USA. I can appreciate the humor, right? It's gallows humor, but it's it's not like a cancelable offense, in my opinion. Also, Anon proposed a conspiracy. How could they possibly have missed his head? Gallows humor, right? In bad taste, probably, but when is it not, right? Now, Rolling Stone put out a few years ago, they put out this article, Why Cancel Culture is Good for Democracy. History has shown us that those in power are obsessed with turning any form of accountability into a bomb, right? People are losing their jobs for criticizing slain free speech advocate Charile Kirk. Oh no. Now, granted, although I disagree with cancel culture, and I disagree now with cancel culture, right? Like, just so we're clear. This guy says, breaking, a searchable database of more than 20,000 people celebrating Charile Kirk's murder will soon be available. Pull it in here. Charile Kirk was just murdered. Is an employee or student of yours supporting political violence online? Look them up here. Send us tips. Now, granted, I'm showing you this on an archive because this website, last I checked, is not up anymore. They put a shit ton of effort in just to possibly take it down. I don't know. I don't agree with this. I don't advocate for this. This is insanity to me. Look, I like when leftists say unhinged, insane things because to everybody else, they recognize it as insane and unhinged. And their choice, like shoe on head, to realize that many people that she considered friends who were on the left would celebrate her murder if it was somebody else who simply believed all the same things as her, made her realize these people actually do not care about her. Right? I advocate people being able to express the ugly sides of their beliefs because it shows the rest of the world a version of them that you may have been deluding yourself into believing did not exist. Granted, let's move past this. Also, you tried to ruin this kid's life for a smirk. Do not dare lecture us on cancel culture. Oh, hey, look, it's our shirt. Okay, not hula. It was Space Babes. The astrophysicist's life was ruined after landing a probe on a comet because he wore a shirt that a female friend had made for him. All right.
Can you zoom in on the shirt?
We want to see the hentai on his shirt, okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm surprised he had it made. I wonder how
It said his female friend made it for him, and it was a gift from her, if I recall correctly.
I think we need to bring back the 90s like Hawaiian anime shirt things.
The Dragon Ball,
yeah. Like we need those back in society. They were great.
All of life's problems will end if right. All right. After they removed Charlie Kirk from the scene in Utah, some guy walked over the crime scene and stole some hats.
Yeah, this is retarded. Like,
Let's go up, guys. Come on. Let's go up, guys. I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. What are you doing? Get the fuck out. Let's go. Yeah.
Yep.
how and why? Like,
Well, I mean, the majority of the people there were, well, maybe not the majority, but like a lot of people there were against Charlie, right? They're there to debate him, or
yeah.
So it makes sense that there's like dumb people that are like, well, let me steal a hat, ha ha ha.
I don't know one way or another what this person's affiliation was. I don't know.
Well, Random 11, if he hated him, that would be like going up to after Hitler's assassinated, grabbing some Nazi swastika hat.
He didn't even keep the hat. He
There
doesn't
was
keep
a-
a hat. He
there
throws
was a-
the hats into the
He's
audience.
spreading them around.
Probably
though.
all up
Like,
on eBay.
why would you
hats from this
spread?
Charlie shirt.
Funny you should mention that. This is a completely different guy wearing a hat. This dude, Elder TikTok, stole all the blood-soaked Charlie Kirk merch to sell on eBay and left his fingerprints all over an active crime scene.
Oh.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think you're going to get any fingerprints from the killer on the hat table.
It's true. Yeah. Fucked up though, right? Now, let me get through some of these comments before we get too far away from it. Jimmy Fallon won the Night Show war by just not being as controversial.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he's had his controversies.
To be fair, you could argue Kimmel is a different case because he's facing consequences for what he just said now, as opposed to old quotes from the past. Yeah, if he was getting canceled for old things in the past, it'd be going in blackface.
I was gonna say the
Like, come
blackface,
on.
yeah.
It's also, if the advertisers might pull out, let's compare him to a YouTuber who gets removed off of a platform. I think you may be talking about Misha Collins with the canceling a year of Disney Plus that ends next year. Cool TT says, I do believe if you call them, they will refund you and cancel the whole thing. Yeah, of course they will. But the point is that it was activism wrapped up in bullshit, right? Like, look at me. I'm with you. I am canceling in solidarity. Something that I bought just to cancel in solidarity, and also have done the exact opposite of the thing that my gesture is meant to show, because I gave them money instead of taking it, you know? The lady that made that shirt was a professional artist. Wow. All right, definitely. Did you see those babes? All right, Charlie Kirk's social media accounts have gained millions of followers since his murder. Nearly $5 million have been raised for Charlie Kirk's family following assassination, as Turning Point USA sees upward of 18,000 new chapter requests overnight. Charlie Kirk wanted, his ultimate goal was to reach 20,000 in general. They've more than doubled that. My wife was listening to the Charlie Kirk thing in the other room while I was preparing today. I heard them say it was like over 50,000 now, right?
Wow.
However, Stratford high school teens forming a Turning Point USA Club America were doxxed by adults sharing students' internal group me content in a Be the Change private Facebook group, urging 730 members operating in secrecy to also intimidate teacher sponsors. Reprehensible. These are kids. I have no words. Grown adults infiltrated a kids group chat to dox students who were forming a high school Turning Point USA club and threatened them and anyone who supported them. This might be one of the most deranged things I have ever seen. All right. Now it's where things get fucking weird. The shooting of Charlie Kirk, mysterious book on Donald Trump allies' murder, surfaces online, published day before the attack. On Amazon. The shooting of Charlie Kirk, a comprehensive account of the Utah Valley University attack, the aftermath, and America's response. Kindle. Publication date, September 9th. Okay. I am in a uniquely, I don't know what you would say, like a specific position here to acknowledge just how fucking weird this is. Because I am currently writing a book and have gone through the process to find out how you get it on Amazon and Kindle. Okay, now I'll come back to this in a minute. I want to point out this person has helped me make sense of this. The book was published on September 9th, right? He's talking about the book we were just looking at. Check this out. Another book published today. How the hell can you get a book published and up for sale in such a short time? Here's the other book. Charlie Kirk, The Shooting of Charlie Kirk, The Battle for America's Future. Okay. We all know how you can write a book that fast.
Clankers.
ChatGPT, don't even read it. Publish, right? This person seemingly asked ChatGPT, and the response was on Amazon KDP, Kindle Direct, which used to be Amazon CreateSpace, by the way. The publication date is something you choose during the setup process. By default, Amazon will assign the publication date as the day the book goes live, but you can manually set it to an earlier date if you want it to show as having been published the day before or even months/years earlier. Here's where things are weird, okay? I looked into this because I'm currently writing a book that I'm about to publish in the next couple months here. I'm ghostwriting for someone, if you haven't been here. To get on Kindle, Amazon requires a 72-hour window to approve your book. So even if you can backdate, where is it? God damn it. Even if you can backdate to September, right? Even if you could do that. The fact of the matter is, oh, hey, Funk Gun, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The fact of the matter is that you're still supposed to have a full 3-day period where Amazon reviews the contents of your book and determines whether or not it will publish it. I don't know how that fucking works. The only thing I can imagine is that if you already had a book that just so happened to go live recently, where you set the publication date for the 9th, but you uploaded it 2 months ago. And then the Charlie Kirk shit happens and you think to yourself, holy shit, I could get people to read a book that has nothing to do with this But maybe they'll grow to be a fan of me, and I'll sell a shit ton of copies for cheap just because people are curious over the fact that the book says it was published beforehand. Maybe on the day that he's murdered, you could generate an AI generated cover. Because why the fuck is there a tent here? Right? I mean, that tent is a lot more like what he would use, but the rest of it is like, what is that? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Camping tent.
They just, maybe it's a template about, I don't know. It's fucking weird, right? Maybe you could AI generate a cover and change the title and description after you've already published your book. Maybe.
Has no one read it?
It's gone. It's not on Amazon anymore.
Oh.
I don't know that anybody actually managed to get it. I don't know. I think it probably got reported rather
69 pages? Okay.
So then there's also this one. How many pages is this one?
101.
This one, I think this one came out on September 11th, right? Yeah, on September 11th. Publication September 11th. 101 pages for this one, right? So I don't know. That's fucking weird. I imagine it's possible that the 72-hour window is not strictly a full 3 days, and that it could be up to 3 days. And therefore, if you generate some AI bullshit, you could publish something quickly, and then nothing gets flagged as it checks to make sure, I don't know, you're not selling child porn or something. I don't know. And maybe that could explain how these books got up so quickly. It's fucking weird though, right? Anyway, moving past that. Going back. You can backdate the date on Amazon. It may have been AI generated with topics she wanted to discuss, referring to the person. These are just screenshots from the thing before it got taken down. I guess it's not really helpful to have this. But I do want to point out that on bookscouter.com, where this would be available to buy off of all of these places, it's not available anymore. None of these are going to work, just a heads up. It does say release September 10th. And it also says hardcover 81 pages instead of 69 or whatever. I don't know. That's weird.
Extended edition?
Don't know. All right. Now, Kevin George has a 2025 book on Burning Man. Okay. Oh, was that the other guy? The other name of the maybe? Was that this guy? Yeah, Kevin George. Okay. Yeah, cool. All right. So, we looked at the response. Here's what was sort of coming out, right? So Charlie got shot. Video of his getting shot showed up everywhere. And this person was the suspect. I don't know why it's black in this video for some reason. Let me share it with audio, though, so you can at least hear it. They're saying you have the right to remain silent. Right, so that's it. I want you to know that guy was arrested because it becomes important to know what happened after that. Kash Patel said the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. And that quickly became the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. To be honest, I now realize I don't think this was even that bald guy. It was a second guy. There were two people here. Tim Pool said they don't know who did it. A second suspect has been released in the investigation. That's who Kash Patel was talking about, by the way. So the guy I showed you was the first guy. I don't know. I've seen pictures and videos and stuff of the second guy. And when we look at the text messages in a moment, the actual shooter, or at least the guy that everybody is, the alleged shooter, who some people are referring to as the patsy. How about we say it that way? Addresses that the other guy who got selected was wearing similar clothes. The other thing I heard is that they found a guy who had a pellet gun in the back of his car, and so they thought they mistook him as as it being like a rifle to shoot Charlie Kirk, and they arrested him nearby or something. So two guys got arrested. One of them was the guy I showed you, and now they've been let go. Then Trump made a statement, and I want to show you this with audio. We're not going to watch the whole thing. By the way, we didn't really address it, but the Jimmy Fallon thing, it's kind of obvious that Trump might not have actually heard what the guy said and only heard the "how are you holding up," right? And apparently he also had been asked multiple times just before that by other people about the Charlie Kirk thing. He already made a statement about it. So here he is talking.
Filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
Okay. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Are united in shock and horror.
Or here.
Charlie was a patriot.
Right. That's a little awkward. What's going on here? Twitter users ask if Trump's video after Charlie Kirk shooting is AI made. What's next? Yeah. So they want to know if it's AI made. I'll tell you right now, it's not. What's happening in that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm such a fucking idiot. Okay. What's happening? They're using what's called a morph cut. It is an AI assisted Premiere Pro transition. And what it does is it analyzes the frame that you're cutting from and the frame you're cutting to, and it smooths out the motion in between. So you can actually see in the background that there is a teleprompter in the reflection here, and there is a guy operating the camera here.
Horror. Charlie was a patriot.
You can see the guy move over to the right. Trump's hands
are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
You can see there's like a weirdness there. So people assumed that this was an AI generated video, and I don't blame them. It actually like kind of feels like the Hey Gen videos at first glance, but the conspiracy theory was that Trump used AI to generate his response. And if you haven't been paying attention for a long time now, there's been theories that Trump's health is affected. I personally think he might have been poisoned when Putin was visiting, because it seemed like he disappeared for several days right after that. There's been the photos of his ankles swelling and whatnot. But we'll come back to that in just a second. J.D. Vance pulls out of 9/11 memorial at the last minute. This is, of course, on September 10th is when Charlie was killed. This was written on September 11th, or at least updated. Published September 11th. So he pulls out at the last minute. And why? Because he went to Utah to be there and carry Charlie Kirk's coffin onto Air Force Two. Right? J.D. Vance announces he will host the Charlie Kirk show on Monday. To which Taylor Lorenz says, "So glad our vice president is handling the important things in our country, like filling it on a podcast." As evidenced by that clip where the woman said that he would not be a martyr, it was kind of fucking important to the country and most of the world, right? Although I will say, from what I heard, there were technical difficulties up the ass on the actual episode that he did, because he did it from, I think, the White House. Not medically well. Trump's health questioned after his face was seen drooping at the 9/11 event. Now, again, this is not AI generated, other than the morph cut, which you could argue uses artificial intelligence of some degree. But that's the only instance of it, is like 19 seconds in, right? Trump's face was noticeably drooping at the 9/11 memorial thing. And people have been pointing out, like, the bruising and discoloring. They've been talking about this for probably months now. There's like, or I don't know, at least a month, about a discolored patch of makeup on his hand. The White House said that it was bruising. It's covering up bruising consistent with the amount of handshakes he does, which is the biggest load of shit I've ever heard. I think there is some problem with Trump's health at this time. I don't know that it's like life-threatening necessarily, but obviously, you know, this is a very demanding job and it's showing. Although I have to beg the question, if he did have a stroke, why wouldn't he just go and carry the coffin? You know what I mean? Like, instead of J.D. Vance. I asked my wife to look when she was watching the memorial thing that they did for Charlie Kirk at Turning Point today. And she said that when Trump spoke, he clearly did not have anything weird going on with his face. I don't know what to tell you. It's very strange. The timing of it's weird. And like I said, whatever your pet belief, your pet project is on this subject, there is evidence to support it. And if your anchor is that, oh, Trump is unwell, Trump's using it to distract, Trump did it, right? That you're going to have things that bolster your opinion on it. One of Trump's attackers wrote books? Really? Wow. Anyway, continuing from here. So, shortly after the videos surfaced of Charlie being killed, right? These started to circulate. So we're going to look at these real quick with audio. Yep. It's such a fun thing having to switch back and forth, isn't it? So.
Getting right up. Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. Now he's right there. Just saying. Just getting right up.
All right. So they saw the guy get into position. This is moments before Charlie was shot. And then there's also this video that surfaced. Now, if you're looking, you can actually see the shooter running away. Charlie, they're freaking out because they just heard the gunshot. They don't know what happened. Charlie's tent is right here. Okay.
Is this camera like on a tripod already or something? Like, they seem rather calm.
They did a really good job, I guess. Now I'm going to show you guys this video does a pretty good job of slowing it down. Oh, should have shown you from here. I had that pulled up on purpose. Oh, look at me. Look at me not sharing this. Right? You can see that. Now, this guy, I'm getting better, don't worry. This guy did a really good job hand stabilizing it, so you can see.
And he goes running. Now, it looks like he's running to the left, and I guess he kind of is running to the left. Let me play it again.
So
Now let's go out.
once you see it like that, you can really make out. You know, he picked up the gun, and he has the gun wrapped in a towel, by the way. That's how they found it eventually, as we'll get into. So he's picked it up and he started hauling it to run, right? Now, I just want to show you, I found this footage and I really liked it. This is after the event, right? Oh, I'm not even showing. He was perched right here. He had a very clear shot, right? Like a lot of people were saying, like, I don't even know that he'd be able to see him or if it would be obstructed by the awning and stuff. I think we can say definitively that if I can see it from this high up, that he would have had no trouble whatsoever seeing where Charlie was, right? Like you can see all the way to the back. His head would have probably been like right here. And that's with it, like, you know, an extra 15 feet in the air. Right? If you were laying down on there, and I think it would be the cleanest shot you could possibly make, right? Now, after that, this came out.
If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner.
You can barely hear it.
So here you see that upper.
So he's running across
upper
here.
Building. He's going to come out on the right.
There he is, right? Can we get us off screen for a minute? There we go.
Moves to this far right corner.
Now, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said that depending on the frame you're looking at, you both can and cannot convince yourself that he's actually holding the rifle. Now, my guess is that he's got it across his chest. That he's running with it like this at the moment, right?
He does. He's going to climb off the edge.
Now, look, I'm pretty sure that it's right here. That's the barrel up into his arm or something right here. I'm going to let that go back a little bit. We'll watch that again.
Upper building. He's going to come out on the right. Moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges.
You can see the towel at the very least. He jumps down.
There's a shoe imprint.
I'm pretty sure he's holding the gun.
The suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. It's important to note his black T-shirt.
But again, it's very strange.
There appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence.
Okay.
I'm gonna bounce for a hot minute, guys, but I'll probably be back because this will be a long,
cool,
a long session.
All right, so I'm gonna give you guys some clarity. Oh, what? How'd that happen? Don't trick me into thinking that. Hold on.
But by the way, the old man, did you have the update of
Yes.
the other thing he's charged for?
Yes, we'll get to that.
You saw that? We got the super chat?
Yeah.
He addressed it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So video footage versus satellite map comparison to Charlie Kirk event. So this is where he was on the roof. This is where Charlie was, right? It was a straight shot. That's him, right? So this is where that camera was, in this walkway area thing, this thing above it. Behind Charlie was actually an opening. And when they grabbed him, they ran this way and got in a vehicle and drove him to the hospital from here. So here is the other video where the person was able to see them up there. They've positioned the camera like this, that this is where that person would have been to see that, right? Continuing. FBI Salt Lake City said, we are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charile Kirk at Utah Valley University. Right? Pretty sure any enlisted can tell you how to run with a rifle slapped across back. Yeah, see, the problem is that I have seen dozens of people in the military claiming that this was a professional hit, or I've just seen every angle from it. I've seen people say that like 4 weekends shooting at the range and you'd be able to hit a 200-yard shot or whatever it is. I've seen people say like, no, nobody could do that unless they were a sniper. A trained sniper could be the only one who could possibly make that shot. I've seen people say that when you run with a rifle, you run with it, like this in your hand as you run. That's not to say that this asshole would run that way. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. Who can say? Now, the question, of course, is where the fuck is the rifle here? That's the question right now. Now, I just want to point out, I thought this was pretty funny. Like,
weren't one of the, I don't know, people that described it was like he was walking with a stiff leg or something.
We'll look at
like
that in just a second. Yeah, that's coming up really soon.
Well, why ask the question?
So, the Cool 2T says, did the old man play Brown Dust too? Look at
no, I feel like more Brown Dust 2 might have kept him away from that.
So I thought this was pretty funny. If you guys don't recognize it, this image on the right features a old school photo that seems to feature somebody that people claim is like a time traveler, because he's wearing sunglasses and whatnot. He's wearing what appears to be a hoodie and a more modern printing technique on the shirt. It's kind of an old photo in conspiracy circles that's been going on for a while. And he looks just like the shooter when you look at this shitty ass quality footage that the FBI released, right? Now, they also posted more images, including these. So the running theory is that he has the rifle stuffed in his pants, which would make sense if not for the fact that this leg is bent. Now, the rifle is like just under 4 feet. Barrel to... Now, obviously, if you don't shoot, right, your first thought might be, and this is my first thought, just so we're clear, it's not hard to field strip a weapon. But the specific weapon that they claim he used, that they found in the trees area, the wooded area, that weapon requires a tool to field strip, and you don't actually cut off that much by stripping it, because it's got a wooden
furniture
stock and everything, and the barrel itself is super long. So even if you did field strip it, you're only cutting off, like 8 inches, right? Now, my thought was, if you nestled the gun directly under your shoulder here, and you put it down into your pant leg, maybe it would be like right at your knee. And then if that were the case, then you could bend your leg the way that he appears to be bending it in this photo. Now that I think about it, actually, I can't see it from this one. I'm pretty sure that is his right leg bending, because all of these photos, his right leg seems to be straight, except for that one. Okay, just making sure that wasn't actually his other leg. So it's pretty clearly bent, right? Now, there's more to it than this.
I will say that he was found with a screwdriver on the roof, right?
Okay. I still don't think... it's very possible that he reassembled it after the fact. It seems crazy to me that somebody would. I don't know how quickly you could field strip this weapon. I think that
because he also took a half an hour up there, right? So I think it's like from the time he got up there to the time he shot was
Yeah.
about a half an hour, they're saying.
But he ran away immediately after.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I think it's possible that he broke it
assembled
down to get there,
Mhm.
assembled it. But yes, I agree that I don't think there's evidence that he broke it down to get out.
Yeah.
Because he also left his screwdriver there, and they found it put
with his
together.
prints.
So
Yeah.
like if the screwdriver's up on the roof, and they found the screwdriver on the roof, then how did he put it together in the forest?
You're
right?
making
So I think he did. I think we are seeing the gun under the towel there.
Yeah.
And it's full. It's not taken apart at that point. I don't think it can be.
right.
For
So he
for
would've-
the government's timeline to make sense.
so he would have had to run away. So he might have it disassembled here. That's
Yes.
fair. And it's possible that because it's so large that he has his backpack is carrying the stock of it, right? And then his pant leg has the barrel. That actually makes sense because then you put the barrel all the way up into your shoulder, and it probably would, losing that 8 inches or so, get it right to your knee, where you would be able to bend your pant leg, your leg like this, and have it possibly allow you to maneuver that way. That seems plausible, right? But getting away, and that also might explain why he had to ditch it in the woods nearby. We're going to look at how far away it is, by the way, in just a second. So Matt Wallace said, I used Grok AI to turn the photos into videos. $100,000 reward for anyone who finds him. That
Bad
is
use of Grok.
psychotic. Holy shit. Did you learn nothing from the Rittenhouse trial? Oh my God. Get somebody else killed, why don't you? Oh my gosh. Now, I love this one. So he lost the butt chin and grew out sideburns in less than 24 hours? It's because it's an AI rendering you absolute circus peanut, right? Like, yeah, because once they eventually got the person they're claiming it is, he didn't look anything like the AI upscaled version. No duh, right?
But all the
Let us all
boomers
learn.
too, like they don't even understand that it was an AI upscale.
Yeah.
So it's like it's so wrong for them to have done that.
Yeah.
And have those images like
Yes.
spread.
All right. Breaking. The FBI has recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area where the assassin fled after killing Charlie Kirk. The suspect is believed to be college-aged. Investigators have collected footwear impressions, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis, the FBI says. So they found the gun, right? Now I want to show you guys this. So this is a Ring doorbell, not a doorbell. This is a security camera on a house above their garage showing this was released by TMZ, if you couldn't tell. Now, you can see him limping. Most people who saw this, I saw several videos talking about this, assumed he was limping because he just jumped off the roof. Just so we're clear, he is walking toward the school in this shot.
Oh.
So you see that limp, but you also see his leg bend. My guess is, just as we had just discussed, he field stripped the gun. The stock is in the backpack, and the other part is going from his leg up to under his shoulder, which is why he's walking the way that he is, where you see his leg bend, right? Like you clearly see that bent leg, but the top part of the leg can't do this thing, can't do that motion. So it's like this kind of walking, right? That's what I'm seeing here. A lot of people are pointing to this as debunking the narrative. The government's lying because he couldn't have had the gun in his pants because look at him bend his leg. It's like,
Well,
I
what's
don't
the
think that's
alternative?
necessarily the
That,
case.
like, it was planted there by an accomplice? Is that
or
Is
that he had planted it there previously. But again, my interpretation, you know, your brain, again, the primacy effect, the anchoring and whatnot, my brain looked at this and just assumed that he was a Utah local. Turns out he lived 250 miles away. So he specifically came to Orem, Utah to do this. And it's a little different. It doesn't seem as likely that he would have been able to stash it ahead of time. And as you said, they found the screwdriver. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that it feels weird to me to say this because my number one rule in life is do not trust the government. But I think that in an effort to not trust the government, people are deceiving themselves to believe anything but what the government is saying. Kash Patel has said that he wants the FBI, formerly one of the least trustworthy organizations in America's view, to become one of the most trustworthy through transparency. Okay? Should it be trusted? Probably not. But when we look at this stuff, let's not get clouded by the idea that because every fucking event for the last 2-3 decades, basically my entire life, has been easily picked apart where the narrative does not add up. Whether it's Sandy Hook. I mean, look at my fucking favorite Sandy Hook. When they go to the fucking car and retrieve the gun and show it to the helicopter filming. Why the fuck would the shooter put the gun back when he ran away? It doesn't make goddamn any sense. All the shit with 9/11 fell apart. Everything has been a fucking hoax. So your goal when you look at these things is to find out how they're lying to you. In the end, it makes substantially zero difference. Right? Largely, it makes zero difference on so many of the things that you're going to nitpick. So I'm just saying, I think it's actually entirely plausible that he does have the rifle stored underneath his arm here, down to his knee. And that's why his leg is moving this way. Now, what's interesting about this clip from TMZ is that you then see him after the shooting going the other way. He's going to pop out over there in a second. Any second now. God, I thought you were running for the law. Come on, man. Motherfucker. Oh, my. You take a shit back there?
I mean, he did change his clothes at some point, right?
No, but he doesn't show up here with his clothes changed. There he is.
And he might be dropping the gun though.
No, I'll show you where the gun was dropped. Oh, actually, I think he might have changed his clothes there.
Oh.
Because he looks like he's wearing shorts now.
Well, hold on. No, what? Oh, did you just rewind? Is that why?
I did, yeah. Isn't that maybe him wearing shorts? It's funny. You can see like the artifacting and the digital stuff. So you see like his foot gets left behind.
Dude, this is like UFO footage right now. Yeah. Okay. But his pants look blue or something.
Thank you with the potato.
Who knows? Unimportant. All right. Let me show you all this stuff. Let me go back and show you something real quick here, just so we have a frame of reference. This house over here has these pink flowers. This house over here has the fence with the pillars and stuff. And then over here is the dirt road, right? That is, I think it's this one right here. Yeah. So he was coming this way. Okay, look. Here is where Charlie was. Here is where the shooter was, right? We saw the shooter jump down right here and run this way. He then came over here. He stashed the gun, by the way, right here. Okay, right across the street. So that makes perfect sense, actually. He jumped down holding the gun, which he couldn't field strip in time and get it, hidden and everything. He dropped it in this area, and then he ran this way and walked through this. He actually ran into a guy working construction and asked if he could pass through because of the shooting and stuff, and kind of like tried to get away and could, like, he started to get nervous over the fact that he had the gun had just been hidden over there, and he came this way. Now, look, I can show you that.
How do you know the gun was hidden there?
I have multiple sources on it. I can pull it up if you want. Let me find my window for gun, which the fastest way to do that is to just put an empty tab in there. Here it is. Okay. All right, where is my, here it is. Okay. Share screen with audio. One second, I'm just archiving and getting this stuff ready so I have it when I need it.
It was pretty crazy. I was not at home when everything happened, but I had a son and daughter-in-law who were there.
Okay, pointing out this building with the columns, this red sided building, and this one over here. That camera is positioned right here, looking this way. I can show you. This is the building with the pillars. I don't know how to turn it other than doing it this way. Oh, fuck. I meant to click. There we go. This is the red building. Right here. Okay. And this is that other building. Okay. Now, if we go back to this.
At the debate, and they texted me first so that I heard the news from them first. They had already made it home. I got home about 1, a little after 1. So they were safe. They were fine, but just super scary. By the time I got home, out on the main roads trying to get home, police everywhere. People were trying to get to the schools to pick up their children, but the schools had been locked down, elementary and junior high as well, that surround UVU. So we had people everywhere, police everywhere.
Any second now, hold on.
We had police come through, and they were sweeping the neighborhood, checking all of the sheds and outbuildings in everyone's backyards, talking to see if anyone had seen anything or heard anything, which I'm so grateful for. Their response was quick, and we had agencies from everywhere, Salt Lake to San Quentin at least, that I saw, which was amazing. But really scary to think that something like this could happen just right here in your backyard. So at the chain link fence for all the yards, that is UVU right there. So we had police up on the roof yesterday of UVU, police going through our yards and also the property back here.
Okay. So she's talking about her yard.
Police going through our yards and also.
It's a little hard to see.
So at the chain link fence for all the yards, that is UVU right there. So
So she's saying at the chain link fence, that's UVU, which is the school. So if I switch back to this real quick, I am reporting that she is in this house right here. This is the light colored tree that she's next to. UVU is this building, right? This is the school right there. So she's saying beyond this chain link fence, that's UVU, right? Now, this is the tree that she's in front of. Is there not a way to like Oh, shift. Okay, cool. So she's standing right here looking this way. And she goes on to say,
Had police up on the roof yesterday of UView, police going through our yards and also the property back here. Yeah, the police were there all night last night. So.
Thank you. One moment.
The neighbor's property just next to this one is heavily wooded. I mean, we have a lot of trees anyway, but that's where it was cordoned off all night last night. They had asked the family if they had lost a weapon, a firearm, and they were like, no. So this morning they were saying a weapon was found.
okay. She says the property next door, the one next door to her is this house, heavily wooded. This is right across from the parking lot where you see him in the video jump down and run this way. He ran in here, stashed the gun, ran this way, and then ran through here. And this is where he's seen running and then wait like it fucking takes forever. And then he showed up over here. I can prove this because these are the pink flowers. And it looks really low poly and shitty. But these are the fences and the things, right? This is where the camera was looking down this way. In the Google Street View and stuff, it's a lot easier to see. Although in the Google Maps Street View, these look like they have just been planted and are not as up to date. And in the actual footage, this has clearly been resurfaced since Google's last, satellite view of this, right? So I would like to also point out, just since we're here and we have the chance to give you guys some clarity. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so this is the school. I'm totally fucking lost now. God damn it. Here it is. Okay, here's the school. Here's where he ran. He parked his car over here at this church, in this church parking lot. And then he walked this way, walked right in front of the houses here, right? That's why you see him in the TMZ video walking this direction. He went to the school, got up here, shot right there, and then came back. On his way back, he went through here because it was I'm sorry, no, I lied. When he went there, he went, let me get my bearings right here again. So this is the school where he parked, or the church where he parked, right? He parks his car. He walked this way, down this road. These are the pink flowers. This is why in the screen from TMZ, the camera is right here facing that direction, why he comes from the left to the right of the screen. He crossed here, got onto this building, made his shot. On his way back, he ran across the street, dropped the stuff in the heavily wooded area, came this way, and then instead of coming all the way to the street, went behind the houses and came out over here, back to his car, which was somewhere in this parking lot. And that's where he got out of Dodge. Okay? Any questions?
Nope.
All right. I expect Bigfoot to run across. In the era of 8K and cheap SSD, this is a strange way. This is in a way strange how grainy footage still is. So I agree until you realize that a lot of the footage that they've shown us has been cropped in super tight on the thing that they actually are trying to show, right? Like when you look at the footage of him running across the rooftop and you realize that it's actually way back here, and then they zoomed in right here to show you You know what I mean? And then the camera tracks over because there's actually an even bigger canvas of what it can see, right? Mirage says,
Also,
in all seriousness,
Twitter.
Yep.
Twitter in general has shitty compression.
Yes.
They have so much video they don't want to pay for bandwidth.
I feel they will try to unalive other political speakers / debaters such as Ben Shapiro / Matt Walsh. Do you agree? Also, stay safe. I don't know. I mean, I think that there have been close calls numerous times in the past. I think that the rhetoric is not probably going to change much. So I think that they're in danger. I think that they always have been, but now it's even worse, right? Also, the Twitch CEO Dan Clancy is supposed to testify, against Congress on October 8th regarding leftist streamers such as Hassan, right? Yep, we looked at that earlier. Do you think Twitch will be sued? I don't know if they'll be sued. I think they might get sanctioned or something. Someone made a compilation video of all the times Hassan advocated political violence, and it was over 60 times over all the years he has streamed. Wow. I can't imagine watching that much of Hassan. All right, so we looked at this. Gun recovered in Charile Kirk assassination revealed, and ammo bore pro-trans, anti-fascist messages. This is the gun that they located, right? They claim it was wrapped in a towel. I don't know why the image has it in a cardboard box. But this is what I'm talking about, where, like, you know, there's a good couple of inches here that you could remove by separating the stock from it. But it's not a substantial amount, but it is just enough that I feel like it would go from where I was holding I mean, you guys couldn't see my legs, of course, but where I was holding the tape measure, it really actually seems like it makes a lot of sense that if you were to just remove that and then put it back together up on the roof, that you would be able to have smuggled it in pretty easily, right? I do think he would have, since he's not from there, he would have had to have gone to the school at least the day before or earlier, which they do claim, right, that he was wearing a different outfit. So he may have gone there and looked for where he could gain access to a vantage point worth, taking before getting up there. I'm not quite sure, right? This is just all that same stuff. So anyway, they say that it bore pro-trans and anti-fascist messages, right? God damn it, with audio. All right. What do these engravings mean?
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
Is that guy gay now?
Oh!
Look, he read it to us. We're safe.
Charlie Kirk's alleged killer scratched bullets with a Helldivers combo and a furry sex meme. So they're saying that the notices bulges OWO, what's this, is a furry sex meme? I guess. I don't know. I also would have interpreted that as a like trans thing, Maybe not necessarily negatively trans, but because I don't know, some of them are like weird about like their girl penis, right? I don't know. So
I don't know why everyone who's covered this, none of them has said the name of what the Helldivers combo is, because when you call in the thing, like they have names. So is it a specific name that is like relevant to the?
I have heard it, but I don't remember what it was. Let's see if they tell us here. The first bullet casing, which is the one that was fired, is a meme referring to furry online roleplay. It's not hard to see where the anti-fascist conclusion came from the two other bullets. Bella Ciao is an Italian song adopted by partisans and resistance fighters while Italy was governed by the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. Cox said said in response to a question during the conference that the "Hey Fascist" message speaks for itself. 3 downward slanting arrows are a symbol used by both historical and contemporary anti-fascists. No. But the full arrow sequence was quickly recognized as something else. The combo from Helldivers 2 for calling the Eagle 500 kilogram bomb stratagem. The world of Helldivers, which evokes Robert Heinlein's book Starship Troopers and the subsequent movie, concerns fascism thematically. A developer Arrowhead has characterized it as satire where players fight for a fascist state. Yeah, so does that answer your question? It calls the Eagle...
Yeah, the Eagle 500K bomb. I mean, I'm familiar with that one, but...
So I'd like to share this now. This individual had an interesting take on this stuff.
The end of Charlie Kirk's life was engraved with a 12-year-old furry bashing meme.
Okay. So this is what's being ascribed as the meme. It was probably the thing we would have linked to on Know Your Meme. You're a cutie. X3 flops beside you and nuzzles. Aw, nuzzles you back and pounces on you and notices your bulge. Oh, whoa, what's this? And I guess the part where it's bashing furries is that it's two guys role-playing with each other, having sexual, like, interactions.
This is bulge. Ooh, woo. What's that?
Now, he says ooh, woo. It's oh, whoa, as is written in the meme, and we'll come back to that later.
Tells us an important thing. This assassination was a shitpost. That is the lens to analyze it through. Another of the casings references a video game, Helldivers 2, and a specific bomb that you could send on your enemies in the game with the command up, right, down, down, down. This command line sort of became a meme in image boards where it would be deployed to kind of represent, ending an argument, but almost more so as just like, if you know, you know. And that sort of signals the in-group there. Another of the 4 casings references Bella Ciao, which is an Italian anti-fascist anthem from the World War II era that has stuck around and remained very popular online. It's been used both in left and right-wing political contexts, and it's used in a lot of video games. And then the 4th and final shell casing was engraved with...
There's also a Twitch streamer that uses it. I think he's like a Call of Duty streamer or something. And he like sings it while he's like sneaking up on people or something. I don't know.
If you're reading this, you're gay.
If you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. This was a shitpost. It was designed to be maximally disruptive and incomprehensible, cloaked in layer upon layer of irony so that nobody would know what he really meant unless they were our guy. This performs a kind of nihilism that plays really, really well on particular image boards and Discord servers where this guy spent most of his life. And I say most of his life because that furry meme is from 2013. He was 10 years old when it was first posted and became popular. He, like you and I, grew up alongside this part of the internet that trickled out through the other platforms that we went on and has actually informed and driven a lot of our politics. Half of the administration right now is content creators, and all of the guys who are wearing masks, going out on these deportation raids, the guys who are staffers of Republican members of Congress in these different executive departments, the guys who are 19 years old called in by Elon to doge things, these are all Reddit kids. These are all guys who were on 4chan in 2013, laughing at that furry meme. Now, the question everybody's asking is, was this kid a groiper? And the question everybody's parents are asking is, what is a groiper? So groipers are the most extreme fringe of this kind of image board nihilistic culture that I'm talking about. They're led by Nick Fuentes, who is a content creator and a streamer, and they really are about transgressing any boundary that exists. They are like explicitly white nationalists, really bad, horrible people. The name Groyper originates from this variant of Pepe the Frog, which comes about in the late 2010s, and these guys adopt it as a kind of collective self-portrait. They make it their profile picture, they make it their moniker. There was the Groyper War of 2019, in which Nick Fuentes and his people trolled Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, showing up at these debate events and asking questions that would push Kirk to say things that were even more extreme than Kirk was already saying. So where Charlie Kirk took like one step toward these kind of white or Christian nationalist ideas, the Groypers took 2 steps. They demanded that he make the subtext text. One post people have been citing as proof of the Groyper hypothesis is this one from his mother's Facebook that shows him dressed up as a meme for Halloween. It seems like the meme is Gopnik Pepe, which is a 4chan meme to my understanding, but I don't quite associate it with Poll, which is like the political board on 4chan that most people are talking about it. I see it more as like a K meme and sort of like a rare Pepe type thing. But again, like
Also,
many Pepe or Groyper memes.
Oh man, you're making me remember. It's
That's a
not
Slav squat. That's
yeah,
not even,
that's
like...
what it is.
So I do want to point out that in Shoe on Head's video, she rebuts this claim, basically saying like it's insane that just because there's a Pepe of the Slav squat that you're attributing it to Groyper and all, like it's just people are reading into way too
It's
much.
an Olympic stretch.
It's so many different layers of like, so the Slapshot meme, then the Pepe dressed doing the Slapshot meme, and then a Groyper is not Pepe, so it's like we're like 4 memes deep now to try and link it back to, oh well, he did the slapstick meme, so he's a Groyper.
The
How
4th
come-
meme layer.
How come the Cool 2T's question is showing up on screen? Did you field trip 8 inches, or are you just happy to see me? But on the actual comment thing, I can't click on it because it's not showing up at all.
It's up here. It was a while ago.
Oh,
So
really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like skipping everything else.
Not sure.
Because I see like 20 comments in between those two.
Yeah.
Huh? Weird. They need to get better.
It's in beta. Don't get mad at them.
Yeah. Anyway, continuing with this video here.
The core of this is it's a lonely male figure in sort of an immiserated landscape looking sad. And that's part of the story I wish more people were talking about. What's driving our political violence isn't just polarization, where one side is getting more radical and kind of undermining democracy, nor is it algorithms, like some have said, that are like pickling the brains of young people. It is that feeling, which these Pepe memes represent, of you're always going to be alone, you're never going to have a future, and you're never going to have a voice. And that feeling, which is by no means rare or unusual in our society today, collides with a particular set of circumstances. This long entrenched nihilistic online tradition, the ready availability of firearms, and the increasing derangement of mainstream discourse, this ambient sense of like tension and volatility that exists in the air to produce stuff like this. And we're going to see more and more of it unless those root causes are addressed and unless we find a way to offer a better future to people.
So again, whatever your pet project is, right, you're going to find a way to make this about that, right? Now, I agree largely with a lot of the things that he's saying, right? Society at large is on a downward spiral, and we will probably see more people like this who, you know, don't have a future ahead of them and instead cause as much chaos and violence as they can.
And they want to take other futures with them.
Yes, right? Just out of the rage that is induced over the fact that you're born into a society where you will never thrive, right? So I do agree that if we were able to get past the stage that we're at in society where nobody's going to ever own a home again, the American dream is completely dead and all that stuff, if we could get past that and get back on a track where people actually did have hope for the future, that we would see a lot less of this. I agree. But I'm just saying, I think that any pet project, pet idea you have is the one that you're going to be viewing and angling the lens through, right?
I mean, it's also like, obviously an attempt to point in the other direction away from like it being like someone who's got left-wing ideology and all that.
The thing that was annoying me the most, well, not me, that's a hyperbole, but it was the fucking wine moms that were like going out on CNN trying to explain the fucking memes and like saying, "Oh, well, like you guys don't understand. These are actually groypers and they're Nick Fuentes supporters and that's why they're calling Charlie Kirk a fascist because they don't like him on the right and actually it's like none of what you said is correct. We're all stupider for having listened to you for like, and then like the mainstream media put these people up there as like authorities on meme culture. Like you don't even fucking know what a meme is.
They should have gotten big balls from Doge to explain it, right?
Honestly.
Well, now that you brought that up. Sharing screen with audio again.
I just like the idea of him. It's just like his title card on CNN: "Big Balls, Meme Expert."
So, tell me what you know about the gripers, so that you don't find them online, because you need to avoid them. Correct?
Yes, they are alt-right members.
Mm-hmm.
They're Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
They support Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump.
But what about the memes? What are the memes you have to be careful about?
Heavily.
As I look it up.
Frog.
Oh, okay.
That's Pepe. Yeah, we know that one. What else? What are the ones we don't know?
Wojaks.
The Wojaks, huh?
That guy.
Wow.
What else?
Friend World.
Ask your kids.
American Beer.
Hang on. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Stone Toss.
Okay.
You literally just Googled memes. You know, like.
So you need to be careful.
I'm not done.
I'm
panels.
How many are there?
You wanted a list and now you're upset that there's more? Like, come on. This seems like
not showing that.
This seems like the Pokemon
There's
panic.
a lot. Ask your kids. Seriously.
That seems like the Pikachu evolves into Raichu. Evolution is against God's morals. Like, it's a demonic monster that's hiding in a ball. Like, Jesus. That's what it sounds like.
It's a green light.
Andy, I like you.
Dude looks like he still sucks on mom's tits. I just love how they're like Wojak. It's like these are all memes you see on a daily basis. You want me to now believe that they are alt-right, you know, like just on r/Democrats. When fascism comes to America, it will be wrapped in the flag and carrying the cross. Sinclair Lewis, Nobel laureate. The Anti-Defamation League now recognizes the OK symbol, hand gesture, as a hate symbol, following widespread adoption by white supremacist groups as a symbol of white power. Still a hero. Wow. Dear God, you have fallen for every 4chan meme that there is. You dumb fucks. All right, continuing. This is how 4chan, not 4chan, this is how the left responded to Notice's bulge, oh, whoa, right? Hassan says, come on, man. Ammunition in Charlie Kirk shooting engraved with transgender anti-fascist ideology, sources say. Took the FBI a while to come up with this one. The ATF hasn't even verified that any markings related to trans people were found on the recovered ammunition. It doesn't match other evidence descriptions. Why did the Wall Street Journal rush to report otherwise? But a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that reports had not been verified by ATF analysis, did not match other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. See, it's not one of us. See, you're jumping to conclusions. It's not one of us, right? Here is another one, also from r/Democrats. 2 law enforcement sources told CNN that agents quickly ran an initial search on one of the markings, including a series of arrows, which analysts initially interpreted to be a connection to the transgender community. Right? They're pointing out obviously that like, oh, the arrows are the transgender thing. You guys are fucking retarded, right? Yeah, totally are. But then we've got Tyler Robinson and his family don't look like trans liberals to me. Tyler's family is registered Republicans. His father is a minister and former law enforcement. They have family members in the military. Oh, when Tyler's parents introduced him to weapons at an early age.
This is another idiotic argument. As if there aren't hundreds of leftist weirdos that shriek about having to spend Thanksgiving with their Republican families.
They love Thanksgiving, don't they?
And this would explain why he was as good a shot he was, if he's got history with it. But I think it's so funny when, like, someone showed the picture of him with the Browning. I think that's a Browning.
The
on the
Browning
ground.
power. Hold on. It's a 50 cal. Yeah, the Browning 50 cal.
Like, I can't even see the screen share. There it is. So they showed, like, this picture, and they're acting as if it's like, oh my god, look at him, he's got this insane weapon. They're literally probably
They're at a fucking gun range. Do you notice the bouncy castle?
like he's just gonna be lugging that around, just mowing down.
Practice now.
What the fuck is going on?
Like they're so clearly trying to fearmonger, being like, "Oh my god, look how big this gun is! We need to ban guns." Oh, even though the gun that he has wouldn't have been banned by any of our gun control.
It was probably some veteran show, and he was just posing with the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%. Let me see. I might have something else I can throw in here real quick. Good.
Doesn't even have any bullets in it. Like, that thing's belt fed, right? There's no belt.
Yeah.
Right.
This is what happens when you play Call of Duty. You become an expert, a pseudo gun expert.
It's a video game, such a problem.
Yeah. So, to your point, this is from r/libertarian. The folks using yesterday's strategy to push gun control are not just heartless, they're liars. Assault weapon bans would have prevented this. It was a bolt-action rifle in a gun-free zone. Right? All right. Now, Charile Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson, raised in a Republican household, and it's bad news for the MAGA media machine. Oh, fuck. It wasn't leftist. Yeah. So for those keeping score, Charile Kirk killer, Tyler Robinson is not transgender, not queer, not black, not Muslim, not an immigrant, not a Democrat, not Antifa, but he is white, Christian, conservative, Republican, male, straight, and a gun fan. Sorted. Leave us out of it. Deal with your own shit. Yeah. Oh, man.
She's like all of those flipped.
Oh, they found Tyler Robinson's voter registration, Republican Party. Oh, my God.
That's not even him.
Yeah. Look at the registration date. That's
It's
weird.
Year one.
He's been waiting to kill Charile Kirk since Jesus died.
He predates the country,
yeah.
and
So-
he voted Democrat or
And
Republican.
also in Utah County, Utah, he lived 250 miles away from Orem, Utah. Is that even still in Utah? Like, they found some other asshole and just jumped on it because the narrative, not left wing, right? Yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of this. There was donations to Republican super PACs or whatever that were also this same guy that they mistook as the other Tyler Robinson.
Is
right?
this Tyler Robertson suing for defamation?
I should, right? Anyway, so just a whole bunch of this bullshit, right? Okay, now continuing. 24% of Americans believe Charile Kirk's shooter, Tyler Robinson, was a Republican, compared to 21% who think he was a Democrat, according to a new YouGov poll. This comes after a concerted media effort across Facebook, Reddit, and Twitter, amplified by Bill Maher and outlets such as Reuters and the New York Times, to convince the public that Robinson, who attacked Kirk as a fascist and lived with a transgender boyfriend, was a right-wing follower of Nick Fuentes. I mean, I heard a rumor that Destiny sucked off Nick Fuentes. So maybe Nick Fuentes followers are gay. I don't know. Anybody?
Maybe Nick Fuentes is actually far left.
Maybe.
You know, he's wrapped around. He's gone through the looking glass of the far right and wrapped around. He's far left now.
So, Mark Kern said the left doesn't understand. The shooter's motives don't even matter that much anymore. What matters is that we all saw their masks drop and reveal them for the evil murder party that they are. Fucking based take. Holy shit. Charlie Kirk's assassin had a trans boyfriend, called Charlie a fascist, confirmed leftist by friends and family, confirmed leftist by top officials on the record, including the governor, killed one of the most iconic conservatives in the country, and yet leftists will still claim he's right-wing. These people have no shame, no integrity, no honor, vile and repugnant to their core, according to Matt Walsh. This person said, Tyler Robinson, parents say he had turned to radical left-wing ideology. Childhood friends say he was left on pretty much everything. Was dating a transgender, male to female. Was living with the transgender and involved with a local transgender terrorist network. Had a shell casing saying, notices bulge, oh whoa, which is a joke about noticing a trans male to female bulge. I don't know. I'm not, who fucking knows? Could be furry, could be trans. I don't know what that's in reference to. Seems he might have been both, right? Had a shell casing saying catch fascist. Multiple transgender accounts in the area posted the day before. I only showed you one, just so we're clear. There were many. There were many the day before, saying something is going to happen at the Charlie Kirk event tomorrow with excitement. Local governor local government say Tyler was deeply indoctrinated with left-wing ideology. Democrats are going to have a very hard time explaining this one. Just so we're clear again, as I prefaced the entire thing, there is enough evidence in this story that you could argue for anything. Fucking aliens did it. Like, you could argue anything at this point, right?
I should point out that there was one, at least one of those Twitter accounts. There was one that was tied to Tyler Robinson's roommate.
His roommate was following them on TikTok. Is that correct?
No. The person that said something bad,
that's what it was.
Yeah, the person that said something bad was going to happen on the 10th was following Kirk's boyfriend. Mm-hmm. And then also that person came out
Not
afterwards.
Robinson's boyfriend.
Robinson's boyfriend.
Although we'll get to Eric in a minute.
His name's Twigs. The
Twigs
the
is
roommate.
His
name's Twigs.
Is the name of the roommate.
So
he was in a romantic relationship with, according to what has been put out by the FBI. Look, there is a level to this where we have to ask ourselves, is part of this evidence being created in order to support the existing narrative, right? To try to, do what you, never letting the good crisis go to waste, right? Doing what you thought you could not do before. Is there an element of that? We don't know. And that's why I keep saying there is enough evidence across all of this that you could be convinced that goddamn Bigfoot did it. Okay? He's left-wing. He's right-wing. It's pro-Israel. It's anti-Israel. All of that shit is valid to some degree, right? You could convince yourself of anything.
So
now you can say all of that, but I'll say this. You could look at it this way too. Who's getting assassination attempts? I don't know.
Yes.
This guy's a Republican or whatever, right?
I agree that the actual rhetoric and the violence is largely coming exclusively from the left. I do agree. I'm just saying that this particular shooter, this particular circumstance, because we'll look at it in a minute when we get to Kash Patel, but they claim that a photograph existed, but forensically they've proven that it existed through aggressive interrogation. It's craziness around here, right? So if the agency itself is fabricating evidence in order to not lose trust over incompetence, then that question could be asked, like, how much of this is true? And if I don't see this guy actually embracing or making out with this alleged boyfriend, for all I know, it is just a goddamn roommate. I don't fucking know.
Well,
you know?
okay, there were people that claim they saw them kissing.
I'll get to that in a second.
But regardless, we'll call him the roommate for now. The Twitter account was following the roommate on Twitter, and that Twitter account said something's going to happen on the 10th, and then afterwards said we got him or we did it or something like that. Now, with that said, there was one Twitter account that said something interesting is going to happen on the 10th, and that account was spamming, and they have spammed, like, something interesting is going to happen on the 23rd, something interesting. And so, like, some of these people are just like spamming bullshit, and they happen to get lucky, right?
Yeah. All right, let me share this next part with audio. So I think that something that's worth acknowledging here is that America is so up their ass with politics that their entire belief system is, well, he's either on the left or on the right, and ignoring the fact that there are entire groups of people who have completely checked out of politics altogether, right? And that, as this person says, best way I can describe him is just like a Reddit kid.
I went to school with this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there. Tyler Robinson. I'm not trying to like clout chase, make this shit about me, but I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely saw him for like 3 straight years in high school. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid. I don't know. I feel like if you were in high school around that same time, and even probably now, like 2018, and then like, you know, those kinds of kids, but that's exactly what he was. All I'm gonna say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online, and all of a sudden your beliefs are all the way this way or all the way this way, and you do some dramatic shit to please these people that are not your friends. This internet shit is seriously no joke.
Tyler Robinson's neighbor spills the beans in interview. Media tries to silence him, but he says it anyway. This is on DefiantAmerica.com. I haven't seen this anywhere else. Maybe it is there. I don't know. I'm just take it with a grain of salt.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, I mean,
I guess
drove
it's
off
from the
in
sun.
His car,
it's behind me. Hold on.
Dodge Challenger.
The time you saw them or this week?
It was about the time I saw them. So
How long ago was that?
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And so they looked like they were a couple?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was dressed all in black?
Yeah, definitely.
And you thought he was weird?
Yeah, I definitely, yeah.
What was weird about him?
Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird.
For those who've never seen the roommate, describe that person for us.
He did have freckles on his face. For the haircut, it was a weird haircut. It was kind of a mushroom shaped one. Yeah, I would say he didn't come out much, but definitely a few other, like just a little bit at a time.
There's some published reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so he was going to have an operation to be to turn into a woman.
Yeah, and I think he's getting ready for that.
Sorry, in what way do you think that?
I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah.
Do you know, where did you see them kissing?
Just coming out. I was riding with my bike, so I didn't see the whole thing, but yeah, I saw them.
And when did you hear them talking about a doctor's appointment?
I would say about the same time that they came out. So that one time, yeah.
Where were you standing for that?
I was just riding by here.
Okay.
So
And you were able to hear snippets of their conversation?
yeah. Yep.
But you were sure that they were a couple, but you have only seen them together once?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, random guys don't hold hands and definitely don't kiss. So I would have tried to stop him if I knew it was him, like before. I definitely do not like the fact that he was living close to me. It was covered with police tape, a ton of police cars. We had a guy sitting up on the hill with a sniper and SWAT trucks, and definitely a few helicopters and a drone as well.
What was going through your mind when you stepped
I
in and
was
saw
like,
that?
I was like, what is going on? And I asked the police officer, I'm like, did a killing happen here? They're like, I can't tell you. And so I called my grandma, found out that the guy that shot Kirk lived right close to me. So for Charile Kirk, I knew him over the years. Like, I didn't know him personally, but I've watched his videos before. And so
All right. So I just want to point out that I feel like a lot of what this guy said, originally I didn't even have this included. I wasn't going to showcase it. But a lot of what this guy said feels kind of like what I've been talking about. Everybody wants to push their own version, their own narrative, their own thing, right? And it kind of reads to me like he is out here doing an interview and agreeing, oh, yeah, he's definitely trained. They were talking about a doctor's appointment. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't just take it with a grain of salt is all I guess I'm trying to say. I think it'd be interesting to find out if this tells us where he actually lived. The media, desperate to avoid any radicals on the far left, echo chambers, large. And slogans missed. I don't know. You guys have any thoughts on this?
Nope.
I think you're right to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
It's a relatively younger person talking to the media. He has an interest in trying to make it interesting so that he can stay on TV.
The part at the end where he's like, I knew Charile Kirk. I didn't know him personally, but I watched his videos. I was a fan of him. You know, and that part at the end is like, man, I don't really trust anything that you're saying.
So it kind of like taints it.
Yeah, like it could be true, but also like I heard it when did you hear? He's like, oh, just around that same time. And they're like, oh, like right as they're coming out, they were talking about that. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I agree or that it should be, you know. I think scrutinize it, right? Obviously. Charile Kirk suspects disturbing kinks exposed. Shocking porn searches. Pedophile pal. And furry shades of gay. Game revealed. Damn. Oh my God. Like,
sounds like
now,
Manga to me.
This is the thing, though. It's like, again, I got to hear it from his own fucking mouth. You know what I mean? That might be him on the roof. He might have done it. You know, but at the same time, and if you guys remind me later, I might show you.
Second scapegoat.
Well, everything I'm hearing is like here's more evidence to support the claim. The thing that tied him to the left, it was engravings on a bullet that I haven't seen a photo of. I don't know where that rifle came from. I just don't fucking know. You know what I mean? Like, so. If there is, and I would always argue that you should be skeptical of what the government tells you. So it feels weird right now. And by the way, I am fucking thrilled that 2 weeks ago, despite working that weekend, just like I did last weekend, we actually got a show out. Because it would be real fucking awkward to describe this stuff and going into the next section, and especially the couple sections after that, on podcast 322, which is, you know, the Skull and Bones, like, secret society number. Like, fuck me, man. That would just be awkward. But I feel as though I haven't seen anything that I'm comfortable confirming one way or the other that this guy wasn't an edgelord, you know, doomer, rather than specifically a politically left or politically right. There's statements that have come out that he was at odds with Charile Kirk, but they're in a post that or in a thing that reads really weird and was provided by the FBI. I just don't fucking know. So take this with a grain of salt too. I mean, if you wanted to like present to somebody like, oh yeah, he's a total leftist weirdo, and here's the porn searches and stuff. It's like you could be making all of this up and fabricate. I don't know, right? We're still
okay, but
good.
It might be in this article, but there's very strong evidence that his username was Craftin whatever. 100% tied through that Steam account to playing the
Second, sorry. Keep talking. I'll be back.
the furry 50 Shades of Furry Gay Porn or whatever the fuck that game was called.
50 Shades of Gay.
Furry, I think it's like Furry Shades of Gay or whatever.
Whatever it is, yeah. Carry on.
I looked up the account and I verified that it is in his inventory, the little thing you get for playing that game. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that he actually was playing the game, because you can trade for that. So, like, maybe he just traded for it.
That's probably unlikely.
Unlikely. I would say it's more likely he was playing the game.
So, I say this. So his trial is going to be on, what is it, like the 24th or something?
Oh, also just quickly, that account commented on another furry's like account that's, I'm sure it's going to be covered in this article, but is known for making like weird DeviantArt porn for like expansion porn. So like, I don't think it's just a coincidence that he has that furry Shades of Gay thing. Like, it seems like
I don't think anyone has any doubts that there's any coincidences. But basically what I'm saying is, do you think we'll get clarity when he does the trial stuff or whatever? Or do you think they're gonna like nuke him before he's able to actually give us any information? Like they're just gonna expedite so quickly that he's just gonna be like guillotined.
So he is. They've asked for the death penalty. Because they've asked for the death penalty, and because, assuming they're not lying, they have so much evidence. They have the footprint. They have the fact that he was wearing a certain type of shoe. He was found with that type of shoe. They have the DNA evidence. I don't know if we covered it, but they have DNA evidence at the shoot point, and on the gun that came back to him. Like when they caught him, they checked the DNA and it matched.
And in the video where he was like jumping down from the thing, they said that left fingerprints and an arm print or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's unlikely that you're maybe fingerprints. I don't know. I think they meant like. I don't think they meant like literal fingerprints. I think they meant like in the dirt on the roof, he left like little divots where his fingers were. Because I don't think they've ran like a fingerprint check on him. But maybe. But and in terms of like an arm print, like I doubt that's going to be very helpful.
That's what I was thinking when they said it. I'm like, wow, are you gonna match their arms?
Yeah, but they do have the DNA. They have the shoes. They have video of him walking in the forest. The gun is there. Assuming the text messages, which we'll cover later, are real. They have the text messages where he admits it. They have the Discord messages where he admits it. Like they have this guy, assuming they aren't just fabricating evidence, they have this guy dead to rights. So in that sense, why would they ever give him a plea deal? You know?
So
hopefully that means it goes to trial. And
to catch you up to speed, AC, I posed the question, with his trial or whatever coming up soon, do you think that's going to add clarification, or do you think
it also won't be soon, but
execute him like before they can actually extract anything?
So first of all, he's wearing what's called a suicide robe. They have him locked down in custody to avoid him from harming himself. He's literally like strapped, so he can't use his hands to, fashion anything that would be capable of killing him. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying that some of the evidence surrounding the like release stuff, like, see, we told you, right, just seems a little bit convenient, right? And we'll look at that as we go on a little bit more closely. But just for the sake of finding out what his weird, rabid, sex-crazed searches were, the man accused of assassinating conservative activist Charile Kirk led a secret online life of sex-filled internet searches and perverse role-playing games. Tyler Robinson was said to be a fan of fetish sites that would let users act out their furry fantasies. Did you already talk about his Fur Affinity account? Crafton 247? Randy?
No.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. No, I didn't bring it up yet.
Let me see if I can. Fur Affinity.
I can just say I tried to see if it, because a lot of the time what will happen is when someone goes popular, like notoriously popular like this, people will go and create accounts in their name to try and be like, oh, see, I'm the killer. I own the account that people think are the killer. So I wanted to make sure that they're not just finding random accounts with this name and tying it to him. And the Steam one seems like pretty validated, but the Furfinity account was created in July, had no posts, no following, nothing on it, and the earliest archive I could find of it was in September of 13th. So like after the death, after people had found the account. And so it's like, could it be possible that someone had like a throwaway account and changed the name to Crafton afterwards? And then also one of these fucking Daily Mail or something was like, this notorious like pedo furry guy that draws pedo cub porn. He was in the recent Watchers. But I'm like, I don't think so. Everything I've seen showed nothing on that account. And so what I think happened is that guy followed Crafton or the Crafton account and wasn't in the recent Watchers. It was in the recent people who have watched like his account. Because it's also worded weirdly on the page where like I could see someone making that mistake and seeing the people who are watching his account and interpret that UI title as, oh, these are the people he has watched. But anyway, and so I'm not 100% guaranteed on the Furfinity thing. Also that there's DeviantArt account that was claimed to be his, and the same deal. It's like that one I think was created 2 years ago, it says, but there's no archive of it until September 13th, which means that it could have been a name change. And there's not much going on that account. And the only notable thing about that one is if it is real, he has his pronouns as they, them. But that's if it's real. I'd say it's dubious. I'd need more evidence, like the email, like if they ever found the email address that he used to create the account, like that would tie it for sure. But just on the name alone and the fact that there's no archive of that account with that name before September 13th, I would say take those two accounts with a grain of salt.
So, it says here that he maintained ties to the furry community through an account on furaffinity.net under the name Crafton247. The profile, registered in July 2025, featured artwork and imagery often associated with the subculture. Furry.
Again, there was nothing on there, and I think they're just looking at the header, which is Affinity's like header.
Do you think that it's possible that Fur Affinity has wiped his account in order to.
That's possible too. But like every archive I've seen of this page is empty. So I don't know.
Yeah. And the by archive, do you mean like Wayback Machine or
Yeah, Wayback Machine and archive.is.
And both of those are from before or after the shooting?
After. There's no archive from before that I've
to
seen.
be honest, I wouldn't expect there to be. You know, the way that Wayback Machine operates and whatnot. This guy wasn't exactly on the radar ahead of time. I do think that every page, everywhere, should always be cached all the time and archived, because I would love it if I could always be able to find shit like this. But who knows? Furry is the nickname given to people who often fantasize about animals with human traits and characteristics such as walking upright or talking. Yep, that's it. The 22-year-old reportedly used Crafton 247 across multiple platforms, including Steam, Snapchat, and Venmo. A Steam profile under the username listed as the real name. I'm sorry. A Steam profile under the username listed the real name as Tyler, and the location is Utah, featuring a Kermit the Frog avatar and more than 2,100 hours logged in gameplay. So I don't know, like 250 miles away. He may have lived in Utah. I don't know.
No, he does.
He does, right? Yeah, because like 250 miles.
It's southern
for me,
Utah. That's confirmed.
Yeah, 250 miles to the east for me, I would be in Arizona. But 250 miles north for me, I'd probably still be in California. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, his family all and him lives in southern Utah, which was 200.
Yeah,
it's like
so
it's
that's
far.
That's like a 6-hour drive. Just
I think it was
6 to 8.
4-hour drive.
I take it these
Depends
accounts.
on speed limit, I guess.
I know Steam will say like last online X days ago. Like I assume it hasn't been active since.
I have it. You want me to pull it over?
Go for it.
Assuming this is the accurate one. Randy, confirm.
Yep.
Where would it say?
I'm not sure if you have to be a friend to see that.
Yeah, you probably have to see
I'm
be a
looking
friend.
at his item inventory instead. Yeah,
Oh.
Tyler, Utah, United States.
Oh, they're currently offline, so it's at least it shows if he's on or off. He's offline.
There will be no bangering this user's mother. George Orwell, 1984. Wow. Truly a visionary. All right. So back to this.
Go back to that Steam page. It's just worth noting, if where it says Crafton, if you click on the little arrow.
Oh yeah, he also played as Donald Trump and Craftini 24/7 and Crafton 24/7.
This shows his previous usernames.
Yeah, and this is why we were speculating that he might have actually been a fake account, but this seems to showcase that. I mean, it doesn't really show us when he made these changes. It could have been all on the same day.
Yeah, but it's just showing that it wasn't the case with like Furfinity, where if it was like random user 111 after the killing changes his name to Crafton for publicity, like Furfinity doesn't have a history of the name changes, but Steam does. So if that was the case, you'd expect to see some other username here. So we can be more certain that this is actually his account, and it's not something where they recently changed his name to Crafton.
Right, and like you said, it's entirely possible that somebody attempting to help the narrative along is changing things. I mean, look, when Pizzagate was going on, I was deep in that shit when it was going down. I was like really looking at everything and archiving shit and doing all that stuff.
Also, people just shitpost.
Yeah.
Like,
so
some people make Pornhub accounts for streamers, like, you know.
So James Alefantis when we found his Instagram that had all of the weird, like, sex shit and like stuff with kids with their hands taped to tables and all this stuff, there was one specific post where somebody commented something like using the terms, and it was like a I got you kind of like gotcha, using the terms in a way that was like a shit post, right? And after that post got made, they screenshotted it, the comment, and posted it. And I just happened to see that it was a user investigating Pizzagate along with everybody else. And they posted it to be like almost like a trophy of look what I said, right? And then he privated his account because it became obvious that he'd been found out. Not the user, the James Alefantis did. And then I cannot tell you how many times I have seen that same comment screenshot show up other times afterward from people saying, these people are sick. It's proof right here. Look at this. And it's like, this was one of you investigating it who couldn't help but shitpost on the account. And people are now looking at it as one of the sickos who needs to be investigated because he used the specific cheese pizza. He said it was, I think the post was something like, I'll have a Haitian special or something like that. Like it was a specific thing, like nodding to the other aspect of the child trafficking with what happened in Haiti with the Clinton Foundation, everything. They phrased it as a nod to everybody else that they would know what they were talking about, and possibly including Alefantis himself. And then it's now being reported as like, this proves our theory the whole way. Look, it's right there. Caught him red-handed. It's like, that's one of you. Like, you just caught one of your own, right? Shit posting. So anyway, setting that aside. The site shows he downloaded and played a dating simulator game called Furry Shades of Gay, according to the Daily Mail. The game describes itself as being about love, queer relationships, hot gay sex, and slapstick humor. Pedophile porn. Robinson's transgender roommate, Lance Twiggs, shared similar interests. Uh-oh, called out. Is this the mushroom haircut? Could be. Oh, hello. Damn, it's a shame. Make the most money once somebody gets assassinated, right? Thank you, Asar. This guy went by the name. God, I sure hope there aren't any more, right? Like, this guy went by the name Luna. Is that correct, Randy?
He is now using the name Luna. He originally used the name Lancelot.
Lancelot, yeah. So everything I've seen of this individual is wearing some sort of head covering like this. Luna, correct me if I'm wrong, is the name of the character in Kakegurui who dresses exactly like that, is it not?
I have never watched the show.
It's been way too long.
Green
since
Line.
I've seen the first scene.
Green Line, you're my only hope. Okay, I'll look it up.
What am I on your only hope about?
In Kakegurui, the character named Luna.
Yeah, what about her?
That's the one. Yeah, it is. Well, her name is Runa, but they call her Luna in the live action one, at least. But she's the one who wears the outfits that look just like this.
Yeah, I believe
right?
so.
Yeah. So just to confirm, I'm pulling her up here.
A sloth outfit.
It's been a minute since I watched Kakegurui, but yeah.
She is like a stretch.
Well, this is the character that when we looked at the live action, we assumed it was that weirdo wearing like the hat with the ears or whatever. That wasn't actually that character in the live action, just so you know. But I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out that I do find it a little weird. Again, your brain can find patterns and derive meaning from anything. But if Lance is now going by the name Luna, and he's dressing up like that character. I don't know. Maybe there's some aspect of that is driving that choice. I don't know. Also, animal, furry. I don't. Whatever. Who knows? Last week, Craftsman 247's account on a similar site said they had, quote, recently watched content created by a user called Red Rusker. This is what you were talking about previously. A controversial artist known for gay furry porn, sometimes involving minors. In 2023, Red Rusker felt the fury of the furries when underage porn cartoons he had drawn resurfaced. One alleged...
I think you can skip the rest of the shit about Red Rusker. Like, we don't need to talk about him.
Oh, God. So again,
the
I
link
just
to him is dubious anyway. So like,
I just want to point out this article is titled "Charile Kirk suspect disturbing kinks exposed, shocking porn searches pedophile pal." Okay, so this is related here about. No, it is Crafton's account. They'd recently watched content. Okay, look, if your child porn pedophile shit is some drawing, I don't fucking care. Moving on. Let's not look at that. As RadarOnline.com has previously reported, Robinson's transgender roommate and romantic partner, Lance S. Twiggs, was also active on Steam under the username Fluxolotl. That account's prior usernames match those on one of Twiggs' TikTok profiles, Lanklotl and Lancelotl, or Lancelotte, which display their face. In December 2024, Twiggs changed his Steam display name from Lance to Luna. A search of Reddit also connected usernames allegedly associated with Twiggs to discussions in transgender-focused forums. The account Lancelot3, which I actually have. Let me pull it up real quick. Believe it or not, the roommate, I gave up on getting ready for the show and delaying by the time this happened. So I didn't really grab much from the actual roommate to go over. But this is the Lancelot 3. Upon an initial like look, I actually didn't see anything that stood out to me. I didn't, analyze and do all the deep diving I would normally do, but I didn't specifically see anything that led me to believe it was a, transgender based on it.
I saw some screenshots of some posts, but I didn't verify them. That kind of said that he was looking into hormones and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Really important.
I have another Reddit account that I'm sitting on. I can't remember how I found it. I think it might have been the one belonging to the tranny that we looked at from Libs of TikTok earlier. So I'm not going to bother to bring that in here now, but that one was very obviously about all about that shit, though. Anyway, so they carried the display name Flux and shared personal details that aligned with Twig's biography. Posts from the account revealed they discussed medications to slow beard growth and get good hip growth. Another post recounted, quote, "I was told I was possessed by a demon and then within 30 minutes kicked out of the house because I started laughing and wouldn't go to the bishop for a blessing." Robinson has been charged with the murder of Kirk, and according to officials, he practically confessed to the killing in a series of online posts and text messages. I'm going to wait on that. Yeah, I'm going to wait on this because I've got a whole thing about that, and this is the end of it anyway. Okay, let's look at the Israel angle real quick. So this was Ben Shapiro's response, and I will give him credit. It was quite a powerful response to what happened.
Now, it's still up to us. I saw a lot of rumors online today. I was made aware of this by my team that I canceled some sort of college tour. That's bullshit. I saw those rumors. They are false. I will be coming to college campuses, many of them this year. So will we all, I am sure, because we're Americans and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that blood-stained microphone where Charlie left it. And to those who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion, who believe that they have ownership over public spaces and can violently threaten and kill people who speak freely, we are not going to stop. And I have 2 words. Fuck you. We will not stop telling the truth. We will never stop telling the truth. We will never stop debating and discussing. We will never stop standing up for what America is and for what she should be. And we will never let Charlie Kirk's voice die. Goodbye to my friend, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing for your family and for your country and for all of us.
Holy shit, that's hanging on there a long time. Oh my god.
It is. I was gonna comment like,
is it gonna end?
It's also kind of an awkward photo because he's just giving his wife the biggest smooch of all time.
Yeah,
It's
so
cute,
I gotta love that he's reading off a teleprompter. We will never stop standing up for America. Right? Like, anyway, so that's his statement. Now, I was shocked to learn something very interesting here. Let me screen share with audio.
Like, maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be? And how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing?
So ethnic cleansing, the idea, presumably, that population movement is equivalent to ethnic cleansing. I think ethnic cleansing is a term that's been fairly recently coined to describe population movement during war. And the reality is that's been ongoing for literally all of human history.
So Ben Shapiro obviously did not enjoy this question. I was shocked to learn when I mouse over this episode on Charlie Kirk's official YouTube channel, Verified, was uploaded the day before he was killed. Fuck, right? Like, again, there's enough evidence that you could make any argument whatsoever, right? That's a pretty compelling argument, though, right? Like, oh my God. Now, as people are wont to do, Ben Shapiro has just taken over the Turning Point USA organization that Charlie Kirk started. And there you have it. The real motive behind Israel's assassination of Charlie Kirk. They are saying this because they have interpreted him saying, we are going to pick up Charlie Kirk's bloody microphone where he left it and continue. I don't think that is to say Ben Shapiro is taking over Turning Point USA, just so we're clear. Now, I do believe he did host it, part of Charlie Kirk's normal show after Charlie Kirk died, as a way of like keeping it going for some time, just like JD Vance did. But I don't think this is necessarily an appropriate read of that situation, right?
I've heard since that the board has officially appointed Charlie Kirk's wife as the new
That's correct.
Head of the
right. Look at that
organization.
So Benjamin Domenech on October 15, 2023 said, if Charlie Kirk remains the head of Turning Point USA, the right has an anti-Semite problem that will follow them into the coming elections. Charlie Kirk on the October 7th attacks in Israel said this.
I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that they're going to concerts and
just to be clear, what he means by the whole country is the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. They have conscription service in Israel. So like around graduation of high school, you join the IDF and you serve their military for a number of years. And everybody, after having gotten out, is still a member of the military, is what he's saying here.
Blitzes and schools, and by report.
So he's talking to Patrick Bet David, if you want to look for that. He says they're live streaming the killing of Jews, and now Netanyahu's issues disappeared. Most false flag attacks, especially 9/11, a part of the goal is that it unifies and whips people into a controllable, predictable behavior. He says they live streamed the killing of Jews. Now, it makes me think of one Theodore Herschel, who his photo was featured behind, the podium when they announced the establishment of the nation of Israel. After the Rothschilds gained rights to it from the king, or the queen actually, through the Balfour Declaration during World War I. Theodore Herschel said, because they could not actually establish the Jewish ethno-state that they wanted, because after World War I, when they got access to Palestine and were able to then proceed with wanting to establish the Jewish state and reestablish Israel, that most of the Jews in the world were not eager to move their ass over to what was at that time Palestine and establish the nation of Israel. So Theodore Herschel wrote in his I don't remember if it was his diary or a letter to somebody, that it is necessary for the suffering of Jews to become worse if we are going to see the establishment of the Israeli state. A few years later, we have World War II. I'm just saying, it sounds a lot like what he's talking about here with the killing of Jews being live streamed for 6 hours on October 7th. That made all the Bibi Netanyahu's problems disappear immediately. Okay, I'm just saying, look, I think everybody should scrutinize all of this. I'm not saying Israel's behind it, Israel's not behind it. I'm just pointing out that personally, I'm not a supporter of Israel. Okay, I think that the Israelis have a right to live. The Palestinians have a right to live. I'm just not like advocating for us supporting them, the Israelis and the Israeli government, and giving them $100 million in aid a day, right? I don't advocate for that personally, right? Whether they're involved or not with Charlie Kirk, I don't know. I have no idea. Okay? But there is a substantial amount of shit that people are pointing out. Tim Poole says, support for Israel is dying. 18 to 34-year-olds, only 24% favorably view the Israeli government. 35 to 49, 34% favorably view. 50 to 64, 50% favorable view. 65 plus, 55% favorable view. Gen Z and millennials combined, 48% think the U.S. should publicly support Israel. Baby boomers and older, 83 to 86% think the U.S. should publicly support Israel.
Are you screen sharing the right screen?
Sorry. APAC tracker, it's getting weird. Charlie Kirk was a great man. He deserves honor, not lies. He rambled for 2 whole minutes like this, explaining why Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. That's Bibi Netanyahu, if you don't recognize him. Breaking. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released 6 statements denying Israel's involvement in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Netanyahu's denial count has only been exceeded by right-wing influencer Nick Fuentes with a whopping 11. Nick Fuentes is now openly parroting Mossad talking points, claiming that if you think Israel is involved with the Kirk assassination, you are a low-IQ anti-Semite. Nick got the call. Nick Fuentes, it's the Jews! Charlie Kirk rejects Netanyahu buyout, criticizes Israel, gets assassinated. You know, on second thought, it isn't the Jews, right? Question, is Mossad responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk? Ex-Mossad chief Yossi Cohen. Absolutely not. I mean, we have nothing to do with it. Mossad is not doing this kind of stuff. We're not involved in political assassinations. We never were. Is anybody buying this? Come on.
Didn't they just bomb Qatar to try and kill some people?
That's what I think. That's what Charlie Kirk was talking to Ben Shapiro about. Actually, let me go back to that real quick. That video is titled "Israel Bombs Qatar." Ben Shapiro joins the Charlie Kirk show. Right. Scoop. Got a tip last night. Take this with a grain of salt, okay? Just fucking, I don't know who these people are, okay? Got a tip last night that I was able to verify with someone inside the administration that the NSA detected 12 Israeli registered cell phones at the site of the shooting last Wednesday. The NSA picked the data up and handed it over to federal law enforcement officials who passed it along to the White House. My source said those in the administration with this info are really freaked out. Okay, so what does this mean? I don't know. I've been getting multiple tips a day for a week, and I've decided to start putting this info out as soon as I can verify any part of it. Everyone knows there's something very wrong going on here, and the public has a right to know what is happening. Are there possible alternate explanations? Yes. 1. Utah Valley University is a Center for National Security Studies program that is the largest national securities program in the region. It is possible there are Israeli nationals studying there. 2, they are Israeli nationals associated with one of the 3 synagogues located 30 miles north in Salt Lake City, which includes the Chabad Lubavitch of Utah. And yes, I checked for art schools. There aren't any. That's a joke. Calm down. That's in reference to the Israeli artists who celebrated 9/11, right? Or whatever, the Israeli art students who seemed to be placing plastic explosives of some kind in the buildings a week before or whatever. Yeah, that's the joke. Lastly, why give this scoop to me? Trust me, I was thinking the same thing. It's because mainstream journalists, and most independent ones too, are terrified of this story and no one wants to touch it. And I get that. But these folks need to dig deep and find their courage. Everyone does. If journalists in Gaza can continue to report while under constant threat of death by drone, then legacy media in America can weather the wrath of the lobby.
Who is this person?
That's what I'm saying. I have no fucking idea.
Like-
Southern woman. Love my family and my country. Co-host of the previously prohibited podcast.
Why give it to you? Like, literally why? Like,
she's followed by Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
even assuming it's
yeah.
accurate. 12 Israel registered cell phones. Okay. Kirk was very strongly supportive of Israel, and maybe towards the end he was a little less so.
Here is a possible solution for where those 12 cell phones are from.
Hold on, just let me finish before you give me the answer. I'm gonna just explain my thought process here. If Netanyahu apparently offered him to come to Israel to show him around, and so if 12 Israel people might have legitimately just wanted to go see his talk. So, okay, that's not even strange. I don't think that's strange at all. And then 2, maybe they wanted to go see his talk to specifically try and go chum up to him and talk to him about supporting Israel more. Like,
and this is also taking her at her word. And
that's taking her at her word.
Dismissing that again, as we've looked at, and we will continue to show you stuff where people are running with complete bullshit just because they're trying to further. For example, the thing we looked at previously where they said just a few days ago, Charlie Kirk came out about Epstein and it was going to expose things and blah, blah. That's from July. You stupid fuck. Right? So there's always going to be people who have their pet project. Israel's bad. Therefore, I'm going to create fake evidence to try to paint the picture that way. So more people feel that Israel is bad and more people investigate it and stuff. And then more stuff comes out because I'm right. And it just needs a little nudge. Right. I'm just saying, like, this is all predicated on us taking it as though she's telling the truth, that this actually happened, that the person who gave her the source wasn't also just some fuck who was trying to spin that narrative and spread more stuff to paint things in that direction, right? Like, you can't trust anybody. To quote the late Bill Cooper, listen to everyone, read everything, but trust only what you can back up with your own research, right? Ultimately, that is the best fucking advice the conspiracy side of things has ever given. Ever. This is the guy who predicted 9/11 months before it happened and was killed before it happened. Right? Like, it's the best fucking advice you could get. Now, here is a solution of where the 12 Israeli cell phones may have come from. Slightly odd. In April, Charlie Kirk appears on Bill Maher's Club Random. It opens with the discussion of Kirk having to have security. However, on Maher's channel, the part where they both discuss using Israelis for the security is edited out. Here it is on Kirk's channel.
Of course, it was wedged between the 2 giant Israeli bodyguards the whole way.
If you want security, the Israelis know what they're doing.
Exactly. So it was not the vacation I planned, but
if he has Israeli security guards, maybe their cell phones are Israeli. Who knows? Netanyahu personally requested Charlie Kirk visit Israel 2 weeks before his assassination. Kirk was rumored to have denied the request. I think that checks out. Right? Like, he's skeptical of Bibi Netanyahu because of Israel's 9/11, October 7th. Hey, Kirk, why don't you come to Israel and I will set you straight on what happened. No fucking thank you, right? Furthermore, according to multiple reports, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu offered Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA $150 million in cash to adopt an even more ardently pro-Israel stance. Kirk refused the money.
What's the source?
Oh, I've got the gray zone. We'll look at that in a second.
What do you call it?
It was Harrison,
a quote unquote friend.
No, the friend was Harrison of InfoWars. I forget his last name off the top of my head. I have it over. I think it'll probably be in here. I'll grab it if we need it. Okay. Charlie Kirk refused Netanyahu funding offer, was frightened by pro-Israel forces before death, friend reveals. A Trump insider and a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk tells the Gray Zone how the assassinated conservative leader's turning point on Israeli influence provoked a private backlash from Netanyahu's allies that left him angry and afraid. The source said anxiety spread within the Trump administration after an apparent Israeli spying operation was uncovered.
So this source is now public? I mean, you just said it.
Hold on, I'll pull it up. I'm going to see if it's in here before I go grab it. Okay, I don't see Harrison. Harrison Smith. Okay. Let's read this and we'll see what this says. What was your point, by the way? Just making sure. I understand.
Well, it's just Putnam asked who it was, and I said a friend, and you said it was a known person. I didn't know it was ever.
I saw
revealed.
Harrison's tweet, and it's from a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Like a month ago. Okay, so I was under the impression that that's what they're talking about, but according to the thing I just read about Harrison. When I did that search, it seems like there might be more to it. So we'll see what this says and we'll get to it. Okay. So and I just want to be clear, like this is like they're escalating this now. And if Israel is behind things, and Israel's very fucking powerful in this country, too powerful, right? If Israel is behind it, a lot of shit we've seen, not just with Charlie Kirk, but going to the full administration, the weird stuff with Epstein, Trump acting like it's not a big deal anymore out of nowhere, all of that stuff starts to add up. So again, I want to read this part of this. The source said anxiety spread within the Trump administration after an apparent Israeli spying operation was uncovered. I don't know if we talked about this on podcast or off podcast, where Bibi Netanyahu came to visit and then they found devices on the vehicles, right? Spying stuff. Is that what we just talked about this before the show, right, Randy?
No, not that I remember.
Did we talk about something where they discovered stuff in a vehicle or whatever?
Not from my memory.
Okay, we'll see. Charlie Kirk rejected an offer earlier this year from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrange a massive new infusion of Zionist money into his Turning Point USA organization, America's largest conservative youth association, according to a longtime friend of the slain commentator speaking on the condition of anonymity. The source told the Gray Zone that the late pro-Trump influencer believed Netanyahu was trying to cow him into silence as he began to publicly question Israel's overwhelming influence in Washington and demand more space to criticize it. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I read that initially in my head as like growing overwhelming influence. I'm like, it's all fucking 60 years. It's been goddamn massive. Like, it's not like this is new. But no, it doesn't say that. It just mentions that he's questioning the overwhelming influence. Anyway, so in the weeks leading up to a September 10th assassination, Kirk had come to loathe the Israeli leader, regarding him as a bully. Kirk was disgusted by what he had witnessed inside the Trump administration, where Netanyahu sought to personally dictate the president's personnel decisions and weaponized Israeli assets like billionaire donor Miriam Adelson to keep the White House firmly under its thumb. According to Kirk's friend, who also enjoyed access to President Donald Trump and his inner circle, Kirk strongly warned Trump last June against bombing Iran on Israel's behalf. Charlie was the only person who did that, the only person who warned him not to bomb Iran. Recalling how Trump barked at him in response and angrily shut down the conversation. The source believes the incident confirmed in Kirk's mind that the president of the United States had fallen under the control of a maligned foreign power and was leading his own country into a series of disastrous conflicts. By the following month, Kirk had become the target of a sustained private campaign of intimidation and free-floating fury by wealthy and powerful allies of Netanyahu, figures he described in an interview as Jewish leaders and stakeholders. He was afraid of them, the source emphasized. Kirk was 18 years old when he launched Turning Point USA in 2012. From its inception, his career was propelled by Zionist donors who showered his young organization with money through neoconservative outfits like the David Horowitz Freedom Center. He repaid his wealthy backers over the years by unleashing a relentless firehouse of anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic diatribes, accepting propaganda trips to Israel, and sternly shutting down nationalist forces, challenging his support for Israel during Turning Point USA events. In the Trump era, few American Gentiles had proved more valuable to the self-proclaimed Jewish state than Charlie Kirk. But as Israel's genocidal assault on the besieged Gaza Strip drove an unprecedented backlash within grassroots right-wing circles, where only 24% of young Republicans now sympathize with Israel over the Palestinians, Kirk began to shift. At times, he towed the Israeli line, spreading disinformation about babies beheaded by Hamas on October 7th and denying the famine imposed on the population of Gaza. Yet he simultaneously seeded his base, wondering aloud if Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli intelligence asset, questioning whether the Israeli government allowed the October 7 attacks to proceed in order to advance long-term political goals, and parroting narratives familiar to his most vociferous critics on the right, streamer Nick Fuentes. This July, at his Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, the thing that we watched at the beginning of this about Epstein, Kirk provided a forum for the right-wing grassroots to vent its fury about Israel's political hammerlock on the Trump administration. There, speakers from former Fox News stalwarts Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly to the anti-Zionist Jewish comedian Dave Smith denounced Israel's blood-soaked assault on the besieged Gaza Strip, branded Jeffrey Epstein as an Israeli intelligence asset, and openly taunted Zionist billionaires like Bill Ackman for getting away with scams despite having no actual skills. This person says, Tucker, how do you come to a place where some of the least impressive, most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires? How did Bill Ackman get $9 billion? A pretty impressive guy. I know him. No. Following the confab, Kirk was bombarded with infuriated text messages and phone calls from Netanyahu's wealthy allies in the U.S., including many who had funded Turning Point USA. According to his longtime friend, the Zionist donors treated Kirk with outright contempt, essentially ordering him to fall back into line. He was being told what you're not allowed to do, and it was driving him crazy. The conservative youth leader was not only alienated by the hostile nature of the interactions, but frightened by the backlash. The friend's account, the source here, dovetails with those of multiple right-wing commentators with access to Kirk. Quote, I think, in the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. Candace Owens, a conservative influencer who shifted decisively against Israel after October 7th, reflected after her friend's killing. Quote, I know it. He was going through a lot. There was a lot of pressure, and it's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him just to say the things that they're saying. She continued, quote, they wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion. It's very hurtful to me. Kirk appeared visibly outraged during an August 6th interview with conservative host Megyn Kelly as he discussed the menacing messages he was receiving from pro-Israel bigwigs. Quote, it's all of a sudden, oh, Charlie, he's no longer with us. Wait a second, what does with us mean exactly? I'm an American, okay? I represent this country, he explained before addressing the powerful Zionist interests harassing him. Quote, the more that you guys privately and publicly call our character into question, which is not isolated, it would be one thing if it were just one text or two texts. It is a dozen of texts then we start to say, whoa, hold the boat here. To be fair, some really good Jewish friends say, quote, that's not all of us, but these are leaders here. These are stakeholders. He went on to complain to Kelly, quote, I have less ability to criticize the Israeli government than the actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird. In one of his final interviews conducted with Israel's premier influencer in the United States, Ben Shapiro, Kirk once again tried to raise the issue of censorship of Israeli critics. So he said, as we kind of watched, a friend said to me, interestingly, Charlie, okay, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border. Maybe we should also ask the question, is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question. According to Kirk's longtime friend, Kirk's resentment of Netanyahu and the Israel lobby was spreading within Trump's inner circle. In fact, they said the president himself was terrified of Netanyahu's wrath and feared the consequences of defying him. During the past year, the Trump insider was told by contacts in the White House that the Secret Service had caught Israeli government personnel placing electronic devices on its emergency response vehicles on 2 separate occasions. Randy, if it wasn't you, I don't know who said it, but I did hear this just before the show started. While the Gray Zone was unable to confirm the story with the Secret Service or White House, such an incident would not have been unprecedented. Indeed, according to a report in Politico citing 3 former U.S. officials, a cell phone spying device was placed by Israeli agents, quote, near the White House and other sensitive locations around Washington toward the end of Trump's first term in 2019. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson recounted a similar incident in his memoir, writing that his security team found a listening device in his bathroom soon after Netanyahu used his personal toilet. The Israel did it theory. Kirk was killed this September 10th with a single shot fired by a sniper apparently positioned on a rooftop 200 meters away. He was shot while seated before a crowd of thousands at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, on the first leg of his America Comeback Tour. Now, I just want to point out, in the past, there have been certain events that seem to be sending a direct message. For example, the thing that birthed David Hogg, the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Not only, at the time, did students from that school call into InfoWars and talk about there being multiple shooters, including the guy that they pinned it on, whose name escapes me at the moment, allegedly running side by side with a girl who called in, and her remarking to Alex Jones that she was surprised to see him because she would have guessed he was the killer. But they were running away from gunfire together. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School was named after an environmentalist who was famous for preventing the draining of a swamp in Florida, in the Everglades. As if to say to Trump, you will not drain the swamp. So if there is a nefarious false flag agenda here, it seems interesting to me that on the banner of Charlie's, tent and or canopy and like some of the barricades, it says American Comeback Tour. As if to say America will not come back. America will not be restored to its former glory. America will not become great again. I'm just saying. Okay, I don't know. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas think that could be a coincidence. I don't fucking know. But this kind of shit happens a lot. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All right. The scene of Kirk collapsing from the impact of a gunshot to his neck, just as he began answering a question about transgender mass shooters, was perhaps the most shockingly vivid spectacle of assassination, and certainly the most viral in human history. There is currently no evidence of an Israeli government role in Kirk's assassination. However, that has not stopped thousands of social media users from speculating that the pro-Trump operative's shifting views on the issue contributed in some way to his death. By the time of publication, over 100,000 Twitter users have liked a September 11th post by libertarian influencer Ian Carroll declaring about Kirk, quote, "He was their friend. He basically dedicated his life to them, and they murdered him in front of his family. Israel just shot themselves." End quote. Many advancing the unsubstantiated theory have pointed to a Twitter post by Harrison Smith. This is the guy from InfoWars, a personality at the pro-Trump InfoWars network, stating on August 13th, a month ago, almost a month, right, before Kirk's assassination, that he was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Kirk thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against Israel. The frenzied speculation has set off shockwaves in Tel Aviv, where Netanyahu was compelled to explicitly deny that his government killed Kirk during a September 11th interview with Newsmax. Talking to Greta Van Susteren, he says, "Israel did not assassinate Charlie Kirk. What an odd thing to say for a world leader who is busy bombing 7 countries to say." Yeah, isn't he fighting a war on like 10 fronts right now? Like, seems unusual. I'm shocked. It's actually more suspicious that you even bothered to make a statement.
Well, I mean, he did just do that like media blitz where he tried to, to go on some podcasts where they had like scripted questions and stuff. And I'm sure they got blowback for the bombing of Qatar, and they just literally bombed a hospital too, like in Gaza. So it's like I can kind of understand why the prime minister would want to say like, no, we didn't have anything to do with this. And with Trump being involved too, like they want to make sure that they don't let Trump sit there and stew on it, because he might, start thinking. So I don't think it's insane that he is addressing it, but that's my opinion.
I'm going to grab something real quick just so I have it. This is from 9/11. God, it's one of these. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker, it's the far right one, isn't it? The last one in the group. No, it's not. Okay, hold on.
The far right extreme
far right?
one?
Hold on. I thought it was a tweet, but maybe it's a Reddit post.
It's not Nick Fuentes? It's not a Groiper?
I don't know. I need a mom to help me. Fuck, it might already be in the thing, actually. Maybe that's
Wine
why
bombs assemble.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll see if it's in here. I might have already put it in here.
Is it the Groiper?
It might be the very next thing in the link. I don't know. So anyway, the appearance was just one of several interviews and statements the Prime Minister dedicated to Kirk in the wake of his killing in an effort to frame the late conservative leader's legacy in a uniformly pro-Israel light. The major public relations push, literally, he made a statement before Trump, I think. Like he made a statement on behalf of Charlie Kirk before Trump had made a statement. Before he had been announced as dead. I'm pretty sure is when this thing we're going to look at in a second came from. The major public relations push has occurred while Netanyahu wages a military campaign on 7 fronts, punctuated by a regional assassination spree that most recently reached into the heart of Qatar, a U.S. ally. Netanyahu first tweeted prayers for Kirk at 3:02 p.m. in the afternoon on September 10th, minutes after news of the shooting broke. He has since authored 3 additional posts about Kirk, even breaking away from the Israeli war cabinet to spend the afternoon of September 11th memorializing the conservative leader on Fox News. During that interview, Netanyahu did his best to insinuate that Israel's enemies were responsible for murdering Kirk, despite the fact no suspect was named or in custody at the time. I'm going to say that again. Netanyahu did his best to insinuate that Israel's enemies were responsible for murdering Kirk. So really, it's that Kirk was too pro-Israel. The radical Islamists and their union with the ultra-progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies. In a September 10th post eulogizing the conservative leader, the Israeli prime minister described a recent phone conversation with Kirk. Quote, "I spoke with him only 2 weeks ago and invited him to Israel. Sadly, that visit will not take place." Left unmentioned was whether Kirk declined the invitation, just as he did with the Prime Minister's offer to reload Turning Point USA's coffers with donations from his coterie of wealthy American Jewish cutouts. At the time of publication, a 22-year-old resident of Utah has been taken into custody after supposedly confessing to killing Kirk. The public may soon learn the true motives of the alleged assassin. Perhaps they will fuel the narrative which Trump and his allies advanced in the immediate wake of the shooting, that a leftist radical was responsible, and that a wave of draconian repression must follow. But after the shooter's initial escape and a series of federal law enforcement mishaps, a large sector of Americans will likely never believe the official story, nor will they ever know where Kirk's turning point on Israel would have taken the conservative movement. 4 days before the assassination, frustration among pro-Israel commentators bubbled over in public during a Fox News interview in which Ben Shapiro launched a chilling attack on Kirk without naming him. Quote, "The problem with a big tent is that you may end up with many clowns inside," Shapiro told Fox host and fellow Zionist gatekeeper Mark Levin in an apparent critique of Turning Point USA. Quote, "Just because you're saying somebody votes Republican doesn't mean that they ought to be the preacher at the front of the church. They're not the person that ought to be leading the movement. If they are spending all day criticizing the President of the United States as covering up a Mossad rape ring or being a tool of the Israelis for hitting an Iranian nuclear facility." When Kirk took his usual place at the front of the church 4 days later, he was cut down by a sniper's bullet. Within 24 hours of Kirk's death, Shapiro announced that he would be launching his own campus speaking tour, vowing, quote, "We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it."
So this is the kind of thing that I was talking about behind the scenes, but it is very much reminding me of Stain from My Hero Academia, where he has
I heard you say this behind the scenes. We're going to take a leak. Keep going.
A strict set of morals, and after he died, the League of Villains usurped that ideal and twisted it in order to gain power, right? So
Did
I
Sting
do
die?
indeed remember.
I thought
No,
Sting
he was just
killed-
he spoilers, I suppose, but yeah, he got captured, whatever, died.
I mean,
captured.
I think it would have been a spoiler to say X character died.
I honestly didn't think
You didn't think, huh? No.
You went out of the picture. Like all you needed, kind of, yeah.
I think I might have actually been talking about Charlie in that sentence, but I'm not gonna think about it too much. It's irrelevant. When Charlie died, there is a vacuum, and people will try and fill that vacuum, whether they are going in the line with Charlie's ideals or trying to usurp the power he had and move it to their own team, I guess.
Do you think the many clowns under the tent thing is referring to the people he invites to speak or whatever, like the randos, or?
No, I think he means like if you're in a big tent, like you're going to get like a circus tent, right? There are going to be clowns. I think is what he means. But also, I think he's talking about the canopy, right? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think that you can make the argument that was a shade at Charlie, but I think just as easily you could make the argument he was just talking about in general, people coming over to the Republicans and trying to say what, you know, the correct way of going, and obviously he's making the argument that he's the correct way to go. His opinion is the correct way, and
so let me share this with audio. Syrian girl tweeted out that in 2023, Charlie Kirk accused Jews of controlling. No, that's not the right one. Hold on, this one. In 2023, Kirk blamed Jews for funding cultural Marxist causes in the U.S., then described Israel as the oppressor and Palestinians as victims. Again, it says down here, assuming this is accurate, seller for 2023. So I'm guessing this is from what she's suggesting.
Republican for the first time. But here's what Democrats are going to, what Jewish Democrats or Jews in general are going to have to make a decision. Until you crush the cultural Marxist lens of which they view the world, you will never actually be able to build support for Israel. You cannot subsidize support and play footsie with cultural Marxism and have a future for the state of Israel. So you have to choose. And Jews have been some of the largest funders of cultural Marxist ideas and supporters of those ideas over the last 30 or 40 years. Stop supporting causes that hate you. Now you might say, well, you know, how is one thing applied to the other? If you train a generation to view everything through an oppressor-oppressed lens, they will apply that lens to the Israel-Hamas conflict. The same way that they apply it to the police issue, the gender issue, good guy, bad guy, somebody on top, somebody on bottom. Until you...
Someone taking it in the ass? Someone giving it. I said someone taking it in the ass, someone giving it.
Who's the oppressor?
Was it Tyler Robinson?
Academic elite
or
of the
was
West,
it whoever
there
the
will
other
not
one?
be a safe future. I'm not going to say Israel won't exist, but Israel
With
will
a
be in
name like
jeopardy.
Twigs, I'm
as
sure
long
he
as
was
the
still
Western
pressed.
children of the West are being taught with primarily Jewish dollars subsidizing it to view everything through oppressor-oppressed dynamic. Until you shed that ideology, you will not be able to build the case for Israel because they view Israel as an oppressor.
Okay. So she also, Syrian girl,
Republican for the first time. But here's what Democrats
also shared this shorter clip here.
and Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me. And Jewish donors...
And she also had this to say. Charlie Kirk commented on Epstein's Mossad/Israel connection as far back as 2024.
Realize that Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who is obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket. the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new.
The implication of that is, so, wait a minute. What the?
That if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get.
The implication of that is, where did he get all of the money? He went from being a math teacher to a billionaire. A math teacher, I think, at a private all-girls school or something like that.
Get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis.
So again, I'll just read it one last time. If Israel is threatening the White House and whatnot, it sure makes a shit ton of sense that Trump would distance himself from Epstein and releasing the files and stuff. I really hope that Thomas Massie is able to get that 218th. You know, I'd love to see it. Again, I don't think Trump's going to be in it in any meaningful way. If he is, and if we can actually prove, and this is the hard part, right? Like, some interesting things happened once Jeffrey Epstein was caught, right? Two very interesting things. Number one, there was a speed running effort to normalize pedophilia. That didn't go very well. And then there was a massive advancement in generative AI to the point where now we have AI videos that are we're almost there. We're almost at the level where they're indistinguishable. So then it becomes where now you can't trust any of the actual evidence if it ever got released. You know what I mean? Which is why I think Trump should have released it day one, for the most part. Get it out as fast as possible. But I don't know. Good.
I was going to say, I think that some of the stuff you can trust, like they can release it in a form that you can trust, but
yeah,
it's just people are going to have to be more on the ball with stuff.
Yes, but see, the issue with this is that forensically, you could release it in a way where the metadata and everything could be proven to be legitimate and real. But the problem is that, as we've seen just tonight, there's a lot of shit where people will put stuff forth as, you know, real and accurate. I didn't even show it, actually. The left, I don't even know. I didn't see this in the wild. I just saw a post about it. Took a photo of Tyler Robinson wearing a maroon shirt and photoshopped it to look like he was wearing a Trump 2024 shirt or whatever, right? To try to show him as being right-wing and not left-wing or whatever, right? And if, again, you're already anchored to the belief that Trump is a pedophile, Trump is a sex pest, Trump is all these things, and then a video comes out showcasing something, and it is fully AI generated, but nobody can fucking tell, right? And it gets posted on Twitter somewhere as a big old whistleblower leak, but in actuality, it's just some fucking AI. The people who are primed to believe it are going to believe it, even if it's not true.
Look what I found. That wasn't in the official release.
Yeah. It's one of those things where now you just can't really trust anything. Anyway, let's get out of this.
Jeffrey Epstein.
And every Israeli connection to Charlie Kirk's assassination so far He was groomed by Israel as a teenager. He was Israel's top non-Jewish loyalist. He starts mildly criticizing Israel. He said Epstein was Mossad. 100% Epstein was Mossad. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was like one of the most decorative Mossad agents ever. Right? Robert Maxwell, also weird. Bob Iger, currently heading up Disney, named his son Robert Maxwell Iger. That's a little fucking weird. There's a bunch of photos of him with Ghislaine Maxwell. That's fucking weird, right? He said no Iran war on behalf of Israel. He lobbied Trump against the Iran war. Trump barked back at him over Iran. He said Israel had full control of Trump. He referred to Netanyahu as a bully. He feared Israel would kill him. Harrison Smith posts about Kirk's fear. Netanyahu requests Charlie visit Israel. Netanyahu offers Turning Point USA huge funding. He refuses Netanyahu's funding offer. He became disgusted with Netanyahu. He let anti-Zionists speak at his events. Zionist media starts attacking him. Anti-Zionist meaning Dave Smith in that case. Zionist media starts attacking him. Zionist donors threaten to defund Turning Point USA. Zionist donors demand Kirk ban Tucker. Donors cut him off and launch attacks. Loomer says Kirk backstabbed Trump. Loomer's Jewish. He has anti-Israel interview with Shapiro. Shapiro attacks Kirk on Mark Levin. He has combative meeting with Israeli rabbi. Before 9/10, the day he was killed, unusual people visited shooter. I don't know where I have that. I do have that somewhere. They mentioned a bunch of cars arrived at the shooter's place. Again, this is any narrative you want to spin, you could, post a little thing out there, The visitors had out-of-state license plates. The visitors did not give off a good vibe. Charlie shot in jugular from 200 yards away. And again, if there is a symbolism there, if it was an assassin, again, I saw something today when I sat down to try to get all this stuff planned for us to cover, that there apparently are more people on the roof in video than just the guy that we know is the patsy or the shooter or whatever, right? I'll see if I can find that in a second, and maybe we'll look at it in the second shooter theory, which we're getting it up to. And again, if it is, sorry, I got sidetracked. If it is a professional hit, the shooting him in the throat might be the statement, Again, just entertaining it as a theory, right? Unidentified man runs in crowd with a pistol. Don't know about that. Police arrest Patsy claiming to be a shooter. Patsy yells, "Shoot me," during arrest. This is referring to the old man, just so we're clear. 9/11 propaganda video surfaces of Patsy. We'll look at that in a second. Actual shooter flees without a trace. Netanyahu tweets within minutes. Israel media first to confirm Charlie's death. Private jet takes off 12 minutes away. I didn't put that in here, but yeah, there was maybe we'll pull that up too. That was fucking weird. Where would I have put that? Did I put that in here? I'll have to look for that. Anyway. It's over here. Oh, sorry. Private jet disables location monitoring. Jet is owned by Chabad Lubavitch donor. Netanyahu post about Charlie's Israel trip. FBI says foreign intel assisting investigation. FBI claims they have photos of shooter. FBI claims shooter wore tactical gear. Assembled gun found in wooded area. No photos exist of shooter with the gun. No photos exist of shooter in tactical gear. Again, I think that statement is... I think from a distance, seeing him on the roof, dressed in dark clothing, I think it's possible that people reported it as tactical gear because that's what they were primed to think they were going to see. I don't know. Zionists go on social media blitz about Kirk. Netanyahu goes on Media Blitz about Kirk. Netanyahu says Islamists behind shooting. Netanyahu says Israel didn't kill Kirk. Netanyahu reads Kirk's pro-Israel letter. Candace says the letter was faked. Candace calls on Netanyahu to publish the letter. Tucker says Charlie was at war with Israel. Cernovich says Kirk was at war with donors. Gray Zone drops article with Trump Insider. Insider confirms Kirk's war with Israel. Insider confirms Trump's fearful of Israel. Insider confirms Mossad spying on Trump. Trump's insiders don't buy official FBI story. Trump insiders say outside forces kill Kirk, but I'm sure it was just some random liberal kid. Again, the anchoring. If your anchor is Israel did it, you will find every possible way. Half of this shit isn't even connecting to Israel, but it's in your list of things that prove Israel did it. I don't fucking know. I'm not here to tell you who did it, who didn't do it, what happened. I'm just here to add a little bit of extra scrutiny to certain things. Continuing, I will point this out. 250 U.S. state legislators are currently in Israel. Don't you find that weird? That is fucking weird, isn't it? The fuck is that about? How about this one? 50 states, 1 Israel. That's fucking weird. Justin, U.S. Congress members send letter to France, Canada, the UK, and Australia to reject unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly. The letter, of course, included a threat that recognizing a Palestinian state may invite punitive measures in response from the United States. Note 2, they demand a crackdown on anti-Semitic activity.
Didn't Canada just recognize Palestine as a state?
This was from 2 days ago.
Are we retroactively screwed? No.
I'm just saying this is in the wake of everything that happened and all the circulation around Israel and all that stuff. This is what's going on. That there is like and a crackdown on anti-Semitic activity. Just so you know, was it Jacob Schiff, I think his name was, started the ADL specifically in order to silence critics of the Rothschild banking dynasty and their efforts to control governments back in 1913. Anti-Semitic activity means saying that's a little weird, pointing out unusual behavior that specific Jewish individuals benefit from, that the rest of the world does not. And acknowledging that pattern and recognizing it, that's anti-Semitic activity. Also, the Rothschilds are not actually Jewish. Oh, look at this one. Anon loves symbolism. Wait a fucking minute. Is that oy vey? Yes, it's very symbolic. He was also below the street level as it was an amphitheater of sorts. So he descended into hell and was killed. There are also 2 ponds/lakes and a waterfall. Somebody else drew it. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see that. God damn it. Motherfucker. Why don't you tell me when I fuck up? Anyway, this is this thing I was just reading. It is a little weird. But again, if you're primed to see it, you'll see it. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what else it's supposed to be. Now, just so you know, this weirdness here, as I was saying before, the amount of blood has been determined to be, he faked his death. And this is a Stan Winston School of Visual Effects YouTube video that's showing like doing a throat slit blood thing. And it's alarmingly off, like realistic looking, right? It's actually a little off-putting. They label it a Sandy Hook too. Let's look at this. So we are now going to look at the second shooter theory. And I got to be careful because there is some graphic stuff in some of these. Charile Kirk dark state involvement. Netanyahu's live link. Oh, we're streaming this to Netanyahu. He's going to see it. All right. Oh, what's this? The military hand signal. Oh, that means sniper. That's sniper right there. Right? And this one is stop, look, listen, and smell. Shooter, make sure you stop, look, listen, and smell. Right? Like, this one is commence firing, which is literally just arm here to arm here. But no, that's it, right? Okay. I don't want to show the rest of this. I can't remember. I'll pull it off screen for a second and double check. Hold on. There's more. I want to double check that I can show the rest of this before I do. I can. Okay, cool. It's the next one. I can't. I got to be real careful about the next one. Okay, so they show the arm thing, and then they make this as, that's the one we just looked at. They make this as like more, and it says context. In a non-combat situation, such as on an airfield, a different signal is used to indicate a fire. Airfield personnel use a hand wand in a fanning motion from the shoulder to the knee while pointing with the other hand toward the location of the fire. Okay. Whoa. Damning, right? That's incredible. So if you don't know who anybody in the videos are around him, like, this is pretty alarming. When I first saw one of these videos where they're like the hat signal and stuff, I was like, fuck, man. That makes a lot of sense because, you know, these came out before we really knew anything. But that makes a lot of sense if the shooter has a transmotive and all that stuff, because it's like they waited for the question to be asked and then they tip him off so he knows, okay, that's the signal. Shoot him during this part. Right? That's a really reasonable thing to jump to that conclusion if that has anything to do with it and it wasn't a coincidence in the question. Now, here's the thing. This guy's been identified as one of Charile Kirk's best friends. He's like a reverend or a pastor named Frank Turek, who was on Charlie's show all the fucking time. Sometimes a hand signal is just adjusting your hat, right? Now, the next one here, I'll be honest. Let me just find out where I need to be careful on this one real quick. I haven't switched it over to it. You don't need to worry about that yet, just so you know. Oh, actually, I don't think this one had anything. So this one says take the signal to take the shot, right? It's just more of this. I saw a photo somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it went. Of this guy looks exactly like the guy holding Trump in the fight pose, right? The guy off to the screen over here, I guess, or maybe it's this side. I don't know. I think it's mirrored for me. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The guy with the sunglasses and stuff, the Secret Service guy. He looks just like that guy.
What was his name in the game, Mr. President? Rock Hard Dick. What's her sin?
Hard Dickman or something like that. Anyway, so this is just more stuff about the thing. Okay. People bleed out of the exit wound. What you assumed was a rifle entry wound was actually the exit wound created by a handgun. Look at the size of 9mm handgun exit wounds in soft tissue. They're exactly the size of what you saw on Charlie's neck. He was shot at close range. Okay. On 4chan, I don't know if you guys saw this. Candace Owens did a video talking about the guy who took down the camera behind Charlie, right? And she's been advocating for that footage to get released, right? Because right after the shooting, somebody seems to go in and take the camera down. And she made this long, drawn-out video building tension and like, oh, isn't this weird? Are you good? And then she says, turns out I fucking know that guy. I talked to people at Turning Point. They identified him, and it's a guy I know because I used to work for Turning Point. So I texted him and asked him about the footage. He showed it to me, and I implored him to release it publicly. Okay? On 4chan, they are convinced that this is an exit wound and that the camera shot a .22 caliber bullet into Charlie's neck and it came out the front. And that's why it bled so much. That is how crazy things are getting in terms of people's thoughts. Now, look, just so we're abundantly clear, the 30-06 caliber that he's allegedly been shot with probably should have done significantly more damage. There's something very strange about it. The one caveat that I can think of is that he engraved the bullets. And so he may have loaded the bullets after the engraving to avoid creating a spark and igniting the bullet or whatever, right? To just, you know, to fire it, right? I don't know. I don't know. It is very strange, right? And let me see if I can grab the crazy fucking statement about the about from the surgeon or whatever. Holy shit, is it fucking weird. I think it was this account. No. I remember who it was. Hold on. It's coming to me. It's the guy who did the like search for your students and people and your employees to find out if they've been posting anti-Charile Kirk stuff. I'm just looking. Oh, fuck. God damn it. This guy posts 1 billion times a day. Here, I know how to do this. Let me search from at Jack Unheard Surgeon. Fuck, it's a quote tweet. God damn it. I'm not going to find it this way. Let me scroll down real quick to this morning. September 21st. Oh my God. Here, let me just search Charile Kirk surgeon. Charile Kirk surgeon miracle. Yeah. All right, I found it. I'm looking for the actual full statement. I think it's this one. Got it. Okay. Wow. This is the most unhinged thing I have seen in a long time to try to explain I'm just going to put it in here. We'll look at it in a second.
Oh, rip. He yeeted himself.
It seemed that way.
He'll find out eventually.
What a moron.
The browsers finally assassinated him.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
proud.
uh,
No. Someone assassinated his browser.
His browser self-terminated.
Sounds like late night with Conspirious 101. He's definitely on the Charlie Day, like, let me pull out the red string.
Yeah. Remember
The other
before the show
Charlie.
started, we thought we were throwing the idea around of doing the show on Friday to try and get more things in.
Honestly, I think we should probably just pull the plug after
Yeah.
he gets through his Charlie Kirk shit, and then
And do the actual show on Friday.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I'm in favor of that.
This to be
Footnote: we need a unanimous mutiny. What are your thoughts?
Yes, separating this from an actual show is probably fine. Especially if we're 5 hours in.
Yeah.
Still going.
Yeah, we're
to let the
5
audience
hours.
know, the idea was that this was supposed to be a short segment.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my internet
Yeah.
crashed.
Oh.
Your internet is revolting against you. It's like, okay, enough already. Like,
Oh,
we
that's
know.
interesting. I think I can move this widget now. No, thank you. Okay, we're almost there.
We were just deciding to end the show tonight after you finish all the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Well, I am going to advocate that we do not do that, but that we skip literally everything that we possibly can that's not in the highlights. But we'll see what happens.
And
later.
then we do the actual show on Friday.
Well, let's just see where we go, where we get from here. Okay. So people bleed out from the exit wound, right? What you assumed was a rifle entry wound was actually the exit wound created by a handgun. Look at the size of a 9mm handgun exit wound on top tissue. They're exactly the size you expect to see on Charlie's neck. He was shot at close range. People have pointed out that this guy is holding a gun that's a hidden, like thing designed to look like a cell phone or something, and then he shoot him. I will just tell you, I was 100% on board with this theory when I first saw it. 100%. I was completely convinced. And then I saw other angles, and I am not convinced anymore. I would just say the reason that this seemed reasonable to me, and we'll look at it in a minute. Actually, let me move this. We'll come back to it. Hold on. So this person says, watch this. Don't think it was from the front, at least not solely. In two angles, you can see a weird sort of device hitting him in the back and traveling across the back of his head. You can even see you can see the device pushing his hair down. It's moving at a high speed. All right, let me show this to you. Fucking cotton 4K over here. Watch. Watch this. You guys ready? You see that thing? Oh my God. Do you see it? Holy shit. Zipping around his head. Something hit him right in the back of the head, right? Oh my God. And just so you know that the guy's not crazy, he brought receipts. Look at this one. Watch this. It's the same guy here saying, these fast-flying projectiles that aren't bullets already exist. Here's a video of one from a couple months ago taken by a gentleman in slow motion with an iPhone 16 Pro Max, I believe. Watch how it moves and hard cuts left. Fucking insane. Watch this. This is crazy incredible. It was actually aliens who killed Charlie. Watch.
Is it a
Do you see that?
frisbee?
You fucking see that? Look how fucking fast that thing went. Oh my God. That was it, right? That killed Charlie. It was an alien, right? A UFO did that, right? Okay. Now that we're all in agreement that it was the UFOs.
Aliens.
Allow me to What would be the best way to do this? I guess the photos that I have. Sweet. Okay. Let me. Oh no! All my 4chan memes disappeared. All right. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Do I have one? I don't think I have one from the front. Okay, I have this one. We can look at this one real quick. Here it is. Popping it in now. Okay. So this is a high quality photograph from the day. Nips, not wearing body armor seemingly. There is a crucifix under his shirt with a silver chain that goes around. Okay? Stop screen sharing.
He had God and anime on his side.
Share
and lost.
screen. All right, this is the video that I censored, just so we're clear, and it is it is censored. Okay. So I'm sorry you're going to have to see this. Why? Where's my navigation? Why can't I? Fucker. Okay. You're going to see as I go frame by frame here. That's either his earpiece if he's wearing one. I don't think he is. I'm pretty sure it's his necklace. You can see it flip around. God damn it. You can see it whip all the way around. You see this metal?
I don't think we need to be looking at it, man.
Anyway, I'm just pointing out. It's a silver chain. You can see it from other angles as well, right? If you look at the high quality ones, you can actually clearly see it. Anyway,
take our word for it, or go do your own research.
Okay. All right. So again, all of this will eventually go into the doc, just so we're clear. You will have the opportunity to scrutinize everything here. This post was the one that made me believe this theory at first, and I'll explain why in a second. I'm going to try not to show much of it, though. Okay. So they basically go on to show this. They show it from multiple angles, and here's the big shocker thing they do. They draw a line from underneath this guy's hand to the bullet wound and act like, yep, it's a straight shot. It was definitely him. Okay. Now, the reason that this was compelling to me at first is because I 100% believe that this is how they killed JFK. Okay. If you look at the Zapruder film and you look at the full frame of it, you can actually see the guy driving the vehicle that JFK's in turn around, seemingly holding a gun, and blow his brains out.
If you rewind the podcast, you can see the moment all of the hosts' ability to believe this podcast would be less than like 6 hours would disappear.
Yeah. Okay. So you can look at that if you want. Let me now address this insanity. This is perhaps
podcast at 2 times speed.
This is perhaps the craziest thing that has come out of this so far. This guy says, I want to address some of the discussions about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. I'm usually not interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize, this is somewhat graphic. But in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle. And I want people to know. I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. He said the bullet, quote, absolutely should have gone through, which is very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc. But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it. I mentioned to his doctor that there were dozens of staff, students, and special guests standing directly behind Charlie on the other side of the tent. And he replied, quote, "It was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin." The fuck claim is that?
Assuming it's true, or like that's a big assumption about the coroner, right? Then you also have to assume his ability to understand the power of that bullet is also true, because we've had, like, I think you already brought it up, that I've been in the military and I've worked with, Marines, and it had to be a sniper elite squad member. No one else could make that shot. Like, those people exist online, so I wouldn't take this any more serious than that.
I think, so far as I know, that they're accurate in saying that this would have eviscerated his neck. Like, I mean, he would have almost nothing left, right? There's a video going around. I don't know personally how much I trust the ballistics gel that they use to suggest that it's just like human skin. I don't think that it is, right? But there's a video going around where they set something up and they shot it from a distance that I would imagine is around the same. I don't know the exact precise distance, but the fucking head is gone after it gets shot. Okay. Now I can say with full certainty that Charlie absolutely, positively was shot in the spine. I can say that with full certainty. Okay. Because when he is shot, his legs go together and his arms come up. And what's happening there is, I think it's it's C1 or C2 is where he likely got hit. And it is a response that we see commonly in nature when a deer gets hit by a car. And they lay on the ground on the side of the road with their arms and legs straight out. Okay, it's the exact same response. I forget the name of it now off the top of my head. But there definitely was a bullet that struck him in the spinal cord that caused his body to react the way it did. It's extremely common and well documented that this occurs. The only way I see the official narrative working is that the engraving took place with the bullet having been removed or not yet loaded yet with the gunpowder, and that it was loaded light and did not have the amount of push behind it that it should have had of a normal round. That's the only thing I could possibly think of. Also, that this kid could shitpost, right? Fucking bravo. All right. So I do want to point out, I'm not going to go into much detail on it, but it'll be in the doc. There's a recording of this guy talking to somebody who was live streaming the whole day and ended up talking to not everybody, a lot of people who were there. This guy says, I heard the gunshot. I looked to my left and then right at Charlie. Like, I looked over and then back. If there is a second shooter, most people are pointing to it having come from the left. And there's this guy saying that he looked to the left. Again, it really depends on where he was standing to know for sure. Because if he was all the way around on Charlie's left, then looking to the left would be up at where the shooter was. This girl also says, immediately, I look to the left and then to the right back at Charlie and stuff. Now, this is the one I want to show. What's up?
Uvu. UVU, Uvu.
Uvu. That's the real conspiracy. Okay. So this was posted by Alex Jones. We're not going to watch
New
the whole
video
thing.
has come out, and I checked the raw footage. It's real. It's not been doctored from what I can see. And you do see, just like we saw with Trump, if you slow it down, after the bullet grazes his ear, but you see when it's coming in. It's like a streak. And here, you
Okay, he's talking about this dot right here. Okay.
You do see in multiple camera angles what looks like a bullet being caught.
First of all, I don't think you would see a bullet, especially not circular like that. Second of all, Randy and I looked at this because Randy had presented it as though we were seeing the bullet to me. And I went frame by frame. Alex is not going to show the frames after this because they're gruesome and gory. But if you watch this shot and you go like 2 or 3 more frames, that dot shows up again after Charlie's been hit. I think what's happening is that there's a scratch on the lens such that when the way a scratch on metal and glass works is when it catches the light at exactly the right angle, that's when it illuminates. And so it's in the exact same spot of the screen 3 frames later. Now, he also goes on to point out
coming
something
down
else.
in some of the frames that you see in an open window, back up behind about 70 yards away, you see a muzzle flash.
Keep your eye on this space here where the red circle is as the next clip plays. To me, I first seen this and thought straight away, holy shit, that is the bullet. It matches the exit wound. It also matches the shirt puffing up and the angle of the entry and exit. I needed another angle just to see if this was actually fact, trying to get as much info as I could before I posted anything. And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down, and it does line up with the actual gunshot itself.
We're not counting gang violence. Great.
Okay. Open and shut case, right? Completely 100%. Like, a lot of people are sold on this, right? Finally, we get to put an end to this. Allow me to screen share something real quick. This would be, and then we get to finally move on. Hooray! Okay, let me share a video. I have to find it. It's this one. Okay, so this is a higher resolution video of the one that's on Twitter, because obviously Twitter is compressing it, right? What you're seeing when you look at it here that is so compelling, because it just so happens to be synced up exactly right before the gunshot noise, is a fucking bug or something flying up here. You can actually see it going up. It's not looping. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there's one frame of it where it covers that window right there, and people are reading that as though it is a
muzzle flash.
As a muzzle flash. Yeah. So look, could there be more people? There certainly could. Could there have been a second shooter? There certainly could. But I don't think that's the evidence that people think it is. Let me look at Roof. Let me see if I can find. I'm looking for, what's that guy's name? His name is Hustle Bitch. Let me look him up real quick. Hustle. Oh, God damn it. All right. Let me look at his Twitter real quick. I'll just pull it from there. Aren't you guys glad we didn't wait till Friday?
Yeah.
Hustle bitch. Okay, let me find him. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. All right. I saw this morning. This would be the last thing we look at in the second shooter thing, because I also want to be done with this. Remove, share screen with audio. Okay. Major breaking news. Watch this before it disappears. They had you fixated on the wrong roof. 17 minutes before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the UVU Woodbury rooftop reveals what they want buried. They staged the distraction. Here's what they hid from you. Okay. Let's see what it is. I'm not convinced that's a person, just so we're clear. That literally could be a tree on the other side. I don't fucking know. It's a good thing that they put the really scary music, though, to really convince me that it's actually...
Once again, this is like UFO alien footage.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Damn, so compelling. I'm pretty sure that's a fucking tree. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so I'm just pointing out again, if you are primed to believe that everything is a false flag, you will find a reason, god damn it, to convince yourself of anything. All right. Let's move to the next thing. Actually, I should have shared this with audio too. All right. So you guys remember that guy that we were talking about who claimed he was the shooter, and they captured him, and then they said the suspect has been released and all that?
Yeah.
George Zinn is an elderly man who was one of the first 9/11 witnesses to claim it was an Al-Qaeda terror attack. He had also been arrested. He has also been arrested as the Charlie Kirk assassination after claiming to be the culprit, and was also at the Boston Marathon and was charged over a bomb threat. Fuck, the Boston bombing? God damn. How was this guy in so many places? Hey, wait, let's keep going. George Zinn is CIA plant/deep state operative. Oh, man. George Zinn has been present at multiple pivotal events in American history. He witnessed the 9/11 attacks firsthand, which is statistically improbable given the millions of people in New York City. Zinn was also arrested in 2013 for emailing a bomb threat to the Salt Lake City Marathon shortly after the Boston Marathon bombing. Okay. More recently, Zinn was identified as a person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the conservative leader whose murder was broadcast live during a speaking event. The odds of one individual being involved in these three events by coincidence are astronomically low. Over 1 in a billion. Pretty compelling, right? Shooter begs, shoot me. Here he is being pulled out.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
My favorite part about this is that his pants fall down. Somehow he gets his pants down to slow his walk.
This
Man
dude's
arrested-
like a Hassan Piker. He's like, just say the N-word, dude. Call me the N-word, or whatever it is. So he has an excuse to get mad at the other side or something.
The man arrested for shooting Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University was carried away pleading with officers to shoot me. Online users have identified him as George Zinn, a previously arrested in 2013 after offering to help place bombs near the Salt Lake City Marathon. Video also shows him claiming to be a 9/11 survivor. Fuck, man. How could he be in so many different things? It's unbelievable. Here's George Zinn, the Ashkenazi Jew, guy who created the textbook diversion for exfiltration when Charlie Kirk was shot, was giving interviews after 9/11, being perfectly positioned to watch the planes hit the towers, and proclaimed immediately, it must have been Al-Qaeda. The Ashkenazi guy who shouted, "I did it!" when Charile Kirk was shot and then dropped his pants to slow down the perp walk as the shooter exfiltrated, knew it was Al-Qaeda that attacked the Trade Center before it was reported on a hunch. So damning. Let's see what he actually said.
I was at Denver just on September 10th, 2001, and I'm a huge Broncos fan, so I was. It was the opening night of Denver Broncos Stadium. I went down there, and we were playing the Giants that night, and so it was a huge event for us. I remembered everything that happened. We opened the stadium on September 10th, 2001.
Wow!
And so I was. We won the Giants, which was good.
Good for you.
I remember that was when Ed McCaffrey actually got hurt that night on a season-ending injury. And so I'm ready to go leave the hotel on September 11th, early that morning, and go back to Salt Lake City. And they said,
I'm ready to leave the hotel from Denver and go back home to Salt Lake City.
Down, look in the lobby. Something's happening here. They said there's a plane that's headed towards one of the towers in New York City. And we're just glued. Everybody in the lobby is just going, wow, this is pilot error. What's going on here?
The 9/11 survivor, perfectly positioned to witness the plane hitting the tower, fucking saw it on goddamn TV like everyone else. Jesus Christ.
2 times
We're all survivors.
Motherfucker, are you serious? The odds are 1 in a billion. 1 in a billion what? That he watched it on TV? That he called in a bomb threat to something that wasn't the Boston Marathon bombing? This is the bullshit I'm talking about. Read everything, listen to everybody, trust only what you can back up with your own research. People are they. It is so easy to play telephone with this shit and build it into more. Next thing, I swear to God, I'm going to see that he also was the guy in the Bigfoot suit in the fucking famous Shaky video, right? Like, just fuck me. People have absolutely zero due diligence. It's mind-numbing.
Oh, it was very confusing. And we see that plane go in, and we just think, wow, and then I think it was, a 9/12 or something like that that second plane hit that tower. Immediately chaos in that hotel lobby. There was, everybody was on cell phones. People had friends, family, everybody they, knew in New York. And we just said, that's got to be something. That's terrorist attack or something like that.
By the way, guess when this was recorded? It was recorded in 2021 for the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks.
How was this guy interviewed?
What the fuck? Oh, he was one of the first. He watched it happen, and he immediately proclaimed it was Al-Qaeda. 20 years later, retroactively misremembering, he says, oh, it's the terrorists. By the way, Bill Cooper, who predicted 9/11 months before it happened in June, if I'm not mistaken, said on air on his radio show, he called into question the fact that a CNN journalist, I think it was, had hunted down and located this guy, Osama bin Laden, previously a CIA asset, by the way, who helped us in fighting a proxy war against the Russians. But setting all that shit aside and his connection to George Bush's family and all that fun nonsense, setting all that aside, Bill Cooper said, it's insane to think that the entire intelligence agency is looking for this guy, and yet some random ass journalist finds his hideout and interviews him And then he goes on to say that something is coming. They're going to blame it on this guy, Osama bin Laden, and don't you even believe it. I think it was 2 months later, he was killed on his ranch in Arizona by the feds. And then
I would also just like to point. Oh,
9/11.
no, finish it.
Go ahead.
I would also just like to point out that this guy is also misremembering even his own story.
Yeah.
Because he said that he walked down into the lobby and saw the first plane hitting the tower.
He didn't say the first plane. He said a plane heading to the towers. But the claim everybody's making is that he saw the plane at the tower, and that only is significant if you saw the alleged first plane, right? Because there is no recording, so far as we know, of the first plane hitting the tower, right? But he didn't actually say the first plane. He said there's a plane heading towards the tower. Now, if a plane is heading towards the tower, the only way that it matters is if it's the second plane. Because then you know, oh shit, there's more hijackers, there's more shit going on. There's more danger at play.
It wasn't just a one-time accident.
And even still, I do not believe that was part of the narrative back then. I think, again, 20 years later, it's really easy to look back and remember the event of where were you the day that 9/11 occurred, right? And you remember, like I personally remember my mom woke me up and told me what happened, and I was sleeping in bed, and I was like, fuck, I don't care. Right? Went back to bed. But
Wow.
I was homeschooled at the time, so I wasn't like, I was able to sleep in a little bit. Anyway, I'm dumbfounded at the lack of critical thinking. And this is the problem. This is why the William J. Casey quote really irks me. That you will know that your disinformation campaign is complete when everything that the American public believes is false. Because there is no critical thinking. There is no research. There is no effort to actually dig and get to the bottom of things. New York Post wrote, old man who falsely claimed he shot Charlie Kirk is a known gadfly who told cops he did it to draw attention from the real shooter. So if I understand correctly, a gadfly is a term that they use to describe a person who makes himself the center of attention at events and whatnot, tries to draw attention to himself and become, get a few minutes of fame, right? That's why he called in the bomb threat. That's why he pretended to be the shooter. That's why, for some reason, some random ass motherfucking guy is listed on the memorial 20 years later, and people are now looking at him and saying, oh, he's a 9/11 survivor. And they have done fuck all to actually research and just trusted everything. And fake Charlie Kirk shooter slapped with kiddie porn charges after confessing to FBI. He is so much of an attention seeker that he had child porn on his phone and told the FBI to look at his phone to discover it so that he could be in the news that much longer. Is that... but I would also like to acknowledge, just like with Rittenhouse, you can't throw a stone without finding a pedophile on the left. Right? What does it say that the guy who, as soon as Charlie Kirk is murdered and blood is spewing from his throat, he jumps up and says, it's me! I did it! To try to let the actual shooter escape. That guy, the most extreme of the left, is found with child porn. Didn't Destiny just get something to do with child porn? And Vosh, didn't Vosh have a whole thing? Why is
Disney basically essentially admitted to having like footage of someone who was underage?
As far as I understand, they confirmed that it was actual young girls, if I remember correctly.
Well, it was like someone he was...
The docs say
texting with or
Zinn
something?
admitted to the feds he gets sexually aroused by children.
Oh, you're talking about this guy. Sorry.
Yeah, just so we're clear. Yeah, it says here the FBI, Zin has been charged with 4 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor after FBI agents examined his phone and found images of underage girls dressed only in their underwear. According to court documents filed Tuesday by Utah prosecutors, the doc says Zin admitted that he is sexually aroused by children. All right, now we get to look at the weirdest part of this, the occult angle. Let me... this guy is speaking in French, so I think it's just easier to not switch to screen sharing with audio. Charile Kirk is a coded ritual after a blood moon on the eve of 9/11, which is 33 days before his birthday. 33 is their Masonic signature. That's why the manhunt lasted 33 hours. It only took 33 hours. We also had the New York shooter who killed himself on the 33rd floor after firing 47 rounds. 47 is the angle of the Masonic compass. Here, 33 for his initials, 47 for the caps. The fake Trump shooting was 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days before his election. So a pro-Trump, pro-Israeli guy with a MAGA cap is not spontaneous at all. They sacrifice his role, not his body. Netanyahu honors him. Trump posts a hug with the Israeli flag. The same day a series on Hulu comes out with a politician shot in the throat. Copy and paste. Ritual to amplify the global shift in consciousness. Free speech symbolically executed. Looking closer... clues jump out. T-shirt is puffed. Okay, that T-shirt puff, by the way. Pause. That T-shirt puff, by the way, is a Rode mic. Okay? It's a fucking Rode mic. The reason his shirt is puffed in that weird way is because the Rode mic is inside. There's a magnetic clip on it. And just like when you would clip a lapel mic, it's going to pinch the fabric. So it sits in a weird spot. A lot of people analyzing the footage on day one thought that the spot was the bullet hole jumping up into place because they keyed it wrong or whatever. Fucking. Oh, you. Jesus Christ. Do you understand that for this conspiracy to make sense that it is a digital AI video or something, you would have to have a conspiracy with 4,000 people involved? I'm not even going to play the rest of this. I'll put it in the doc later. It's going to take me all day fucking tomorrow to get the stuff in the doc too. Charile Kirk, public Masonic ritual. Freemason, Ordinal 115. Charile Kirk 115. Sumerian. Oh my God, he matches everything with the word Freemasons. For the last 33 hours, I've been praying that this person who murdered Charile Kirk was from another country. Oh, it took 33 hours. 33, the secret number, the secret ritual. Yeah, look, I mean, yeah, there's some gematria and all that bullshit, but goddamn, the level of insanity that we have gotten to. Oh, here's the Charile Kirk public Masonic ritual. Oh my God, do you see all these symbols? Don't underestimate what they will do to keep us angry, distracted, and divided. Oh, sure. Look at this. It's amazing, isn't it? Did you guys know that 47 plus 47 plus 47 equals 33? Okay, so what they're saying here actually is that 4 plus 7 equals 11. And 4 plus 7 equals 11 times 3 is 33. Head explodes, right? It's crazy. Can't even believe it. Yeah, anyway, I'm not even going to bother. Not
What
even
are the
gonna bother.
odds?
9 plus 11 is 20. We're in the 20th century.
But wait, it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. Erica Kirk has a ring with a G on it, and that G, and I do think she's a Freemason. I think Charile Kirk might have also been a Freemason, but she's got like a branding of Saturn on her hand, and Saturn is Satan in mythology, right? And so when you have Christmas time, which is actually not Jesus's birthday, it's the winter solstice, you're actually worshiping Saturn. That's why you get the Saturnalia tree, you know, the Christmas tree. That's what that fucking pagan holiday is.
The
We've
Sega Saturn?
uncovered everything. Yes.
Satanic.
Yes. She's also got a necklace here of a symbol showing the Knights of Malta. The Maltese crosses, the Knights of Malta, the Templar Knights, right? This is a major, huge thing that's been in conspiracy circles forever about Freemasons and whatnot. Oh, and then my favorite conspiracy, and I believe it wholeheartedly. Look at those hips. Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Franz V, is a male to female transgender. Got him. Dead to rights. That's the real angle here. We found him. Oh, yeah, let me get this audio here. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It keeps going, guys. Charlie Kirk's wife is implicated in trafficking children. Here it comes. You ready?
2012 wins Miss Arizona, competes in Miss USA, a pageant owned by ... Trump. Okay, want to know something really weird? So she had said in a podcast that she had never competed in pageants and had never done any modeling before, until one day she receives an invitation in the mail to become a model and start doing pageants. And the pageants that she started doing were Miss USA pageants owned by Trump. So she modeled for Trump. She was one of Trump's pageant girls. But did you know that she was also a casting director at the same time that she was doing all of this stuff for Trump? Now, she doesn't specify on her website if she worked as a casting director for Trump, but around the time that she was claiming to be a casting director, she also owned a ministry that was working with the U.S. military in Romania. The area in Romania where she was operating this ministry had a bunch of locals accusing these evangelical ministries of kidnapping children and trafficking them out of the country. These children were being found in the UK, in Israel, and were also being sent to undisclosed private islands.
In Israel, you say?
Locals demanded authorities look into it, but they never did. Now, Charlie Kirk really wanted the Epstein files released, but did his wife? Prior to marrying Charlie Kirk, she was a multi-millionaire on her own, and since his passing, she's also amassed all of his wealth plus an additional at least $5 million in donations. She's currently considered the most powerful woman in the United States, with mega fans begging her to run as vice president in 2028. Let's talk about their first date, because it was actually a job interview. Back in 2018, 2 years after Donald Trump had started working with Charlie Kirk had hosted a Turning Point USA opening event for one of the offices that they had opened. And Erica and Charlie Kirk were introduced to each other. Charlie Kirk instantly thought that she was beautiful, but thought that she was really smart. And allegedly, one of their mutuals had suggested that Charlie Kirk hire Erica. I'm assuming it was Donald Trump or someone on his team, because Donald Trump had signed on to work with Charlie Kirk, and Erica was already one of Donald Trump's employees. So it would make the most sense for Donald Trump and his team to encourage Charlie Kirk to hire Donald Trump's employees. Anyways, Charlie Kirk DM'd Erica, invited her for a job interview. The job interview ended up turning into a date, and Erica allegedly had said, "You're not going to be my boss. You're going to..."
What is he going to be?
You're going to be my husband.
It's going to be my
You're
bitch.
going to be my assassin husband. Yeah. All right. I think you can understand why we're so late today and why it's taken me so long to try to fucking get my head around this shit.
I'm still liking the idea of ending the show after we get
I
done with
hear ya.
this.
Did Charlie Kirk's wife and his father both work under Donald Trump's business empire? Wife, Miss Arizona USA 2012, when Trump owned the Miss Universe organization. That makes her an employee, by the way. Winning in the pageant. That's an employee. Dad, architect tied to Trump Tower. What are the odds? Did he also survive 9/11 by chance? Robert W. Kirk, his father, Robert W. Kirk, is an architect who was involved in the construction of Trump Tower. Maybe, just maybe, it's not what are the odds. Maybe, just maybe, Charlie Kirk's entire worldview and his, fondness for Trump and whatnot came from his father, knowing Trump. Maybe that's how it happened, actually. Oops. This over here. You mean Erica? Okay. The most credible source on Charlie Kirk is his wife, not Candace Owens. You mean Erica Lane Kirk, nay, Franz V, whose grandfather was knighted by the King of Sweden and who was a member of the Independent Order of Vikings and Valhalla? Is that what that is? Okay. Okay, let's get into Cash Patel now, because this is the fun part. This is where shit gets fun again. Full disclosure, I love Cash Patel. Favorite Indian.
What?
Second favorite, M. Night Shyamalan. Other than that, Vivek maybe, and then everybody else is last place tied, right? Okay. So, FBI Director Kash Patel.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk. Right now, brother, we have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Damn. Wow. Holy shit. I'd have died of cringe.
That was
Why'd he steal his watch though? Like,
dude, that's like
Whose watch?
Kirk's watch.
He stole his watch? I didn't know that.
He just said he's telling Kirk he has his
we
watch.
have your watch.
We have the watch.
All right, here we go. You
bro,
guys ready?
that was
This-
like Kamala Harris, Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
He's throwing in the horn backwards. What the fuck?
I accept him into the Viking heritage on behalf of the Viking.
Oh. Viking King / FBI Director Kash Patel. See you in Valhalla, Sar. I'll see you in Valhalla. White people silent, motionless in Valhalla. White people not looking at me. With the old gods. Audible cough from the back of the room. Oh.
Bro should have gone with the Warhammer roleplay and been like, blood for the blood god.
Blood for the blood god. This is a crazy coincidence. Guess what? It's not. Oh, what's that? What? The Goat Island Marine Reserve? What? Huh? Valhalla? Guess what? It's not on this island. That saved you a click. It's nearby in New Zealand, but it's not on this island where nothing exists. So, what are the odds? Wow, what a crazy coincidence. See you in Valhalla. I can't even believe it, right?
So, Cash and Charlie are having their rendezvous in New Zealand.
Yes, that's it. You got it. I mean, we did see his body in the casket, right? Anyway, right before Charlie Kirk's assassination, Kash Patel fired the head of the FBI's Salt Lake City field office in Utah. Former agents called her, quote, absolutely the best in the Bureau, a legendary case agent involved in the biggest national security cases of the last 2 decades. You must ask questions, says the patriotic blonde. Don't know. Doesn't sound like you've ever been to Valhalla. Why would the FBI fire the head of a field office without cause? An agent who had verifiably glowing performance reviews and no history of misconduct right before a high-profile political assassination in her district. Why? Why indeed? All right. I am happy to announce we are in the last stretch. Let me double check and see. Maybe we can confirm we don't have any more videos. What's this? Yeah, let's just do it. We'll do it. Okay. All right. Exclusive leaked messages from Charlie Kirk Assassin. So, this is on Discord. Charlie Kirk got shot, dead. I just saw the video. Holy shit. Rip, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Hey, guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Zealous Monkey 55095, who is apparently Crafton / Tyler / whatever. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. Skipping all the stuff I was originally going to read. You're welcome. Shows that he played Helldivers. Anyway, here's his political statements. He said, an impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find that he committed the shit he's accused of. Doesn't sound like a Trump supporter. Just saying. That's not how they would say it. Right. Also, Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, right? So it's like he really didn't say anything about Trump or Biden. I'm just pointing out that this doesn't read like somebody who's an ardent supporter, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would say, oh, he could get booted if they find he committed that shit that he's accused of. No Trump supporter thinks he was actually guilty of the random ass bullshit they claimed. Anyway, moving past this to eat up time here. Charlie Kirk assassination suspect shockingly blunt confession on Discord revealed. So they claimed, one of the outlets, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, that he admitted to it right away with what those Discord posts we saw in the last one, right? Just so you know, this last article we looked at, one of Tyler Robinson's friends shared it with that outlet. And there's a photo at the top to prove that he knew Tyler Robinson. And that's what that was at the top, okay? So many of the outlets reported that he was very forthcoming in announcing that he had done it. But then there's also this one. And again, this is a recreation of a Discord post, not the actual screenshot of it, obviously, because it's missing some key stuff. And it says his name and acquaintance is not a username, right? Charlie Kirk's accused murderer joked in their Discord group chat after the shooting. Daily Mail claims this message from the suspect was sent after someone wrote, "Tyler killed Charlie." Tyler Robinson allegedly responded by saying, "My doppelganger is trying to get me in trouble." They go on to say, like, "Oh, they're offering $100,000 reward. Should we turn in Tyler?" And then he responded, like, "Only if I get a cut." Okay. Tyler Robinson left a note vowing to take out Charlie Kirk, according to the FBI.
Federal officials confirmed.
No, not going to do that. This is the thing where they said that. Let's just go to the actual. Let's go to the actual text messages. How about we just jump to that? The key text message exchange between Tyler Robinson, the accused Charlie Kirk assassin, and his roommate and romantic partner, per prosecutors. So allegedly what he said, there's stuff missing from the top of this. He said, "Stop what you're doing right now. Look underneath my keyboard." And underneath the keyboard was a note that said, "I have a chance to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." And then he says, after reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson says, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't it be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." Roommate, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" "I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person." "No. They grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I am worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find Prince. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh woo, not oh whoa, this time ooh woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
So when they said, remember when I was engraving bullets or whatever, doesn't that make them kind of like somewhat aware? Like
Doesn't
they
it?
knew this was going to happen,
Doesn't it?
perhaps?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I don't think you just casually engrave bullets.
It also reads very strange, doesn't it? Like,
who says vehicle in a text instead of just saying car?
is this it? Is this officially the dumbest thing the U.S. government has ever tried to force the American people to believe? Right? The only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Right? Like, remember those bullet engravings? Right? Hold on. I love this. My beloved Jessica, I write to you today from our camp at Gettysburg. We prepare now for battle on the morrow. I fear I shall not survive. I inscribed my musket ball, your gay limau. I trust it will find its mark.
Wow.
Oh. Nice try, FBI, to the ChatGPT subreddit. Is this how humans actually talk to each other, or is this a fictional conversation? This reads much more like a fictional or staged conversation than a natural human one. A few reasons why. Overly explicit detail. Real people don't usually narrate their actions with this much precision. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, right?
He's in a rush. He would be typing paragraphs or texting paragraphs.
I have left no evidence except for the note I wrote to you confessing my crime and all these text messages laying out in meticulous detail all the pertinent information needed to convict me. LMAO. Oh, okay.
Well, the one part of the text near the end says, delete
this message. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. But even still, it's just funny how people
Even
are
if you
not
delete it from
believing
your
it at all.
device, the cell phone companies will still have the transcript.
Oh,
Now,
yeah, but he's
I
not
want to
that
point
smart.
out this.
That's not true if they're
WhatsApp,
modern text messages
or whatever.
If they're RCS or if they're Apple.
It's
iMessage.
also an assumption that they're text and not Discord or not, you know what I mean, like
Facebook Messenger,
Twitter DM. I don't know. You know, it could be anything.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be Discord.
Because he wouldn't
Unless
be able to delete it on their end.
well, so he would have deleted his own,
Yeah.
and then and so they wouldn't have had his messages.
Mhm.
Like if Twigs would have he would have asked Twigs to delete his half of the messages,
Mhm.
which is fine, but he would have had no reason to not delete his half. So yeah, I don't think it's Discord, but it could be a text message or WhatsApp or whatever,
Mhm.
but unless it's SMS, the carriers aren't going to have a copy of it. Like if it's using a more advanced protocol where it encrypts it, they won't have copies. Well, in theory, anyway. Who knows? Maybe the NSA are super elite hacker bros.
I'm going to just star that so we can. I don't want to miss some of these comments. So this surfaced. This is Charlie Kirk shooting suspect after a 2022 crash. Listen to how he talks.
You're heading from that rightmost through lane through the intersection. And maybe a second or so before I reached the intersection, the light changed yellow.
Okay, you remember looking at the light?
Yeah, I was looking up at the light just before getting there.
Okay.
I saw it shift yellow. And as I get into the intersection, there was a vehicle in the lane between like the leftmost through lane that was forward some.
Seems mega autistic. And the furrow through and the leftmost through lane, and the vehicle was there. Like it just, I don't know. It just seems like maybe it's not that unusual after all. Although I love this one.
I agree. Tyler's texts do not read like a Gen Z would text. But I think what's making it worse is everyone's using like this old-timey voice to read them, and that is not the voice you should read those text messages in. Hello, princess. Drop what you're doing and look under your... Remember how I was engraving the bullets? It was mostly a big meme. I'm okay, kitten, but I am stuck in Orem. I had hoped to keep this secret until I died of old age. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. You are all I worry about, princess.
All right.
I don't
I
think
think he's
did
right.
Readings justice. You gotta go back and do it again.
It was horrible. I
Oh,
unfortunately thought like many Americans, it was very horrible.
I think you can do better.
All right, I'll do better. I found the real FBI text.
Oh, Jesus.
Robinson, I yet endure, my dearest heart. The fate ensnares me in the province of Worms a while longer. Soon, perchance, I shall return unto thee. But first I must reclaim the sacred spear. I had yearned to bear this secret unto my grave of venerable years, yet destiny compels me to unveil it. Forgive me, for I had no wish to draw thee into these shadows. Roommate, thou wert not the hand that struck, surely. Alas, it was I. Forgive me, I beseech thee. But I thought the malefactor was seized. Nay, they took some poor gray-bearded vagabond and pressed hard upon another clad in garments akin to mine own.
So future note, if I'm ever considering, being a criminal,
Mhm.
that's how I'm going to talk
Oh,
to
fuck
anyone that's involved. Just
My design had been
instantly
to
throw
seize
everyone
my
off the
spear
scent.
from its secret cache, Anon. But the watchman fastened and shut half the city. All lies silent, save one lone chariot that lingers. For what cause? Why I wrought the deed? I! For his hatred had grown monstrous. Such venom may not be parlayed with. Had I but taken my spear unseen, no trace would remain. I strive now to reclaim it, praying the watch have departed. I have heard no heralds proclaim its discovery. How long didst thou weave this scheme? A span of but 7 days, I trow. I may creep close, but a war cart idles by the spot. Methinks the place was searched, yet I dare not tempt fate. Dost thou recall how I inscribed runes upon the laden bolts? Mere jest mostly. Mockings for the bards. Yet if the scrolls of Fox News declare, behold the bulging ruin, my heart may burst. I must forsake the cache, bitter though it be. For from today's trials I deem my grandsire's musket serves well enough. The scope alone was worth a king's ransom. Burn this exchange to cinders. My sire clamors for visitors of the. My sire clamors for visions of the spear. He claims grandsire longs to know who bears what. For the crowd's enforcers have loosened the image, and it is singular. He He hounds me with summons, yet I answer not. Since the reign of Trump, the red crowned, May sire hath grown most devout, a zealot of the cause. They cut off a bunch of it from the previous one. He says, ever since Trump was elected, my dad became pretty MAGA or something like that. I shall yield myself willingly. One of our neighbors serves as deputy to the sheriff. Thou alone dost I cherish, O love, and I in turn cherish only thy well-being above mine own. Whew, that was amazing.
Dude, they need to make a Fortnite version of that.
Yes. Oh, here's the guy. Oh, wait, he's behind us. The guy I was talking about who looks, God damn it, where's my mouse? There. The guy I was talking about, right? All right. So this is how ABC reported the reaction to the text. And just remember that they really, really need the left to remember that they didn't do this. And if they did do it, it was tragically beautiful.
We have seen an alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charile Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner. So a very interesting and, as Pierre said, riveting press conference, David.
It was tough.
Gay. Oh no, I haven't done my Duolingo.
Because it involves a transitive, he has to say, well, actually, this is quite beautiful. Isn't being trans in relationships with trans beautiful?
So beautiful. Leftists are claiming that the Tyler Robinson text messages are fake because they can't accept losing control of the narrative. This will be one of those things that a lot of leftists say. And then when Tyler Robinson's motives are exposed even further, the stuff they were saying about it being fake gets memory hold. But for the brief period where we are able to see the leftist denial about this, you get a glimpse into their minds. You see how their minds contort based on simple facts that they find inconvenient. You see that the standards they expect everyone else to follow in evaluating a high-profile incident go out the window because the facts have become inconvenient. Blah, 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 blah. I think we're good here. Can you guys read some comments before we go to pickups?
You want to do pickups after all that?
Seb says I have a Sega Saturn.
Oh, I starred Funk Guns. If you scroll up a little bit.
That one?
Yeah, so start from there.
Although interesting, I could almost believe Israel knew an attack was coming and closed an eye to it. What was that? Rally the masses, look at the U.S. and Hawaii before World War II. That is plausible. What is that? But I still feel like he is not big enough to factor to Israel for them to bother full-out plotted takeout. They're too crafty to wipe out a voice that can become a martyr. And then, where's there? Remember the Trump being pretty tickled on Israel breaking truce first on the ceasefire. He never took back his statement. I don't know if that. I'm not caught up to the times on what that's. Maybe Randy can help me out.
For what?
for this one.
Pretty ticked on Israel breaking truce first on the ceasefire. Yes. He never.
Oh, back
back
for
his
the
statement.
Iran thing, yeah.
Sometimes a simple thing is like closer to reality. Yeah. Almost Running Man, says JD Vega.
I'm running man away from this podcast.
Oh, sounds like a late night with Conspiracy 101. This is
it
like an
is.
hour and a half ago.
That one was already read, actually, by
Yeah,
Randy.
that's what I'm saying. It's clearly set to send a slider, not a fastball. Talk too much.
You talk too much, AC.
AC's not even talking right now. That's
Randy, are
gaslight.
you suggesting he be silenced? How could you?
He's
Be
being,
silence, you withering wretch! You speak too much of these conspiracies. More anime we must speak of.
Funkin must go to bed, Lucky.
Oh. I know what we could. Oh, we're in the wrong brand.
I was pretty sure they can't get this right either. Okay, we're done.
Why did the brand not change?
Thine mouse itches closer to the end screen button.
I can't change the brand to brand one, guys.
Let me see if I can.
There, how about that?
Wow. Seppuku'd.
He took Greenland with him.
Okay, I was trying this whole time to add to the Shakespeare with
I rape thee in the name of the Lord.
Nice.
Yoku Manga.
Are you really taking time to do your fucking
Duolingo?
Yes.
Do not, I repeat, do not do that.
I have two questions left. God, it's the same one. Manga. Yeah. ROKKU. To.
NANI?
For fuck's sake. Oh, got it. Nice. Okay. Ha! Perfect lesson.
I don't get you humans. You'll
All right. Who has pickups?
Discord.
I'm gonna pick up this mouse and hit the end stream button. I swear to God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're gonna speed run absolutely everything that we can for the rest of this. So closing this. Thank you. Awesome. Didn't lose my streak. Okay.
Is it now time for opening discussions?
No, those were our opening discussions. Thank God. Okay, so here are my pickups. I picked up Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Time Season 2 Steelbook, right? Or whatever the fuck that is. I think that's it. Did I show Amazing Nurse Nanako? And the Elusive Samurai?
Show it again.
All right, just to be safe.
I don't think
Thank you for advocating for me. I think I showed the full moon thing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I showed part 2 and the Elusive Samurai.
I don't
right?
think you did. I don't
Okay,
think you
I
did.
can't remember. It's been too many weeks now. Also, Amazing Nurse Nanako. I'm pretty sure I showed this, right?
Nope.
Or did I not? I don't think I did actually because. Yeah, that's right.
So you got the overpriced edition?
Yeah, I got the face mask for when COVID comes back, right? I got. That's not part of it. I got the shirt. Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. There's only one of these left, according to John Sarabella today. So, all right, let's jump into pickups on the Discord. Actually, I'm gonna pull this off of this screen so that we can start fresh and I don't fuck anything up. Okay, here we go, baby. Jumping in. Not that. That's not what I want. Sharing again, a different way.
What happened to the? Well,
What happened to what?
Nothing. I accidentally collapsed the group on the Discord channels.
Okay. Danny, you picked up Emo. Are these the
Blu-ray
Japanese
season 1
Blu-rays?
too.
Nope,
No,
these
no.
are
He said it's a surprise restock.
Yep.
Oh, is there? That's not what mine look like.
They're Blu-rays. You might
Oh,
have gotten
is
the
that why?
DVD
Maybe.
ones.
And we've picked up Majestic Prince and Gatchaman and Shirobako, as well as Soul Reaver, the remake or whatever, Metal Gear Solid Delta, and Paprika on Blu-ray. Nice. You got your Full Moon replacement disc. Bobby picked up Charlie Kirk's watch, right?
Oh.
Kazuya. Ooh.
Is this you, Footnum? Why'd you get the 10-year anniversary or whatever?
So then I can have one box that has all of it instead of 4 boxes plus
Also,
the giant.
But you only need season 1. There is no other part to this series worth watching.
So what you're saying is that giant ass collector's edition is the only one I should have?
No, there is a season 1 Ellie that's the same size of
that
this.
one too. I have
Look
both.
at you. Look at
Doesn't this
you.
one also come with the Jack OVAs?
It does dubbed. That's the other reason I got
Jack
it.
and Pinto OVAs. Okay. Anyway, Bobby Hill says I didn't pick this up, but this is the City Hunter car.
But this is pickups.
This is pickups. That should go in general chat.
Enriv picked up Project Arms and Saint Seiya Darkwing. Reese, you picked up From the World of John Wick.
I will never call it From the World of John Wick. It's not called that in the movie. Everywhere else, like IMDb and all the other places, say From the World of John Wick Ballerina, but just says Ballerina in the movie. That's just a stupid tagline.
Okay, got it.
Is it a stupid movie?
No, it was actually pretty good.
See this?
Could be
This is the
better.
checkered pattern. Diddy is actually a Freemason. Diddy shares a name with a prolific sex pest. P. Diddy, right?
No, P. Diddy shares a name with the prolific sex pest, Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong is the real sex pest.
Yes, Enriv got Golden Boy on Blu-ray and Cyber 009 versus Devilman on Blu-ray. And Enriv also shared that they never showed off the Cyber 009 Blu-ray that I got for everybody and got them signed when I was in AX that time. Thank you, Reese. You did it. Awesome. Okay, so let me double check what the description for this says so I know exactly what must be covered and what I can skip.
Just
pretty
what's
sure I'm
in
going
the
to skip.
description and nothing else.
Pretty sure I'm going to skip the next thing. Hold on. The description says, oh yeah, we got to cover that. Okay, I can do this. All right, we're going to look at in lightning speed. The Guyver Kickstarter has ended. It got well over its goal. Also, The Art of Star Wars: A New Hope, the manga by Hisao Tamaki, has launched their Kickstarter. It has 25 days left. We'll look at it a couple more times, so we don't need to go into it on details right now. Okay, how about that? Everybody happy about that? That's great. Okay, cool. We skipped the convention news. Or no, we are skipping the convention news, even though it's hilarious. We're going to skip the live-action One Piece stuff. Save it for next podcast. My Hero Academia live-action film announced a screenwriter. So Jason Fuchs has been announced as screenwriter. Shinsuke Sato, who previously helmed the live-action adaptations of Bleach, Death Note, Inuyashiki, Kingdom, and Gantz, remains attached as the director. So again, just a reminder, it's going to have an American cast, but a Japanese director is what I'm understanding.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So we're skipping the One Piece thing. We'll cover that next podcast. We're going to skip the Splinter Cell shit. Okay, we're into the fun stuff. Everybody likes this. You thought we could skip this? That doesn't work that way, Reese. This only gets more powerful if we wait.
This is the final form.
Okay. Japan box office. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Infinity Castle. First movie stays at number 1 in the 8th weekend. It has passed 30 billion yen at the Japanese box office. And again, because we didn't do a podcast last week because I was working in Las Vegas, another week. It has stayed in number one slot for the 9th weekend. Now, you guys remember we talked about this like a month ago now. There are now 0 Japanese live action films in the country's top 10 highest earning movies. But why? It's because Demon Slayer knocked out the last live action Japanese movie as it was in the number 10 spot. Then we covered that it has taken over all these other places, right? Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle takes 6th place in Japan all-time box office in 25 days, right? So that took over One Piece Film Red. Then it took the 4th place, beat out Frozen, right? Then it became the 3rd, taking on Titanic, right? And it has officially passed Spirited Away to become the 2nd highest grossing film in Japan. First Demon Slayer Infinity Castle film has also earned best U.S. opening ever for an anime film. That's wonderful. Hopefully the archive works. Nice. All right, so these are the rankings under keyword anime at Box Office Mojo. Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, its lifetime gross was at $85,000. Demon Slayer, pardon me, million. Thank you. Yeah, that would have been silly. Mugen Train was at 49 million, right? Currently, the fuck? Where did this even come from then? How did that happen?
Apparently, it's not even placing.
Oh, it's this one. Fuck. I'm guessing this is a Sankaku Complex article. No, it is a. I got it. It's a Crunchyroll article. Hold on. Sorry. I thought this was the one. Okay, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle tops U.S. box office with $70 million. Breaks global records. So
that's the first weekend.
In the first weekend. The first weekend was what, 30 million?
No, 30 million was the first day.
Yeah, 31 million in November. Hold on.
Well, like the first, Thursday,
so
Friday.
It held the biggest opening weekend record of 31 million. That was the film opened on a Wednesday, 2 days before the 3-day weekend box office frame.
What?
This is Pokemon. Sorry, hold on. Right here.
What the fuck?
If I remember correctly, it opened at 31 million or something like that for the Thursday, Friday.
Yeah,
right?
32.9.
Over the whole weekend, it brought in 70 million in just the first weekend.
The first 4 days.
Yeah, which is insane when you consider that in its opening night, it did better. And granted, this was released during like COVID time and whatnot, but it eviscerated. It basically doubled Demon Slayer Mugen Train in its first weekend. And it's like literally on the heels of the lifetime gross of the top movie. Currently, its domestic box office in the U.S. is 104 million.
Obliterated Pokemon.
Obliterated it. Oh, fuck, man.
And Sausage Party. Now it's the highest grossing R-rated animated movie.
Nice. Real urine-triggered fight breaks out during Demon Slayer movie as anime action crackles on screen. It only gets funnier, right? Like the story was great and we were rooting for them, and now it's gone further beyond, and it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm in the wrong brand. Here it is. I just have to make sure I have this. Okay, cool. I'm ready. U.S. moviegoers in no mood to put up with would-be Urine Hashiro's behavior. International simulcasts have become the norm for TV/streaming anime, but there's still usually a gap in release dates between Japan and the rest of the world. when it comes to anime movies. So while fans in Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba's home country have been enjoying the Infinity Castle movie since midsummer, it hasn't made its way to theaters in the US until this month. Having had to wait for it, no doubt theater goers at the AMC Theater in the town of Surprise, Arizona, were buzzing with anticipation as they entered the screening room on September 12th, the US opening night for Infinity Castle. Many were probably expecting to see a heated battle on screen, but it turned out they were going to see one in the seats as well. According to witnesses, at some point during the movie, a man began urinating inside the theater. It wasn't a case of someone surreptitiously dribbling their drops into an empty water bottle because they didn't want to go to the bathroom and miss part of the movie, nor was it a case of someone with bladder issues suffering some leakage. Instead, the man reportedly stood up, unzipped his pants, and began tinkling toward the row of seats in front of him. When he was done, witnesses say he nonchalantly sat back down, but those who had been seated in the direction and splash area of his urination, understandably, were less willing to simply go back to watching the movie and angrily accosting him for his actions. One man claimed that the urine had struck his child, who he brought to see the movie, and at some point, the confrontation turned physical with someone, as seen in the video posted online, such as this one, which we're going to look at our own, unleashing a flurry of punches on the urinator, while on screen, the Demon Slayer Zenitsu was unleashing one of his most powerful attacks, intoning thunder-breathing seventh form as flashes of anime pyrotechnics sporadically illuminated the screen, the room. Eventually, the theater staff became aware of the disturbance and turned on the house lights surreally at just about the exact moment the anime's action sequence ended. The man was arrested on charges including indecent exposure and disorderly conduct, and AMC apologized to customers by providing refunds, continuing the screening in separate screening rooms, and giving out free snacks. Hopefully, this will be the last such disturbance the theater has to deal with, and Infinity Castle's theater legacy can be one of seats that are jacked, not people getting jacked up in them. So, some poor innocent child during a screening of the new Demon Slayer movie. A man at AMC Theater in Arizona's Valley of the Sun unzipped the middle of the movie and pissed on a child sitting nearby. The crowd dragged him out of his seat and beat him until he couldn't stand. And that is how you fix this culture. Immediate consequences. Okay, so I edited the video to block what's on screen to a degree because it was getting copyright claimed. And also to help avoid massive spoilers. Not that there really are any. You'll still hear it though, just a heads up.
Thunder breathing. Seventh form. God of fire.
Holy fuck.
Go there. I'm gonna fuck him up. Go over there. I'm gonna fuck him up. Go over there. Fuck him up so fast.
Go over there. I'm gonna fuck him up. Right. What the fuck?
I've never seen this until now. Let's go, boy. Damn you! I always knew stupid kids are like you more than me!
Yeah.
So they only teach you that technique!
Oh my god.
Oh, you got R. Kelly people, bro.
This technique is something I made. I created it.
Oh my god.
My hope was that one day I'd be able to use it to fight by your side.
Damn, bro, you fucked the movie up.
How is this even possible?
How is this even possible?
Yeah. There he is. Listen to this.
Thought it was a white dude.
Thought it was a white dude. Now it's a hate crime. Sorry. Now it gets even funnier somehow because hold on. Whooping a Trojan with an anime fight scene in the background is low-key hard AF. Them punches were subbed, not dubbed. But then also Oh yeah, I gotta read this first. Man arrested for allegedly urinating during Demon Slayer movie at Surprise Theater. The suspect, Lamil Hull, was arrested and booked on charges of indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, criminal damage, and refusing to provide a truthful name. The man who took the video of the incident says Hull stood up, unzipped his pants, and started peeing. Then Hull sat down like nothing happened. AMC was very accommodating and gave everyone a refund, the opportunity to continue the film in a different theater with free snacks. Hull's been released on his own recognizance after the initial court appearance. Surprise PD is investigating the incident. So it gets even funnier.
So like when he pissed, he stood up and he was just pissing while standing.
Yes. And if you can believe it, this exact scene, another fight took place. It's not the same one so far as we can tell. During the exact same scene. What the fuck? This is like chicken jockey shit, right? Like, what is happening? Anyway, and then my favorite, funny and cute. During a screening of Demon Slayer Infinity Castle in Mexico, a band of mariachis mistook the screening room for a toy store, showing and started to sing "You've Got a Friend in Me" during the credits of the anime film.
They need to make that the official ending of the movie.
Oh yeah, my other app of learning Japanese done it under the 24-hour period necessary. All right, let's continue. Okay, Tatsuki Fujimoto 1726 anime gets a limited theatrical run in Japan and a world premiere in LA. Moving past it. Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze Art, gets an earlier U.S. release on October 24th. Previously, it was going to come out October 29th. Moving past it. Chainsaw Man director accuses Mappa of erasing his credit. I wouldn't want to work there. In a blunt takedown, anime director Kazuomi Koga slammed Studio Mappa for scrubbing Ryu Nakayama's name from the credits of the Chainsaw Man compilation films, claiming it shows that Mappa doesn't respect directors' rights. Apparently, if you don't like someone's work, just cut their name out and call it the edited version. Studio Mappa is under fire after the Chainsaw Man compilation films apparently omitted credit for season 1 director Ryu Nakayama, according to director Kazuomi Koga. The compilation edition modified the original content, changing cuts, re-recording audio, and making edits, and yet Nakayama's name was neatly erased from the credits. Koga's critique, shared on social media, argues that such actions show that the moral rights of anime directors, specifically rights like protecting their creative integrity and retaining acknowledgement for their original work, aren't respected under Mappa's current practices. He says that even when animated works are heavily edited or reworked, as in a compilation, the original director deserves recognition. He doesn't sugarcoat. Based on what he's seen, Koga says he, quote, wouldn't want to work there, referring to Mappa, claiming that this kind of removal signals a studio unwilling to protect its creators. The issue draws attention to how anime studios handle crediting for adaptations or re-releases that diverge from the original version. Even when a compilation reuses large parts of the original, modifications might be significant enough, new edits, audio changes, scene cuts, that the original director's creative vision is altered, but without a credit, it becomes as though the work never existed. Cool. All right. Jumping past this. Where am I? Here we are. Expelled from Paradise, Resonance of the Heart anime film reveals a new teaser trailer. And they know exactly what to show you because, yep. There it is. Nice. Although it does seem to be like a full CGI thing. So anyway, moving past that.
Is that a remake? Because I could have sworn there already was. I don't know.
Probably a sequel.
Expelled from Paradise, Resonance of the Heart. I don't know. Upcoming sequel movie. Yeah.
Could have sworn. Okay, I was like, I could have sworn I've seen that ass somewhere before. No, just...
All right. There's been another Mario movie announced. The Super Mario Galaxy movie hits theaters in 2026. If you ask me,
We got the title announced finally.
I feel like they're skipping quite a few chapters in the Mario saga before Galaxy, but whatever. We can
It
jump
should
ahead
have
and
been
guess.
Super Mario 64 movie.
It should have been Mario's missing. Chris Pratt is missing, and therefore we don't have to pay him $1 million, right?
I can't wait
Okay.
for them to butcher this, the Galaxy
Yeah.
story.
So I'm going to just play the trailer. Obligatory talk over it in the hope that that song doesn't get copyright claim. Wow!
Let's go!
That star
Yeah.
can kick. Yes.
Yeah, so I saw this, and I'm just saying, shit's about to get fucking weird in the Mushroom Kingdom. All right, let's close all these. Except for this one. Let's close everything after this. Boom. Cool. All right, now we're going to start to make some selective edits here. We're going to skip this. That'll be quick. That'll be quick. And we got to cover this one. And then we got to cover these. Skip. We use that one.
I've got the right
We'll use that
sequence already,
Okay.
except for the Death Trance one.
I got that, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. We'll do these two. Cool. All right. We're in the home stretch, everyone. You did it. All right. Oshinoko Season 3 anime digs deep with new teaser visual cast January 2026 premiere. Wow.
Would have been nice if we got season 2 on disc before this aired.
Wouldn't
Thanks,
it be nice?
Sentai.
Thanks. All right, moving past that. Actually, let's keep that open so I know what I need to keep. Gate 2, Tides of Conflict anime unveils a teaser visual. Nice.
Following a different cast of people, apparently.
Years after the Gate to Another World first opened in Tokyo, Japan now manages the passage under strict control. The JSDF explores the special region while the JMSDF sails its seas. Petty Officer Hajime Tokushima, once a chef, now finds himself aboard the submarine Kitashio under Captain Edejima. Their mission: infiltrate Tinae and rescue an abducted journalist. Along the way, they join forces with Princess Primera, the pirate heir Shura no Arch, and the mystical ship Guardian. Okay, it's coming. Yay. Moon past it. All right. Akira Toriyama's former editor says Dragon Ball Super should have been a Vegeta story, and Daima is shitty. Damn. Couldn't have said it better myself. In lobbing a Molotov cocktail into the ever-raging flames of the series' fandom infighting, Akira Toriyama's early Shonen Jump editor, Kazuhiko Torishima, has admitted to having a less than negative opinion on both the recent Dragon Ball Daima and the non-Vegeta-centric Dragon Ball Super. Torishima, who oversaw the late mangaka's entire Dr. Slump run and the first half of his work on Dragon Ball up until the Saiyan saga, before serving as Shonen Jump's editor-in-chief from 1996 to 2001, shared his criticisms regarding the current state of the Shonen Battle franchise during his and Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii latest segment for the Yubo and Masharito's Koso broadcast station radio show, as hosted by the pair every fourth Sunday night of the month in service of sharing their opinions on latest goings-on of the Japanese video game and manga industries. Hello from virtual Fukuoka, live broadcast special. This month's theme, we welcome this kind of extreme weather. We don't want cats like this. Wow. Really burying the lead in the title. As machine translated during the original broadcast by YouTube's auto translation caption system, at present, the archived version of said broadcast does not allow for closed captioning. Toriyama first took aim at the current state of the Dragon Ball Super manga, declaring that the series was suffering due to the series steward and Toriyama's handpicked successor, Toyotaro's lack of talent. Damn, shots fired. Toyotaro on Dragon Quest, The Adventure of Dai, The Hero of On, and Demon King of Hellfire manga, Yusaku Shibata, are bad at manga. The basics aren't up to par. The people in charge of editing these manga don't understand why the pieces are divided, how the eyes are guided, how the angles are handled, and the information spread. And so they can't check it. Once it's finished and the pictures are in, they think it's a manga. From there, he turned his attention towards Goku and company's anime outings, first declaring, quote, "It would have been better to do a Vegeta story than Dragon Ball Super." And then, Dragon Ball Daima is a shitty anime. Love that. Daima ga kuso anime is what he says. It should be noted that despite Toriyama having served as a legendary manga's editor for the early half of his Shonen Jump career, he and Toriyama had a contentious relationship, to say the least. Per a recap of Shonen Jump editors Yu Kondo, who oversaw Dragon Ball from the Saiyan Saga up through the Perfect Cell Saga, Fuyuto Takeda, who worked with Toriyama from the Cell Game Saga up to the Jocko, the Patrolman, and Torishima Torishima March appearance on Yubo and dear Lord, that thing. Here's what the person said. During an especially intense period between the end and start of the year, Toriyama found himself having to work simultaneously on Dragon Ball and a one-shot episode. To make matters worse, Jump required color chapters to be submitted 2 weeks in advance, forcing authors to work on 2 episodes in parallel. At that time, Toriyama was also suffering from tendinitis and claimed he could no longer draw. Kondo, who was working with him, realized how serious the situation was and decided to speak with Torishima. The three of them met at a cafe to discuss the possibility of adjusting the schedule or canceling one of the 2 projects. During the meeting, Torishima, fully aware of the difficulty, handed Toriyama a pencil and asked him to write his name. When Toriyama managed to do it, Torishima replied, "See, you can draw," putting him in a tough spot when it came to continuing to refuse. Damn. Despite his frustration, Toriyama accepted and completed both works on time. Torishima comments that, for him, it was mainly a psychological matter. If Toriyama hadn't been able to write his own name, he was ready to give up and tell Kondo to let it go. It was a gamble, but in the end, it worked. A surprising outcome. There you go. That's the end of that. I didn't pay attention to a single word. All right. Texas comic shop pulls Dragon Ball manga from shelves out of caution for new state censorship bill. In further proof that blanket censorship, no matter how well-intentioned, will always have chilling consequences for human expression, a Texas comic book store has voluntarily chosen to stop selling early Dragon Ball manga volumes for fear that its contents could net him massive criminal penalties under the state's newly effective and vaguely defined Senate Bill 20 censorship bill. I think it's kind of crazy that we specifically called out Dragon Ball, did we not?
Yeah.
Like, listed specifically
Goku penis.
Several things that would be like, do they realize what this means in Texas? Right? This was one of them. That's great. Thanks for letting me show that on YouTube. Oh, good. Okay, good. Marketed by supporters as a legal tool for stopping the production of AI-generated child abuse materials, Texas Senate Bill 20 makes it a felony offense for an individual within the Lone Star State to knowingly possess, access with intent to view, or promote obscene visual material containing a depiction that appears to be of a child younger than 18 years of age engaging in obscene activities like slapping Bulma's panties, right? That's obscene. Regardless of whether the depiction is an image of an actual child, a cartoon, or animation, or an image created using an artificial application or other computer software. But rather than only targeting material based on real-world children, as determined on a rigorous set of scientific and academic criteria, the bill instead targets anything that even appears to be offensive, with the determining body being nothing more than the personal determinations of the state's heavily religious and conservative-leaning populations. In more lay terms, I'll share what I wrote in May regarding the bill's specific ramifications for anime. Quote, will the bill ban anime wholesale? No. Provide cover for authoritarians to ban anything they don't like? Yes. The bill has no higher standard of proof other than an individual merely thinking an image appears to depict a minor. It is not extremism to worry about vaguely defined laws. That's in response to the legal mindset saying this will not ban anime, saying so is extremism. Supporting bills whose terms come down to vibes allows actual extremists, in this case Puritan ones, carte blanche to silence expression, chibi art, characters like Uzaki-chan, if Uzaki-chan wants to hang out, a drawing of pre-time skip Nami from One Piece in a bikini. All of these could trigger the bill. Worse than just removal, literally, per the Texas Penal Code.
Pre-time skip Nami is an adult.
Okay. But I think the idea is that it looks like a child. They're saying that even if it looks that way. Worse than just removal,
Remember,
literally.
OCA's in trouble because Reese is here.
I see those titties. Those aren't kid titties.
Employees do not employ children. Thank you.
Hold up. I'm talking about pre-time skip OCA podcast. Okay, that's where we're gonna have to remove all those.
Worse than just removal, literally, per the Texas Penal Code, if a single individual thinks something is too sexual by contemporary community standards, which is super vague, as it does not specifically define the community or the standards, you've got a felony charge. Literally, all it takes is a bunch of Puritans to come together as a group and say, we as a community think it's too sexual, and bam, felony charge. One more thing. A given material can trigger Senate Bill 20 if it is deemed to be lacking serious literary, artistic, political, and scientific value. How many times have we heard that about video games, anime, movies, comic books? Never forget Friedrich Wertham, the psychiatrist whose panic over the content in comic books led to the establishment of the Regulatory Comics Code Authority. Sadly, despite the protestations of many, the bill unanimously passed both chambers of the Texas legislature, from there being signed into law by Governor Greg Abbott on June 20th, and finally going into effect on September 1st. And it was in light of the bill's vague provisions that on June 9th, local Rio Grande, Texas news affiliate ValleyCentral.com learned of Kaboom Comics manager Andrew Baldera's preemptive Dragon Ball removal. When I first heard it was against AI-generated inappropriate stuff like that, by all means, it doesn't need to do that. But he told the outlets, Brian, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, it's going to affect things that had no intention in that way whatsoever. I saw people posting that it was going to affect a lot of anime, manga stuff, because it would show culturally inappropriate things on certain characters and stuff. And it would fall underneath that bill. That's when I realized it was going to affect stuff here. There's so much media nowadays, you can't watch every single thing or read everything. So I don't know what characters are shown inappropriately, at what ages and whatnot. It would definitely be more like in detail research on certain franchises if they're going to be affected or not. As for his specific to pull the late. What does that mean? To pull the late Akira Toriyama seminal work, maybe specific choice. Balderas told the guy, per the reporter's own recap, that, quote, he has already pulled some volumes of the popular Japanese comic Dragon Ball Z from his shelves due to concerns that the main characters had been shown naked as a child in earlier issues. He said that the depictions are very rare in early issues, and he believes it was done for comedic effect. Still, he felt it was better to be on the safe side. Balderas said he is going to stay vigilant about what products are available and what materials customers request. While no details were provided as to which specific depictions were causing Balderas' concern, they were likely the many comedic instances of young Goku's bare genitalia and Bulma's nude or implied nude body that pop up during the hero's early Dragon Ball era adventures. Though he specifically names Dragon Ball Z, it's likely an error based on the Z designation being the most well-known among general Americans.
Wow, the Dragon Ball manga or anime adaptation sure got shafted.
Did it? Because
Yeah.
all this shit is in there.
What, that Bulma one up there?
This one?
I mean, I can't see behind it. What does it actually
That's
show?
that's not explicit.
Oh.
They're covering more than they have to.
Okay.
Why would they put it on her fucking feet?
Oh my god.
That's for Randy. Can't show that to Randy, is what I should say. While proponents of Senate Bill 20 and similar such censorship measures may write off Balderas' voluntarily Dragon Ball removal as nothing more than hysterical panic, no amount of bluster can hide the fact that this is the reality of censorship. It's not as cartoonishly direct as it is often portrayed, with government thugs going door to door, tearing up living spaces in search of offending books or movies hidden under floorboards or behind bookshelves. Though, with the way things are going in America right now, never say never. Instead, it's quiet and self-affected, with retailers and repositories that don't have the time or money to realistically litigate the matter, choosing to err on the side of fear to avoid being penalized into financial ruin. At present, there exist no confirmed plans by anybody, political or private, to either amend or retract Senate Bill 20. While Comic Book Legal Defense Fund interim director Jeff Trexler did put out an open call in May inviting interested lawyers to collaborate in challenging the legislation, it does not appear that any have taken him up on this offer. Well, fuck, Legal Mindset, get on it. Anyway, in Canada, a list of manga volumes set to be banned in school libraries for sexual depictions across Edmonton has surfaced.
I mean, if it's just school libraries, I guess that's a different. Oh
It's a
my
slippery
god!
slope for them.
Ejaculation onto another person. What?
In July, Alberta's Canada Education Minister Dimitrios Nicolaides issued ministerial order number 030/2025, requiring school authorities to remove student access to books containing explicit written and visual depictions of sexual acts, and to establish a process of regularly reviewing materials to ensure that they don't violate these standards. These rules apply to students in kindergarten to grade 12 and cover books stocked in libraries and classrooms. Did they mention anything? A school literary material means any materials, including books, magazines, comics, graphic novels, or other literary or graphic materials, whether in physical or electronic form, that are accessible or available to children or students at a school. Sexual act means an activity or action of a distinctly sexual nature, including, but not limited to, masturbation, including touching of a person's own genitals or anus with a hand, finger, artificial sexual organ, or other substitute for a sexual organ, penetration of the penis into the vagina or anus, contact of a sexual nature between the genitalia, mouth, hand, finger, or other body part with the unclothed genitalia, pubic area, buttocks, anus, or, if the person is female, the breasts of another person. Ejaculation onto or into another person, or the use of goodbye Evangelion.
Right. Also, goodbye Naruto. Because Kakashi pokes Naruto's butt, whatever that Japanese.
That's sexual. That was definitely sexual. It was called 1,000 Years of Orgasm, right?
Yep.
Hold up. Earlier, didn't you say something like penetration of the penis? Like you made it sound like it's
penetration
penetrating
of the penis into the vagina. Yeah, when I first read that, I thought, whoa, we're talking about like sounding or something. Like,
Oh, that's the term.
The use of artificial sexual organs or substitutes for sexual organs on the clothed or unclothed genitalia, pubic area, buttocks, anus, or if the person is female, the breast of another person. Okay. But does not include an activity or action that is not distinctly sexual in nature, such as physical contact related to medical conditions. Oh, Genki Clinic is fine. Like,
I have a medical condition. My penis is too big. It can't stay in my pants.
Examinations or treatment actions or activities related to biological functions or processes like puberty, menstruation, pregnancy, or breastfeeding, or actions or activities that may be related to sexual acts such as kissing or hand-holding. Damn. Ban the hand-holding, right? The latest update came with Ministerial Order number 034-2025, which was issued this week on September 8, 2025, following concerns about bans of notable novels like The Handmaid's Tale. The order has since been updated to allow written depictions, but maintains the ban on visual depictions. In response to the July order, the Edmonton Public School Board had compiled a list of 226 books to be removed from libraries and classrooms, which gave some indication of what works may be affected by the order when the order goes into effect across Alberta on January 6, 2026. The list included the following manga: Berserk by Gentaro Miura, Volume 3.
I guess the other volumes are fine. Isn't the very
He's literally
opening panel
really
him
a
plowing?
demon.
That's the volume where he gets raped as a child, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
But hold on,
because I'm just saying, like, Volume 8 has him bloody in the eclipse, holding naked Asuka on the goddamn cover, right?
Yeah,
I mean, literally, the first page is him railing a demon.
That's what I was about to say. Like, I guess that's not penetration.
Yeah, guess not.
He's
Blackbird.
literally in a demon, railing a demon.
I love this.
On the ground
love
and
this.
under a tree.
Berserk, only Volume 3 is banned, but Blackbird by Kanako Sakura Koji, Volumes 1 through 11, 13 through 14, and 18 are banned. Volume 12, the only one you can read, and then 15, 16, 17, right? Trigun Maximum by Yasuhiro Naito, Volume 12, banned. Do you know what happens in that, Reese?
It's been a long time since I've read
Guts
it.
rapes him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that where Vash the Stampede ejaculates on someone?
I don't even remember there being anything like explicit like that in it.
The Edmonton Public School Board oversees 120,000 students. If the list and the ministerial order is anything to go by, it may require the banning of these same manga and others by every Alberta public or separate school board, francophone regional authority, operator of a charter school, person responsible for the operation of an independent school, or independent ECS operator. It's like, sorry, Timmy, we got to get rid of your manga collection because you're homeschooled. As stipulated by the order, which would cover over 800,000 students. Damn. Lamau even, right?
I mean, I agree that they shouldn't be showing Berserk in schools. Like,
only Volume 3, though, right? Like,
yeah.
well, to be fair, maybe only Volume 3 was in the library system, so that's maybe why it's the only one that's getting banned.
Casca gets raped in the eclipse. Like, come on. But just Volume 3.
They had that entire orgy where they showed the penetration in the one cave, right?
It's fucking graphic in the manga, too. Yeah.
I mean, I have them. Yeah, so I think I sent you guys pictures of it showing you. It's like, that's a dick in there. It's not censored. What the fuck?
It was probably censored in the Japanese version. All right, moving into game news. Twinkle Star Knights forced to rewrite its assets as App Store refuses any updates. Oh, no. DMM Games' mobile gacha RPG, Twinkle Star Knights, has had its latest iOS update rejected due to questionable in-game animations and illustrations, forcing the company to potentially correct all assets issued since the game's July 2023 debut. DMM Games' turn-based gacha darling, Twinkle Star Knights, has hit a major snag on the iOS front. On August 22nd, a much-anticipated update was submitted to Apple's App Store, packed with new events and animations, but it failed. The rejection was abrupt and unexpected, with Apple flagging issues in the game's illustrations and animations. From there, things worsened. The platform has now blocked all updates unless affected assets are corrected. The game, launched in July 2023, carries a mature rating, 17 plus on the App Store, and even offers an adult-only variant on DMM's own Fanza platform. But Apple's review policies are unforgiving. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire release pipeline. Now, DMM is forced to comb through assets released since launch to ensure compliance or risk indefinite stalled updates. Again, just I was trying to talk about this before. Internet ID, censorship, control. It's all been the game plan. That's all what is coming down from the government machine, eroding your rights and controlling what you're allowed to like, what you're allowed to view, what you're allowed to get aroused by. What? Oh, let's not use that one.
We're allowed to coom to.
Essentially, this rejection isn't just a minor flag, it's a full audit triggering damage control. All future iOS versions are in limbo until the studio proves every flagged asset meets Apple's aesthetic guidelines and content restrictions. This serves as yet another example of platforms trying to police what content adults are allowed to play. Meanwhile, Sega developers admit they slept at work and loved it. Should we talk about this later, Randy? Do you want to spend more time talking about this than just reading it?
It'd be great if we skip it.
All right, let's skip it. Talk about that later. All right. WTK tweeted out, going to 4K UHD in Japan on January 28th. Fullmetal Alchemist, the movie. Conqueror of Shambhala, 4K Hitler footage. No, Fullmetal Alchemist, the Sink of Sharmilos.
That's
Reese,
pretty cool.
I think it's your cue. Right,
Yep, I'm trying. There it is.
I hope we get that over here.
Yeah, here's hoping.
All right, so Discotheque is
Completely out of nowhere.
back to re-releasing some stuff. So here's Galaxy Express 999 complete collection on
It's called
Blu-ray.
the Galaxy Express 39.
Whatever.
I'm going to go check on my wife while you're doing this. I'll be right back.
And this is the collection of 3 collections, and this is 9
Yeah, it has
discs
100.
total. 9
Jeez.
discs. So this is like
You say it, but like I mean, how much were the individual volumes? Probably like what, $40 a piece or something?
Something like that. Like
No, I didn't say G's to the price. I meant like
9
how
discs.
many episodes, like how many discs are going to be on this set. Like it's going to be the bulkiest disc.
It's only going to be like 7 or maybe
no, it's
8.
9. It's 9 discs. I just said it. 9 discs.
Oh,
Because
sorry, I'm thinking of the other one, which is 7.
the other one is 6 discs.
I thought it said 7.
So yeah, this is like Discotheque's first like fat Blu-ray release. Or I guess
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. This is the first time they've released something that's bigger than like a single space wide.
well they did the complete Fist of the North Star on DVD. That was that big ass case.
On Blu-ray, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I said. The distinction of 9 disc Blu-ray. So are they gonna have like the 9 disc Viva case with the fat slipcover, or how are they gonna release it?
Maybe they won't even put a slipcover on it. I don't know. We'll have to see. That'll be weird, like a fat slipcover without corners.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, that's cool. It is just weirdly worrying, though, that it's like they're putting stuff out of print like at a rapid pace. It feels like, and it's like, wait, so some people are going to be scrambling for it, and then they'll just re-release some things like this. I mean, I suppose you can tell which ones are not getting re-released if they're not like multi-collection things.
Well, I mean,
that
they
are over-
do have clear distinctions on what's out of print.
They,
You know
they
what's
did
not
make
going
one
at a
though for
rapid
all
pace?
the. Huh?
Said, you know what's not going at a rapid pace?
What?
section?
This podcast?
This segment.
Yeah.
Okay, so also this is Discotheque doing a November slate. So we've had an October slate, and now we have a November slate. So it's been a while since we had a slate in succession.
Are we still on Galaxy Express 39? What the
And then
fuck?
here's the Hajime no Ippo re-release.
Yay! Green
Here, I
light!
rushed back.
Get
Complete collection.
But my heart goes out to the ones that cucked themselves and paid for overpriced on eBay or Amazon or whatever.
Mm.
I saw in the Reddit that people, paid for like scalper prices for this.
When it was
For the
originally
individual.
released, was it on Blu-ray or SD
Yeah,
Blu-ray?
it was on
Blu-ray.
I have the Blu-rays. The show is fucking incredible. I'd love to rewatch it.
And then Android Kikaider 01 complete series.
Kikaider.
And The Happiness of the Katakuris.
Nice. How many times has that come out?
I don't
I think this is
know.
like the 4th time I think this has been released by a company.
All right, whatever. And then Crunchyroll's December slate, we got Black Butler Public School Arc.
What? No
Not-
LE?
No LE, but it's
damn it.
also not an Aniplex release.
Yay!
Oh.
That explains why it's not $1,000.
I mean, maybe because they're under the same company or whatever, they don't bother putting that. I don't know.
And also, Crunchyroll also did a little update to their website. AC, I think you're going to like this.
Oh, where it tells you that I purchased it?
Yep.
Nice. I'm pretty sure they already had that, but that's cool.
Yeah, but anyway, like it doesn't go that far back. I checked in order like a year ago, and it didn't list them. So it's like going
faces.
forward, I think it's more. But anyway, we finally get the Demon Slayer Hashira training arc standard edition.
Where did
Which
was
season
there
is
are
this again?
that's 5? Is that 5?
Huh?
Is Swordsmith Village 4 and this is 5? Or is this
Yeah.
4? Okay.
This is 5.
This is 5. Did this get a LE?
Yeah, you got it already.
I already bought it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, came out back in April.
Right. Is there a 6th season?
After this is the movie Infinity Castle.
Okay,
so
cool.
no.
Just making sure. I'm trying to get caught up so I can see the movie before it leaves theaters.
Yeah. And then we got Kaiju number 8, season 1, standard edition. And then
I'm taking off.
wow.
I have hit the wall.
I understand.
And I am dying.
We're reaching 8 hours.
I hope you survive.
I hope you
Later.
enjoy the spicy merch that we'll be looking at shortly.
Yeah, on the VOD. I'll check it out.
And here's Kaiju number 8, season 1 LE. They also changed this kind of thing on the site. I'm not a fan of it because I can't actually like zoom in when you window over it. But the LE looks pretty cool. Looks like it has a slipcover over the box.
Oh, I hate those though.
How much is it?
65
That's
bucks.
not too bad.
That's regular
I'll
LE
order that.
price. And the box glows in the dark apparently, so that's pretty cool.
I like how somebody started their PlayStation during our release.
No, it's already been started. The controller's just bitching at me that it's low on battery.
Yeah. And also
I thought that was Randy. Like, I'm out.
Konosuba season 3 coming out.
The cuckening.
I can't even remember if I have.
We still don't have the movie that comes between
Yeah, we
season
still
2
don't have the
and
fucking
3.
movie.
Yeah,
No,
and
wait.
guess what? You're cucked no matter what, because even if you get the discotheque releases, season 2 has the round ass slipcase. So
That's why
season
you
1
buy the steelbooks.
Yeah, I know, but if you have the steelbooks, now season 3 is not steelbooked.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
the spin-off series wasn't steelbook either, so.
But it's a spin-off series. You can at least say like,
Well,
okay,
there's
that's DLC.
Prequel series, sorry. I mean, we don't have the movie, and they literally reference the movie in the back of the title
Yeah.
box.
Yeah, they do. It's like, hey, look, here's context of stuff that happened that the movie actually is important, but if you fucking...
Yeah, it's actually referenced in the series, too. And then ReZero, starting like
ReZero,
This one caught me off guard.
the director's cut.
I'm so torn on this because it's like, well, this is the more complete version, and hopefully you don't have the goddamn discs to replace, right?
Except this doesn't come with the shorts that the original releases had. No special features whatsoever listed.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Well, here's the other thing. It would also save space in the collections. That's why I'm so torn on it.
What's one space? Well, I guess you.
But I already got. What do you mean one space? The limited edition's
Yeah,
huge.
Yeah, you have the LE. That's right. Oh yeah, you have the LE.
In theory, you could put the steelbook in the limited edition because they're like the 14 millimeter, but I think that would be like overkill.
Yeah.
I'm on the fence. I'll wait until it comes out if there's actually special features on here.
Does
Like
season 3 have a director's cut?
No.
So what are they gonna do? Just have the season 3. If they can at least have a season 3 steelbook, I can approve.
What about season 2?
I thought that did have a director's cut, didn't it?
No.
Oh. Okay, well, if they can at least make a steelbook for season 2 and 3, then whatever. But if it's like just a one-off, like here's a director's cut, like,
Hopefully they come out with the steelbook for season 2 and 3.
I'm just kind of missed about missing the 2 Chibi series that the original had. But yeah, I can live without it. And Spicy Wolf, Merchant Meets the Wise Wolf, season 1, part 2.
what was that first part, or that was like limited edition or whatever? I was confused. It looked like
Damn,
it was.
Reze bought everything.
I only bought 3 things. Jeez. Yeah, the first part had an LE just for part 1. It wasn't sized for part 2.
What the fuck? I just went to check out and it gave me an error and now nothing's in my cart.
Yeah, it happens to be earlier.
Hold up. So wait, what were you saying about season 1?
Part 1 of this has an LE just for part 1.
Without a space for season 2?
Yeah, it's
or
not
part 2?
no space for season 2. And this one does not have an LE to go with it.
None whatsoever? Like there's not like an extras box?
I would have assumed that this would fit in the first one, but the first one has such cryptic pictures, you can't tell if that's a box. It looks like a DVD height thing that goes
You
in.
don't have... Oh, okay. I was going to ask Reze if he has the... You don't have the limited, right? You don't...
I mean, this one hasn't even released yet, so we don't really have a version.
Yeah, I have the LE. Wait, is this the new one? God damn it.
This is the new one, yes.
Fuck. I
You
didn't
do not
order
have
that.
this
And I just checked out and I didn't add it to cart.
What a cuck. The anime
Cucked
cuck.
again.
But yeah, this is clearly sized just for the 1.
Well, we assume that.
What do you mean clearly sized? Like, they've had so many inaccurate...
It's not fat. It's not... this is definitely
that's not
sized.
thin either. Like...
It comes with 3 art cards.
We've seen like these CG renderings that have been like way thicker in real life and way thinner in real life too.
I will bet you $100 that this is only sized to fit season
$100.
Because it literally says season 1 part 1 on the box.
Well, where's season 2 part? Or sorry, season 1 part 2 limited then? Unless they're gonna go all the way to like
They
season
don't have
2.
one. That's the point of what I was trying to say. This is the only release for part 2, the standard edition.
I forget did they already have a season 2 of this coming, or
It's been greenlit.
So what are they gonna make that the one that holds all the other parts? Like I don't get it.
No, no way. Anyway, moving on. Tower of God.
I mean, you say that, but like the restaurant, what was that? And a restaurant in another world had the season 2s.
Season 1 is 2 cores. Season 2 is probably also going to be 2 cores.
Yeah, it could have 4 spaces.
So, Tower of God Workshop Battle Season 2 Part 2 Blu-ray.
Was season 1 also Crunchyroll, or was that Viz?
I want to say Viz. But
Viz did season 1. Crunchyroll would put out season 2 part 1, and now this is season 2 part 2. And it also has a steelbook like season 2 part 2 or part 1. I mean, so there's that. At least there's consistency there.
Not really if season 1 doesn't.
Yeah. Well, at least for the season 2 parts. Anyway, Sentai also put out their December slate.
Re-release.
Re-releases of long out of print bullshit that you don't have to pay top dollar for anymore.
Yeah. The Ambition of Oda Nobunaga re-released on Blu-ray. Trinity 7
with a
re-released
sexier
on-
cover.
Yeah, they're like, fuck, we forgot the sexy cover, damn it. It's already out. Oh shit. Oh well, we'll do it next time.
I forget. This was dubbed before.
Yeah.
It's the movies that
90%.
isn't dubbed.
I don't. It says
On
Japanese
Sentai's
something.
site, I think it said it's dubbed.
Yeah, they also got rid of a bunch of like technical
Information.
specs. Yeah, like it would say like audio, English, Japanese, not just like list.
I think they only really do that with their Crunchyroll stuff because they own it, right?
And
Yeah, I guess English, Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they own it, right?
Yeah. All right, next week.
Cuckening! Let the cuckening begin of AC.
I gotta say, this cover sucks. It looks like they superimposed two
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah, it does.
I ordered it.
But, you know, they'll give it a steelbook, but not a dub. Why the fuck would you? So here's my theory, chat. I'm thinking they're going to extra cuck us and be like, here, we release season 2 when season 2 releases. Here's the
With
dub
a
for
dub.
it.
And then I will buy it again.
I've got something along those lines. If you guys want to let me cover it real quick.
Yeah,
So
sure.
yeah, after I'm done with this, is it wrong to try and pick up Girls in a Dungeon season 4 limited edition?
They've continued with the goddamn giant square box.
At least
they've been consistent. Unfortunately, I will not
really
ever
when
pick up
Sword
the show
Oratoria.
ever. Unless
Sword
they put it
Oratoria
out
is
entirely on Steelbook, I'm not going to buy this now.
No, they are putting it on Steelbook.
They put season 1. They put season 1 on Steelbook so far. So just season 1 so far.
To be fair, they did put Peter Grill season 2 out on Steelbook.
But that also had precedent because season 1 put it out. Like that was along with the first release.
That was the LE for the first release, right?
Yeah, just like Oshinoko.
Yep.
They did put the steelbook out for "Is it wrong to pick up your girls in a dungeon?" until like.
I'm just saying they could follow through with season 2 because
Yeah.
they've done that before with their
They
Steelbook.
also put out a season 1 steelbook for Food Wars, and we're season 2 of that on steelbook.
It could still come, Reese. That was recent.
It's
Anyway, Azumanga Daioh first time.
Okay,
on
this is
Blu-ray.
a big one.
Yeah, I was like,
Does this have the movie?
No.
Damn it.
And as far as I heard,
Is it an upscale?
I don't know.
Probably. Like, I don't think it was made in native
Well,
HD land.
Japan had the Blu-ray like 9 years ago or something like that.
It's about fucking time, and I'm so happy.
And that set didn't have the movie either, so. And then the only actual new release from Sentai is Flower and Ashura.
Okay.
Okay, so what I was gonna. What?
By the way, Reese, on Discotech's thing, literally all the Galaxy Express TV and Hajime no Ippos are on the out of print section.
Well,
like,
yeah, the sets, the individual sets are, yeah.
I know,
Well-
that's why I'm saying it's a betrayal to the people
Yeah.
that are like, oh.
So, a cuckening that you were talking about. So, this is part 1 of Let the
Oh,
Screaming
no.
Soul Retire.
Uh-huh.
Japanese audio only. And now if we go over to Crunchyroll, where's that? No, wait. Catch.
Search bar?
No, I want, there's news was hiding behind the thing. The StreamYard screen share thing. Where are you? Let the Screaming Soul Retire, Part 2. Dub airtime, TBA.
Rip. A better example is the Kaguya thing because I don't even think season one's been re-released with the dub on disc. But season 2 and season 3 are dubbed.
They're dubbing part 2 of this, but not dubbing part 1, which is coming out on disc next month.
Yeah, that's gay. that's so fucking retarded that they would do it that way. Like, why? Fucking Crunchyroll has to ruin fucking everything, don't they? You miss when it was just Funimation and it was just right stuff and it was just like good, and now it's Fucking retarded.
We're back to me.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, I'm closing a bunch of windows now that I can finally get rid of some tabs. Okay. Media Blasters put out a video. I'm just going to break down what it is. They're going to do a 4K, fuck yes, of Death Trance. Hell yes. Their first and best-selling live action movie, I believe, starring Tak Sakaguchi. It's fucking amazing.
I'm so happy for you. I can't wait for it to be an upscale of the 480p DVD VHS rip.
No, I think they got a 4K scan actually.
Yeah, but it's Media Blasters. They'll find some way to screw it up.
Apologies on not staying up to date with the comments.
I don't think you really need to.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, moving past this. Guys, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, I'll just let you know we did not do a support us segment. And somehow we got more super chats than in quite some time. So maybe I'm jinxing us. But you guys can shop at stealthweeb.com. If it doesn't work and doesn't let you check out, just email me at stealthweebstore@gmail.com. Also, you can shop at the OCA Podcast store, ocapodcast.com/store. In other random merch news, Don Quixote is offering new sexy My Dress Up Darling goods. Yeah. I like the Red Riding Hood one.
I like all three. I think I like the purple one the best though in the far.
Really?
Like the dancer.
That's the one I like the least.
I like it because boobs. But yeah, Red Riding Hood's really good too.
All right. Anyway,
what don't you like about the purple? Is because it's that.
I just don't like the outfit. Doesn't do anything for me. I like the corset.
You don't like the Arabian
I like the
Nights,
stockings.
Yeah, the garter belt and stockings. Yeah.
The ninja and assassin goods are rather lewd, apparently. Whoa, they're so lewd. Oh my god.
Dakimakura.
Don't sell them in Texas. Oh.
I hate when they do that. Give me a back view, damn it. Where's the back side? It's
No,
front.
you have to buy it.
No,
Mushoku Tensei lottery goods are also unsurprisingly saucy.
Nice.
Charile Kirk will be proud that we're sharing these. Texas will arrest us, though. All right, moving past that. I said moving past that. Oragairu heroines stripped down into swimsuits for their next figurines.
I don't know where these are from.
Oragairu.
Isn't this like my it's
My
your
Teen
guys'
Romantic
fault?
Comedy
Snafu.
Snafu.
Oh,
that's the one.
That one has a dub green line. You have no excuse anymore.
Yeah, it does, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Azure Lane's Yade gets Iko no Tokimeki magic figure makeover. How do these boobs somehow simultaneously feel huge and petite? Right? Like
it's anime, man. It's the Japanese.
I think it's the head. The head being huge.
Yeah,
That's what makes it look petite.
Sorry. Didn't mean to
It's a
prematurely.
Halloween figure. What? Well, now I have to get it.
I love the shoes. Look at that. You go, girl. All right. Anyway. Any second now. Whoa, you can take the bottom off, huh? All right. Goddess of Victory Nikkei bunny girl figures slide along the pole. Whoa, green line.
Blanc and Noir.
You should have said "Whoa" Footnum because he clearly knows who the fuck these girls are. They're not.
I pulled both of these characters back to back. I'll have you know.
Yeah,
I just noticed that they are bunny girls and have big boobs.
they do, and that's nice.
You're correct about that analysis.
I'm tempted to read the FBI text again. All right. Panties to wear on your head as hair accessories on offer from Japanese fashion brand. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Who doesn't want this on the back of their head? Come on. Everybody knows
like
panties have and make the cutest bows.
Where's that one anime where that's what the girl used as a bow is her panties, and then she unwraps the bow and it's her panties, and it's like, what the fuck?
Don't know. All right. In the home stretch here, 5 teachers have been fired. In fact, I'm going to take my sleep aids now.
He's taking aids.
I'm going to do the same.
5 teachers have been fired in Aichi for sex crimes, including voyeurism of female students.
That's why I take the pill.
Mm-hmm. The Aichi Prefectural Board of Education has fired 5 male teachers for sex crimes, ranging from secretly filming girls changing clothes to molesting female students, calling the incidents a serious breach of public trust. No. The Aichi Prefectural Board of Education announced on September 11th that it has dismissed 5 male teachers from public schools in the prefecture for sexual misconduct, including voyeurism and indecent acts against female students.
It's sex creep 9/11 for them.
Yep. Building. Oh, damn. I was going to say building 5, but no, it's building 7. Is the one that, damn it. That joke didn't go anywhere. One case involved a 25-year-old junior high school lecturer in Miyoshi City who in July secretly filmed girls changing clothes after swimming class by pointing his smartphone into the changing room from an adjacent room. The act was discovered when one of the girls noticed she was being recorded, and the lecturer later admitted to the behavior. It's incredible to me. Like, if you're this desperate, surely you can come up with a more plausible excuse for why you got a recording, rather than just in an adjacent room, setting your phone up and like tiptoeing out of the room. A separate 42-year-old teacher at the same school was also fired after he filmed up the skirt of a former female student during a meeting at the school that same month. Additionally, a 32-year-old teacher and a 23-year-old lecturer from high school in the Owari area and the 26-year-old teacher from the high school in Toyota City were dismissed for committing indecent acts against female students. In a related case, a 46-year-old junior high school teacher in the Nishimikawa area was suspended for 6 months for touching a colleague without consent. The board issued a statement apologizing for seriously damaging public trust and pledged to strengthen training and awareness to prevent further misconduct. What was this? Oh, so it was all in Aichi. Okay. I was like, how are these related? All right. Brazilian Oji-san arrested in Aichi. Also in Aichi. What's in the water in Aichi, right? For creepy stalking spree. A 61-year-old Brazilian man living in Aichi Prefecture has been arrested after bombarding a young woman with deranged messages and demands for a relationship, sending her dozens of stalker-tier rants over SNS. The suspect, identified as Nagahashi Genji Jorge?
Jorge.
Is that how you spell Jorge?
Jorge.
Is it? I don't know.
No. It's Henhi Jorge.
Oh. Yes. Henji Jorge. Okay, great. Allegedly harassed a 22-year-old acquaintance between July 22 and August 6, spamming her more than 30 times with bizarre messages such as, "Do it properly like always. As promised, reply to me. See it through to the end. I'll never forgive you." Not satisfied with just text, the Oji-san escalated by sending photos of supermarkets and convenience stores near the woman's family home, locations she had never shared with him. An act which reportedly terrified the victim enough to alert police. Nagahashi... Bless me. Shit! Oh, God damn it. Nagahashi was
That just
arrested.
made the first plus week.
Nagahashi was arrested on August 28th on suspicion of stalking and admitted to the allegation, stating, quote, "It's true. I was angry at being ignored." It comes as no surprise that yet another love-demanding gaijin has been caught turning obsession into a criminal charge. Wow. Okay, there you go. That's it. That's it tonight. Thank you, guys. I apologize for the shit show, but we did it under 8 hours. All right. Let's end the show with
as quickly as possible.
The intro.
Goodbye, everyone. I'll remember you all in therapy.
So I didn't want to. I did a cold intro because I couldn't. I didn't feel right about having the gun before we go to the Charlie Kirk thing. So I think the safest way to end the show is like this.